Where am I? There I am. Hi everyone. Star Trek. I made a poll and you're all a bunch of nerds. So, it's Star Trek time. Uh, Video game just came out. I don't I don't know really anything about it other than that there's apparently a very good Leonard Nimoy impersonator in the game. Uh I know it's a Telltale game. Well, it's not a Telltale game, but it's like made by people who used to work at Telltale. Star Trek. Also, I'm playing on Xbox because apparently it doesn't run too well on PC. Yes, subtitles. Follow us on Twitter. Uh, well, this is the game. I'm actually shocked at how fast it got to the main menu. I feel like games nowadays always have like at least 1 minute of like pre-roll stuff before you actually get to the main menu. So that was fast. Yeah, Star Trek. So, I'm a bit of a Star Trek nerd, but that's a new thing. Like 2 years ago, I had never seen Star Trek outside of the two of the new movies. Uh, but yeah, no, I'm a nerd. From Dynamic Labs.
Captain's log, stardate 57931.4. The crew is restless. After spending too many months piecing our ship back together, we're finally about to venture out on a new mission. And the crew isn't letting this unprecedented ion storm slow them down. They're ready for something different. I know I am.
How's the volume?
More than any of them.
Can you hear the dialogue well enough?
Nothing ever stays the same. It's entropy, the nature of the universe. Change is inevitable. And while entropy says order gives
Turn
way
up
to
the game.
chaos, in this case, change is good.
How's that? That's it at max volume, so I hope it's okay.
Our new first officer is en route to the Resolute. Jara Rydek. I know she'll bring a welcome dose of new blood to the crew.
I'm sick with it. I caught it.
Thanks.
No problem.
I'm not great with flying.
Is space
These
flying?
little shuttles are the worst.
Don't close your eyes.
Here's a tip. Don't close your eyes. You'd think that would make it easier, but it only makes it worse. Look out the window, pick a star, and just focus on that.
I'll give it a try.
For anyone
Sorry,
that
I'm
knows
a
stuff
little
about
anxious.
Star Trek, this game
I
takes
hadn't
place
noticed.
after Nemesis. I'm sorry,
I'm on my way to
Santa.
my first assignment.
Uh,
When we get to the starbase, I'm transferring on to the Resolute.
So am I.
It won't be easy for Jara to step in at the 11th hour like this. But if she's half the officer I knew she could become when she was a cadet at Starfleet Academy, she'll be the XO this
Yeah,
ship
yeah,
needs.
no, you got it. Change of station. What species am I? You okay there, dude? You just gonna stay there? Okay. Okay.
A starbase on the very edge of Federation space. Long way from home now.
Commander? I'm not usually such a nervous wreck, by the way. I actually did well at the Academy.
Oh yeah?
Maybe you've heard of the Torvalin test?
Sounds familiar.
It's a tactical simulator that makes the Kobayashi Maru look like a picnic on Pintaris 5.
Thing I know.
Anyway, I finished in the top 20. Not just in my class. I mean, all time. In the history of the Academy. So, there's that.
Cool, I guess.
Really? That's quite impressive.
Thank you. It was tough. But you know, I set my mind to it and it paid off.
Please place your hand here.
I don't know how a test can be
Hold
more
there for a few
difficult than the
seconds.
Kobayashi Maru. How can you make a test harder than the test that you literally can't win?
Welcome, Commander Rydek.
Wait, you're Jara Rydek? You absolutely crushed the Torvalin test.
Lol.
You finished in what, like the top 3?
That would be me.
Now I'm really... It's an honor to meet you, Commander. Sorry, I didn't realize before. I just came off the shuttle and was glad to be on solid ground, so to speak.
When people say top 3, what they really mean is 3rd place. I'm not first, so there's always room for improvement.
I'll, keep working then.
I believe Commander Ermot is expecting you. He's in the concourse just ahead.
See you on the Resolute.
I want you to see my DNA. No, wait. What alien am I? Oh, it's gone. Is he just gonna keep his hand on here? Damn, how long does it take to scan your hand, dude? Oh, I can sprint. Can I sprint backwards?
Commander.
I can. Bye. I'm out of here. Anyway, did you wanna? Were you gonna say something, or did you just run over here? Okay. It's just as unwinnable, but also when you lose, you get punched in the nuts. Damn, yeah, that is kinda... That is harder than the Kobayashi Maru.
If I remember my briefing, Commander Ermot is a Bolian, so I'm looking for someone with blue skin.
Oh, well, I found him.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm just... Well, I'm not sure where my departure dock is. The Resolute's gonna leave without me.
Look here. The Resolute is leaving from this dock.
Oh, you're right. Nerves must be getting to me. Thanks so much, Commander.
Not until I find Commander Ermont.
But I want to get in the elevator. Oh my god, hi.
Excuse me. Have you seen a Bolian around here?
Yes, sir. Right back there, near the replicator.
Green.
Ah, there he is. Thank you.
Green
Help,
woman.
Commander.
I'll replicate myself a meal once I'm on board. Starbase 128 has 4 docks.
Wow.
Excuse me.
You hear the Resolute's getting a new first officer?
Someone from the crew got promoted?
No, get this. They're from a different ship.
Whew. Wonder how the crew feel about that.
It makes them look desperate. Is their crew that bad?
Yeah, not a good look.
Interesting. We're a crew of fucking misfits.
Welcome to the edge of the galaxy, Commander Rydek. I'm Commander Jan Ermont, Operations Officer on the Resolute. Commander?
Blue.
I hope there wasn't too much trouble getting here. This storm isn't making anything easy for us right now. I know conditions are less than ideal at the moment.
It was a bit bumpy, but otherwise okay.
My apologies. This storm is unlike anything I've seen before. We're grateful you were able to come fill our first officer vacancy at such short notice. From everything I've read and everything I've heard, we're lucky you were available to us. Coming from a premier starship and all. To our little research vessel.
What exactly have you heard about me?
First in your class at the Academy. Received the Starfleet Award of Valor during the Dominion War. Most recently, Tactical Officer and Chief of Security
Thing I know.
on the USS Endeavor.
You've done your homework.
Like I said, we're very lucky. The USS Resolute. She may not look like much compared to the bigger ships, but as far as science vessels go, she can more than hold her own. And she doesn't look so bad considering 6 months ago she was nearly cracked in half, venting plasma, fighting for her life.
It was an accident?
Equipment malfunction. An accident suggests fault, but no one's to blame. It was a planned test, but the warp core was pushed beyond its limits. It destabilized the dilithium, there was a runaway reaction, and the warp bubble deformed. We thought we could reach a higher resonant frequency, but it was more than she could handle. Cost us our first officer and 22 of our crew. At the end of the day, we're all responsible for each other. That's what it means to be a crew.
I can't even begin to imagine what that must have
Oh my
been like
God.
for you. I'm so sorry for your loss.
Thank you. It does weigh heavy. There are some things you can't forget.
Were you hurt in the accident? In the equipment malfunction?
Nothing worse than the loss of so many. Listen,
Thank you.
I realize you've known Captain Solano for quite some time, and I'm sure you're ready to bring your best. But I should warn you that when the captain announced you would be the new first officer, there were those who felt it was a mistake, that he should have promoted from within. So you might want to tread lightly at first. Until they come to value your contributions as much as he does.
Thank you. Always good to have a sense for what you're walking into.
I just thought you ought to know.
I appreciate it.
Starfleet has assigned us a high-priority mission.
Jeremy had a good first impression with Commander Ermot, coming off as inquisitive and appreciative while showing empathy for what the crew of the Resolute suffered. Ensign Calloway was grateful for Jura's helpful guidance when he was nervous on the shuttle flight.
To the Hotari region. I'll let the captain brief you on board. I know he's eager to see you.
Will we be mission ready in time?
We have every intention. The crew has been working around the clock to get the ship ready. There's still so much to do.
Oh. Man.
Stuck. I got just the thing.
I'm doing it. I did it. The jump's gone.
Is that?
Hey, where did the subtitles go for that? The lower decks. Oh my god, it's like that show and also that episode.
I thought that thing was totally fried.
Trill. Trill located.
Nice work, Carter.
Nothing to it, Neely.
And not a moment too soon. The boss wants us down in engineering. Like, now.
I don't want to follow the engineer.
Corrosion in there was pretty extreme. Nothing I couldn't handle, though.
Whoa, whoa! He wasn't animated.
Everything okay?
I dropped a non-ferrous connector between the coils. Gonna have to remove a few of them to find it, and then...
Ooh, then another hour of recalibrating.
Come on.
Ouch. I'll leave it to it.
How am I doing that? This guy's perfected the Starfleet slide.
Carter Diaz!
Diaz, you're in my light.
Oh, sorry.
Something to investigate over here.
Hey Diaz, have you seen a hyperspanner around here? I last saw it near the shuttle, Ptarmigan.
I'll let you know.
Hurry up!
Shh, give me a second. I'm helping someone out. Oh.
Time's a wasting.
Oh, I'm sick with it. Everybody's dropping everything in the future. What did she see? Ptarmigan? Oh.
That's not where that goes. Maybe we could figure out where you're supposed to be.
Is this the thing the woman wanted? You.
Oh, hey, there it is. You're a lifesaver, Diaz.
Well, I don't know about that, but I try.
Let's just walk into space.
This storm looks pretty bad. Just another reason why we need to get this ship ready.
Have I talked to everyone? Wow.
Hey, Diaz, can you give us some help with the transporter?
What's the problem?
We need to test this cargo transporter. I've never been that great with the signal plotting.
I got it. No problem.
I got it. Oh shit. It's like we put script path through the icon interface. Ionic interface. And then connecting the points with the stability if it passes through the interface. Interference. Oh my god, I can't speak. The yellow bar indicates stability. The stability of the path when full you will succeed. Press R to able to select driving points. Okay. I did it.
No sweat.
This is what O'Brien had
hey,
to do.
Hey, buddy, get off the pad.
Lol.
Don't tell Chovak.
Not a word.
Alrighty. I think that's everything. Oh.
Oh, these are heavier than they look. Makes more sense than 0G. You're welcome. So clean I can see myself. And you know what? Not half bad.
How much you miss? Not much. This is the Resolute. I think. We met women whose species I can't identify. The ship got badly damaged 6 months and lost their first crew, their first officer and some of the crew. There's a test worse than the Kobayashi Maru, and I came 3rd place in it and hit the history of Starfleet. I'm super smart. Well, the woman is, and we don't know much about this guy yet.
Don't let LT catch you blocking the corridors like this.
We'll clear it up once we finish the delicate work. Good looking out, though.
Yeah, there's 2 protagonists.
Good to see her fully operational again.
There's there's Jara and Carter.
If she breaks, we'll just fix her.
Junction 34B gives you access to the tubes behind cargo storage all the way to the turbo lift.
Not after the retrofit. Bulkhead cuts it off at Section 2. New computer reroutes.
So then...
I'm thinking we'll have to do the work in that
Force
tube.
of habit, I guess.
Then take the turbo lift from Section 2 to Section 3.
Well, wait, there's a subfloor
Hey,
crossover around
need any
Junction
help?
32E.
What do you have
Okay.
against using the
Good
turbo
luck.
lift?
Nothing, I just like being in the tube.
Someone likes being in the tubes.
Engineering.
I heard the new XO just arrived. Won't be long before we get underway. I just hope whatever Chovak called us down for, it's something good. I can never tell with him. I'd rather not end up degaussing plasma manifolds. Hanging upside down makes me queasy.
You and me working together, we can tackle anything he throws at us.
Your optimism is positively contagious. Looks like we got here before.
Lieutenant Commander Chovak.
We were just looking for you, Commander.
Vulcan.
Petty Officers Ed Solar, Diaz. I was beginning to think you would be late.
It's a nerd.
We are all hands on deck right now, which means if you are not at your post at the appointed time, I do not have someone to replace you. A point I have been forced to make to Petty Officer Edsolar on repeated occasions.
Well, Commander Chovak, isn't it true that if we were almost late, it categorically means that we were not late?
That is correct, Mr. Diaz.
I mean, if anything, Ed Solar and I are following the schedule to the letter.
Yes, perhaps I should adjust the schedule accordingly.
Lol. Got his ass. Oh, he didn't like that.
I don't suppose you wanted us down here to check in before we go off duty?
Equip yourselves in EV suits to work on the exterior of the hull. I need you to tune the structural integrity field for optimal performance. The subspace distortions and ionic interference we are experiencing are preventing the proper calibration. But this ship must be ready to depart shortly, despite the storm. The precise nature of these disturbances are not fully understood. But many systems have been affected by the wide band of emissive activity.
Commander, if this energy storm is causing problems here at Space Dock, what does that say about what we're gonna find when we head out there for real? Shouldn't we let this storm pass?
Long-range sensors show that conditions will indeed be more severe at our destination, the Hotari system. Thusly, we are taking all necessary precautions. You have your orders. Do not delay.
Yes,
Roger
Commander
that.
Chovak. All hands on deck.
What's that?
All hands on deck. That's what Chovak said. You know what that means? It means this ship isn't ready to go out and the brass know it. So they're throwing every warm body at it. And they're going to leave on schedule. Consequences be damned.
It all comes down to us, Nelly. We're the ones who will get it ready.
I know what we can do. But this isn't just any old refit or any old relaunch.
Oh, whoa. Excuse me.
A lot of new faces coming on board. It's gotta be tough coming as a replacement. That's for sure.
My
They seem all right. Something
like
that happened 6 months ago while we were off on another
yesterday
ship?
for like no reason, my
That's
middle
nothing to hold against
finger
them.
suddenly feels
Yeah, you're
really
right.
stiff.
I guess getting
I
a little
don't
new blood on
like
board
it.
doesn't hurt. Hold on.
Only my middle finger.
Now there's an old face I didn't expect to see again. Hey, Miranda.
You weren't gonna leave without me, were you?
Miranda, you're here?
We thought you were staying on the
Guys,
Transfer came
this
in at
is
the last minute,
Miranda.
so I figured I'd slum it on this bucket.
She's
of
one of the
bolts.
boys.
Looks like you got her back together pretty nicely. I wasn't sure what to expect.
I'm gonna take the high road here, pretend you didn't say that, and welcome you aboard.
He's a better diplomat than I am.
He still owes me a bottle of Saurian brandy. Don't think I forgot.
Oh yeah, it's coming back to me now.
Maybe Carter can rustle up that bottle and we can give you a proper welcome. As soon as we wrap up this quick little spacewalk.
Give me that.
Here, let me help you.
Thanks.
So what's the word? Are you back in the security rotation?
Yep. Still running with the usual suspects.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Good to go. See you on the other side.
She means
Activating
hell.
magnetic souls.
I'm gonna die.
never gets old.
Let's go.
Uh-oh, that looks like a window on the bridge. Cringe fail design. All hands.
Captain Solano should be here momentarily.
Shit, I only got 2 hands. I hope that's all of them.
You'll have to forgive me, I don't know much about Kobleods. But my understanding is you need a steady supply of duridium to keep your cell structure stabilized, or bad things start to happen. And we have plenty of duridium in sickbay, so there's no risk of running out.
Thank you.
Feel free to make yourself at home. And help yourself to whatever you like from the replicator.
I'm a what now? I'm an alien? What the?
I can't believe he keeps this around. Don't even know where mine is. We'll be out there soon. Going where no one has gone before.
Hi, Caden. Oh yeah, I wanted to see, Miranda felt encouraged by Carter's warm reception when she first arrived aboard the Resolute, holding out hope there might be some chemistry between them. Lieutenant Commander Chovok found Carter to be cheeky and cavalier when he and Ed Salar were almost late at main engineering. Model train.
He's still got a thing for trains.
Oh, guys.
Of their day, apparently.
Oh, we got a fucking train spotting captain. Uh-oh.
The first mineral Captain Solano ever discovered. Always was the nostalgic type. Can't wait to plot a course myself.
I wonder what I'll order.
Just a sip of something.
Oh, do I get to choose?
Decisions.
I gotta go for
Crack the genome.
the Deep Space Nine option.
That sure has a kick.
Wow, she really did just have a sip of something.
Jara Rydek. Last time I saw you, it was graduation from the academy. You'd already secured one of the most prestigious assignments possible. And you were burning with enough ambition to fuel 7 trips around the Necrit Expanse.
It's good to see you again, Captain.
I could not be happier to have you on the Resolute.
Luigi.
The regret is that we couldn't provide you with a warmer welcome. The arrival of a first officer to her new ship deserves a bit of fanfare. But, unfortunately, we've had our hands full with the refit.
I have to admit, I was expecting something bigger. At least a marching band, or a parade.
We'll see if we can't make up for it somehow. As I'm sure you've heard, we've had a rough go of it these last 6 months. The ship suffered some damage, but not nearly as much as the crew.
You'll have to forgive me. I don't really know the details.
Starfleet has been kind enough to keep the story contained, probably because they want to protect me. But I don't mind telling you. We were on the verge of a major scientific breakthrough. A quantum leap forward in warp core technology. 10,000 teradynes per second. The ability to travel at a sustained rate of speed longer and faster than we ever dreamed. What would have been the crowning achievement of my career. Right there. Within our grasp. Until it all went so horribly wrong. We pushed her too hard, and a warp core malfunction overloaded the system, creating a pressure gradient way beyond what the ship can handle. It was heartbreaking.
Yeah, the crew started turning into lizards.
Best people. As captain, I have to take full responsibility. It was my decision to make, and I have to live with the consequences.
Let's be nice.
We all know the risks when we sign up. There are no guarantees. As much as we tell ourselves otherwise.
True. But as captain, my job is to mitigate and manage the risks as much as possible. And that's where I failed. In my defense, I will say, I might have avoided the whole ordeal if my senior staff had been willing to trust me. There was a lot of pushback from my former
The music
XO.
suddenly became slightly
I
ominous.
think that cost me his confidence. I don't want you to pull any punches. Certainly not on my account. But once we decide on a course of action, I need everyone to fully commit to the mission. Anything short of that just won't work. And that's when things start to go sideways.
Sure, whatever.
This is your ship, and you are the captain. So as far as I'm concerned, whatever you say, goes.
That's the kind of support I'm looking for. Look,
If he turns out to be evil, I'll change my mind on that.
or at least I can't. I feel like my career is hanging in the balance here. We need a win. Something to restore the crew's confidence.
I understand.
On a more positive note, Starfleet has tasked us with what they're calling a mission of the highest priority. Escorting a senior diplomat to Hotari space. Two previously peaceful and otherwise non-aggressive civilizations now find themselves on the brink of all-out war.
So it's a peacekeeping mission.
I see it as a golden opportunity to not only prove what the Resolute and her crew are truly capable of, but also a mission for which we're uniquely qualified. This ionic storm. Our long-range sensors suggest it's several orders of magnitude stronger than anything on record. A total anomaly like nothing we've seen before. And you'll never guess where it leads.
Hotari.
Exactly. Very nearly in the precise location where we're headed. Where I imagine the interference will be exponentially greater.
Who is the senior diplomat we're escorting?
That I don't know. Starfleet hasn't said.
I
But I don't want to get ahead
know.
of myself. I expect we'll have some
Because it
rough
was in
sledding
all
when we
the
arrive. I
trailers,
need you
and
to
it's
prepare
on
the
the
crew for
announcement
worst.
that I made.
There's just one more thing I want to clarify up front. The metric that for me will be the ultimate measure of your success.
What is it?
If after serving as my first officer, you don't one day find yourself with a ship of your own, then I will consider it my personal failure. When that might happen is entirely up to you. But it goes without saying, you have my full support.
Hopefully that day comes sooner rather than later.
Pace yourself. Like I said, when it happens is entirely up to you. But first, you have to be willing to put in the work.
Of course.
Give me my own command.
Come. Let me introduce
Come!
you to the crew.
Oh, he didn't like that I was cocky there at the end. Captain Solana couldn't help be struck by Jorah's rather obvious display of arrogance after their first meeting. Wow, dude. I thought we were friends. Can you not be funny, silly with each other? Okay, I can't go that way. Whoa, it's the bridge.
Everyone, if I could have your attention for a moment. I'd like to introduce Commander Jara Rydek, our new first officer.
Hi everyone.
Quick introductions. This is Lieutenant Handar, our helmsman, one of the best in the business.
One of?
Well, what he lacks in humility, he more than makes up for in ability.
A pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Likewise.
Next, we have Commander Westbrook, our chief science officer. I've come to rely on his expert counsel on a regular basis.
Pleasure.
Commander Rydek, it is such an honor to meet you.
This is our tactical officer, Lieutenant Bedrosian, who's been looking forward to meeting you for about as long as I can remember.
I've been following your career for quite some time, and I look forward to learning as much as I can from you.
If anything, the honor is mine.
Well, I have to admit, one of the reasons I've followed your career is because you're part Kobliad.
Kobliad.
Because of what you've overcome. Starfleet stands up for people who can't defend themselves, and you were one of those people once. But since then, you've done so much to protect others who need it. I really admire that. So, you've been something of an inspiration to me. Not that I've done anything close to what you've done.
You really do know a thing or two about me. I'm glad I could inspire you, but it's important to chart your own path.
Thanks. You can count on it.
Her mic quality suddenly got a little bit shit there.
And then, of course, you've already met Commander Ermont. Please, do everything you can to make Commander Rydek feel at home here. I'll be on the starbase. Have an urgent meeting with the starbase commander.
Think you can be gay in this game?
If they drag their feet any longer, we won't make our rendezvous.
This is a Star Trek game. I should be allowed to be gay.
The bridge is yours.
Operations, staffing, supplies. There's a lot to keep track of on a starship. Good thing we have Commander Ermont.
No, why is it a window?
Impressive range of view.
That's not a view screen, it's a window. No.
The helm. The Resolute is a refitted Centaur class, meaning it's capable of quick maneuvers. Can't wait to see what she can do.
I just realized I never got introduced to this person.
Science station.
She's gonna
Resolute
die.
is a science vessel, primarily. Might explain Commander Westbrook's attitude. I'll have to speak with him later. So many decks. Full of crew that are now my responsibility.
There's not that many decks. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's like 9 decks. It's not that many.
Tactical station. Hopefully a diplomatic mission won't require we use our weapons much. But if it comes to that, we'll be ready.
What are you doing? What are you inputting? Ma'am, you're like... I don't think you should be fiddling with the weapons so much when we're docked.
Communications. Keeps us in contact internally and with other vessels. Turbolift could take me anywhere on the ship, but I'm right where I need to be.
Isn't this the door I came through? Oh wait, was this the door I came through? Huh? Tactical hologram.
Tactical holo dais. Just like they've got on the Excelsior.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be, the EMH. but the emergency tactical hologram, I guess.
The first officer's seat. My seat. Right now, though, I
Okay,
need to fill in
bye,
for Captain
Santu.
Solano.
I get to sit in the cool chair.
Commander, Chief Engineer Chovak needs to lower the structural integrity field. He's sent a crew out to recalibrate the emitters in response to the danger posed by the storm. We just need your go-ahead.
Oh, okay.
Permission granted.
Lowering structural integrity field, now.
Entering maintenance mode. Condition blue.
Storm surge.
The storm is getting worse.
Looks like they turned off the SIF.
Great. Let's get to that emitter. Every time we're out here, I half expect to see her in pieces again.
She's still got some scars on her. It adds character.
When I joined Starfleet, all I wanted was a ride out of town. But this isn't exactly how I pictured it.
On the outside of the ship?
No. Sometimes it feels like we're just part of the machinery.
Could you stand on the outside of a ship while it's at warp?
I mean, Starfleet is noble and all, but it's still a machine. A massive, massive machine.
Yeah, of course I do. Starfleet's an open door. We just have to walk through it. You wanted to get away. I enlisted because I didn't want to wait years just to get out and see the galaxy. I wanted to go somewhere. See new worlds. Look up at a sky no one's ever seen before. Just because I'm cranking a hyperspanner up in a Jeffries tube today doesn't mean that's all I'll ever be. Diaz to Commander Chovak. We are at the SIF emitter.
Acknowledged. You may proceed with the recalibration.
Okay, what am I doing? What am I doing?
Beginning recalibration.
Huh?
Looks good. That wasn't so hard.
That did not look good. I thought I did a pretty shit job, actually.
Commander Westbrook, right? Chief Science Officer.
You remembered my name and my rank. Impressive.
The space yowie paddle.
Yes, I'm the Chief Science Officer, and I have the dubious honor of being the most senior officer on this bridge.
Lol.
I know this ship inside and out. Better than just about anyone.
What a very impressive list of credentials.
This is a research and discovery ship, first and foremost. Now with a former tactical officer as its new first officer. I'm curious, though. A Kobliad, or half in your case, is an odd choice for first officer. Given your
Racist.
vulnerable condition and all.
He's racist.
But if, as an example, we found ourselves in a hostile situation, and you were suddenly incapacitated because you needed an infusion, what would happen then? You'd leave Captain Solano without an XO. Granted, that would be a worst-case scenario, but not outside the realm of possibility.
That's very kind of you to be concerned about my well-being. But you don't need to trouble yourself on my account. I'll be fine.
Well, I wouldn't say I was concerned, just curious, that's all. Listen, can I be blunt, Commander?
I see no reason to stop now.
Commander Sutherland, your predecessor, was one of the best first officers in all of Starfleet. His record was impeccable and his reputation was without equal. I mean no disrespect, but the shoes you're stepping into are almost impossible to fill. He was loved by the crew. And he was one of my closest friends. So I can only hope that you'll live up to expectations.
I don't think I could ever replace Commander Sutherland. And it would be a mistake to even try.
Seeing as Captain Solano is on the starbase, let me give you an update on this
Neutral,
ion storm we're
I
flying
think.
into. It's unusual, unlike anything I've ever seen. At the moment, I can't tell you if the Resolute will shrug it off or if we're putting ourselves at risk. However, if we learn more about its patterns, its nature, we can come up with a scientific countermeasure. Just a moment.
Uh-oh.
We've got a massive energy wave inbound.
On screen.
Tracing its trajectory.
Starbase docking clamps are holding.
The storm's emissions are fluctuating, coming in waves. And if my projections are right, we're about to get hit by a wide-band burst of ionic energy.
Subtitles
Like a
just
tsunami.
ignored this. Subtitles.
Reading power abnormal.
Red alert.
Aye.
It was such a long bit of speech to not have
Activating new
subtitles
gangway
for.
retracting.
Putting sensor visualization on screen.
With the structural integrity field shut down, we can't take a direct hit.
Time to impact. 1 minute.
Shield systems are severely impacted. We have limited protection.
I need every available solution. What are our options?
We can weaken the impact of the storm with a deflector pulse.
There's a better way.
I'm sending all auxiliary power to the deflector dish.
Send the aux power to the shields. We can't reactivate the entire shield bubble, but it's a directional threat. So we can orient all we have towards the wave. You have to believe me.
We only get one shot at this. We can't afford to get it wrong.
That's right, which is why we need to send power to our shields.
Bedrosian, get those shields up.
Rerouting power to shields. Stand by.
Oh, I got an
Ready.
achievement.
We've
I don't
only
know
got
if
one
you
shot.
heard that, if that came through on
Understood.
stream, but the
On my
Xbox
command.
noise just played.
Heading locked.
Raise shields.
This is it!
All hands, brace for impact.
What happened?
We have experienced a surge of radiation.
Oh, you don't say.
This radiation supercharged the plasma, forcing it to backflush through the system and creating a dangerous imbalance.
That can blow out every primary system on the ship.
Just tell us where you need us.
I need you to traverse the hull to the access port to recalibrate the port nacelle plasma regulator.
We've reached the first access point.
Understood. Do you see the override for the level 1 failsafe circuits?
Let me open the panel first. Jesus, man.
Affirmative.
Engage the override. It should allow us to stop the EPS flow to the warp engine without triggering an automatic core shutdown.
This music's surprisingly chill for what's kind of a serious situation.
Failsafe override engaged.
Are you sure? I am registering some crosstalk in the bypass circuit.
We need to route the signals so they don't interfere with each other.
Diaz to Resolute. The failsafes are temporarily disabled. Moving on to the EPS regulator.
Heads up, Carter.
What is that?
One of the discharges coalesced.
It's coming right toward us. I'm gonna try to disrupt it with my phaser.
I'm gonna shoot it with my gun.
So we gotta climb up the pylon. Not that there's really an up, but, you know. We're almost to the regulator.
Love to shoot green balls of plasma. Is this game's equivalent of a slime?
We're at the regulator. Opening the access panel.
And now halting the EPS flow to the port nacelle. We have little time before it causes an overload in the engine. You must work efficiently.
EPS manifold adjusters reset to neutral.
Oh.
The EPS lines to the port warp engine are back in balance.
Well, they were for a second, but I overshot it a little bit.
Get down! DS to bridge. We just lost the docking clamp. We've got a lot of debris coming down. All vibrations, too. We can't finish the EPS regulation in these conditions. Please advise.
We have to release the ship from that other docking clamp or the hull will be ripped apart.
There's a problem. The clamps are supposed to disengage automatically in an emergency, but it's not working.
Not working.
What are our options?
The docking clamps are fitted with exploding bolts for an emergency release.
We've got crew out there. That'd be like setting off a bomb next to them.
Maybe there's another way.
Starbase is hailing us.
Put him through.
Resolute, the remaining mooring arm is failing. You need to disengage from the starbase now. The damage to the station will be catastrophic.
We have crew outside and are looking for the
We have
safest way
people
to...
on this station. If that mooring arm breaks, we could lose dozens of crew.
Fuck your
Commander,
crew.
Hear me out. Reverse the polarity of the hull, which theoretically will repel the docking clamps.
And repel the engineering crew right off the hull into the storm.
This is Captain Solano. Put me on screen.
Go ahead. Captain, we have a situation.
Commander, what are you doing? Blow the bolts on the docking clamp.
The captain doesn't know the whole story.
I'm giving you an order.
Bitch.
All due respect, sir, it's a more complex situation than when you
Jara,
disembarked.
I need you to do the right thing. We can't have this go sideways before we even leave for the mission.
The captain made himself quite clear.
They're gonna get hammered with debris out there. Reverse the polarity.
There is protocol.
And there are lives.
Starbase, stand by. We're gonna flip hull polarity to disengage the clamps.
Yes, Commander.
Fuck the captain. Bitch.
Repair crew, this is Acting Captain Jara Rydek. Be advised, we are going to reverse hull polarity to free us from the remaining docking clamp. Tether yourself and deactivate your boots on my mark.
Understood.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mark!
Grab my hand! I got you.
Thank you.
Plasma imbalance is reaching critical condition. We are moments from primary system failure.
I got it.
Man, this thing will not budge. We did it! We did it with the power of teamwork and friendship.
Look out!
Uh-oh.
I got you. Petty Officer Edselar's hurt and unconscious. I'm gonna have to tow her back to the airlock.
Mr. Diaz, the situation has changed. You are at risk of triggering a substantial electromagnetic arc if you approach the main hull the way you came.
But Commander, the way we came is the nearest airlock.
There is an auxiliary hatch near you on the far end of the pylon. You must bring Miss Edselar there to access the interior.
Roger that. Going there now.
I would kill someone? No, don't worry about it. She's fine. She's fine. You never been clonked in the face by space debris before? It's fine.
I'm at the auxiliary hatch.
Oh, bitch, she's awake.
You go first.
What?
Let me save your neck this time. No time to fight me on this. Get in there!
Not on your life.
Let's not let it come down to that.
Owie. Owie ouchie.
We made it.
They're safe, bringing the SIF fully online.
Do it.
The price of duty.
Nilly.
I'm good. Help me with him.
Let's get this off. Medical. Got
6
one
Scar,
wounded at the
dude.
location. Carter. You don't look so good.
They got here fast.
You gotta be more careful. I just got here. I'm not ready to see you two get blown to space dust just yet. Now let's get you down to sickbay.
Great.
Status report.
The repair crew made it inside. EPS flow is back to nominal levels. The SIF is back up.
How does this affect mission readiness, Mr. Ermot?
Releasing the docking clamps using hull polarity minimized damage to the Resolute. We'll have some last-minute repairs to make, but if we reapportion some of the staff, we can make our departure on time. As of now, however, we are successfully moored to the station.
Good to hear. Send updates to my ready room. Commander Rydek, with me.
You gonna call me a bitch?
You disobeyed my orders. Well?
Respectfully, Captain, I made the right choice given the
You
information I had.
disobeyed my orders! And not just in front of the bridge crew, but the Starbase staff as well. That's going to get around. My name's already tarnished around the fleet. But what is it going to do to my credibility on this ship? From the top to the bottom. Bridge to lower decks.
Maybe I shouldn't have disobeyed a direct order, but you were wrong. You weren't on board, and you didn't have all the information. So I made the right decision for the ship. If you're worried about your credibility, put your ego aside and trust your crew.
Yeah, get his ass.
Trust me.
You might have won some fans on the bridge with that stunt, but not everyone. Lieutenant Commander Chovak has already bent my ear.
I'm sure he doesn't take it personally. He'll get over it in time.
Mr. Chovak is more complicated than he would want to admit. I guess we all are. And, if I'm being honest, I'm not sure what I would have done in the moment either. You never really know if you weren't in those shoes. So, let's just boil it down to, you did what you had to.
Thank you for understanding, sir. I'm sure no one knows the burden of command as well as you do.
I'm sure you will, someday.
Well, I'm already doing a better job than you are.
So if you'll fetch Mr. Ermot, we'll knock out the final details of any outstanding repairs, and then we'll set out for Hotari.
Yes, sir.
All I ask is a tall ship. That's it. Just a tall ship.
All departments reporting full mission readiness. We've got our full complement on board.
This is my favorite moment, right now.
The start of a new mission is always full
Oh no, I really hope this game doesn't do the What's your engage line gonna be? Oh, please don't do it.
Captain on the bridge.
Sit, everyone.
I mean, I'm not the captain,
You
so
all know
probably won't.
I'm not big on speeches. We're embarking on the first mission since our refit. Let's make it a good one. Disengage docking clamps.
Docking clamps released.
Thrusters ahead, Mr. Handar. do it? Set a course for the Hotari system. Prepare to go to Warp 8.
Aye, Captain.
You know what?
No! No! It's gonna do it!
Me?
It's gonna give me a choice! God damn it! Why does New Trek do this?
Simple, but effective.
What do you mean simple but effective? It's what fucking everyone said.
Easy. Thank you. I'm fine. Really,
You don't look so good.
Uh-oh. You forgot to take your medicine, dingus.
I have to get to sickbay.
Go.
Commander, help me get her inside.
Oh, owie. Oh my god, I got a Pip-Boy! Sick! I love Fallout.
Well, that was quite a scare. A few minutes more and it would have been one of the shortest tenures on record for a first officer.
Is that the engineer that was out on the hull?
That storm did a real number on him, but he'll live. Just needs rest. You should worry about yourself. Your deridium levels got dangerously low and destabilized your cell structure.
This is definitely one of the more memorable first days I can think of.
My name is Dr. Aram Duval, Chief Medical Officer. To be honest, I've never met a Kobliad before. You're
rare. I know.
I was going to say special. Your people's numbers have dwindled, despite the Federation's efforts to find a more readily available alternative to the deridium you need to survive. Yet you joined Starfleet and managed to thrive. I imagine the responsibility must be overwhelming. Maybe even a burden at times.
It does make me unique, but it's not a burden at all. I'm honored to be Kobliad, to represent my people.
As you should be. And don't worry, I won't treat you like a science experiment. I just do the science and leave the experiments to Solano.
You don't agree with his methods?
I don't agree with his definition of acceptable risks. Not when the lives of your crew are at stake. My professional opinion is that the accident took a toll. More than he's willing to admit. He's overstressed, operating in the pressure cooker of his own mind. Which is never a good headspace when the lives of your crew are at stake. What concerns me is that now he's even further away from the thing he's been chasing his entire career. Breakthrough discovery. The major innovation. Something he can put his name on.
I hear you. But that's my job, isn't it? To make sure that doesn't happen. And we don't lose sight of the bigger picture.
Which is exactly why I'm so glad you're here. We need you now more than ever. And I have to give you credit for what happened on the bridge. It took guts to defy a direct order.
Yeah, well, it was a shitty order.
I guess word travels fast around here.
It's a small ship. And everyone's curious about the new XO. Fortunately, your cell structure's almost completely stabilized. And I'll spare us both the lecture, but I do feel it's my responsibility to remind you, without regular infusions of deridium, you will not live. It's as simple as that.
Understood.
Then, my work here is done.
Ooh. I've done fucking something to my middle finger. It's like...
I came to see if you were okay. We were all pretty worried on the bridge.
Something's up with it.
No one knew what was happening.
I'm feeling much better. Thank you.
I don't know what I did. It feels stiff. It's kinda...
I understand.
It feels kind of
just glad you're okay.
harder than my other fingers.
You trusted me earlier with the shields, and I appreciated that. I want you to know that
I don't know,
have
maybe
your
I
back.
just like sat on it.
Thank you.
While I was sleeping. No, my wrist feels fine.
Now, Carter, the emissions that gave you that burn are quite unusual, like everything else that goes with this storm. That's a combination of hyronolin and lectrazine to counter the radiation effects. That should help speed your healing. She's come by a couple of times to see you all.
Miranda!
Be brief.
Guys.
It's good to see you awake again. I was starting to get worried. Not that you aren't in good hands with Dr. Duvall. You did take one hell of a shot, though.
So, be honest. How bad do I look?
You look rugged.
Rugged?
Okay, how about heroic? Nilly was looking in on you too, by the way. But since it's just us right now, I had a chance to think about this while I was away. And I thought it was important that I just come out and tell you.
I'm
Instead
gay.
of tiptoeing around it. Or worse.
Wait, are you angry at me or something?
Oh, no, not that. I'm sorry. I'm probably making too big of a deal here. What I'm trying to say is, we've been really good friends for a long time. But I got back here and I couldn't ignore it anymore. I want to see if there's more between us than just being friends.
I mean, I like Nilly better, but okay.
You don't have to explain it. I feel the same way. There is something between us.
So, do you want to find out what that something is? If it's there for you, and it's there for me, why not give it a try?
Sure, whatever.
Are you kidding me? I just said yes.
I wanted to be sure I heard that right.
Sorry to interrupt, but the patient needs to rest if he wants to get back to his old self.
Of course.
I'll
see you again soon.
I mean, I'm hoping that the first officer and the tactical girl can get together. Let them be gay.
Approaching the rendezvous point outside Atari space.
Helm, bring us out of warp.
Dropping to impulse.
Whoa.
Ionic interference surging, Captain.
Rock.
Shield integrity holding.
We can take it.
We are at the correct coordinates to meet the shuttle.
Commander Rydek, find us our diplomat, if you will.
Aye, Captain. Let's reduce the noise. Filter out environmental signals. I can manually tune what's left for Federation signal types. I've located the shuttle.
Opening comms.
On
Is
screen.
it time? Oh.
Shuttle to Resolute. Shuttle to Resolute. Debris field. Lost maneuvering. Losing.
I can't get it any clearer.
It won't get a transporter lock. It's just not happening.
Power up the tractor beam. We'll pull them directly into the docking bay.
It's this guy from earlier.
Diaz, you good to run the tractor emitter?
Yes, sir.
You sure?
I'm sure.
Come on, Diaz.
The shuttle's from the Excelsior?
First thing,
Excelsior?
Lock onto the shuttle and stabilize the rotation.
The one and only?
We're pulling in debris.
I'm on it.
Oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hurry. There we go. Now what?
That's gonna take out the shuttle. Diaz, the bridge. There's a large piece of debris headed for the shuttle. The tractor beam can't handle it.
Can our shields take it?
I believe so.
Commander Ryder, plot an intercept course.
On it.
What? Oh, okay. So I want to go here.
Here we go. Maneuvering thrusters bearing 53 Mark 17. 200 meters on an intercept course.
Maneuvering.
Got it.
Whoa! Someone's working hard on the bridge.
Yeah, me. Me. Get in here. Oh yeah, NCC 2000 really is the Excelsior. The ship's so old, how is it still in service?
We got the shuttlecraft on board.
Good job. We're on our way down to meet them.
Is it time? Is it gay man time? Yeah, it's the gayest man.
So to speak. Ambassador Spock.
He's gay.
The captain will be right down to meet you, sir.
In that case, I will wait for him here.
That was a bumpy ride. Are you all right, sir?
There are some elements of space travel that I would prefer to have left in my youth, but I am, at present, unharmed by the ordeal. It appears I have you to thank for my safe arrival. Your assistance arrived not a moment too soon, if I may say so.
Well, it wasn't all me. I got some help from upstairs.
A bombastic approach to clearing debris. We thought we were prepared.
Yeah, I'm friends with Spock.
But it is evident my craft was not sufficiently robust for such intense ionic activity.
The storm has been pretty intense.
Hey, Spock, I heard your boyfriend died under a bridge. You got a spot open?
Our maneuvering thrusters and impulse engines were
Oh no, wait, he's married to Bones
so
at this point. Shit.
Reversal at warp speed, only to find that we could not achieve warp at all, even though our diagnostics computer showed no faults or anomalies.
Hey Spock, can I join your
What do you
polykill?
make of that? When all indications say that warp speed is possible, but in practice, we find it is not.
Well, this storm is one of the strangest phenomena we've ever encountered. It's disrupted other systems. Who knows what it might do to a warp drive?
Yes, it would seem further investigation is called for.
Take readings, run some additional diagnostic checks, and we'll get to the bottom of this.
Quite logical, Petty Officer...
Carter Diaz. Sir.
Thank you.
Ambassador Spock.
Excuse me.
I'm honored to have you aboard. I'd like to get right to it. We're already behind.
Provocation to war.
Ambassador Spock, my senior staff.
Hello, Mr. Cock, Mr. Spock.
It's not every day that a captain gets to welcome a Starfleet legend aboard.
You flatter me, Captain Solano. But legend implies the past tense, whereas I am very much focused on our present circumstances.
I didn't mean to suggest you were stuck in the past. You're right, Ambassador. Not the most diplomatic choice of words.
Your experience comes from the past, but our present situation calls for it.
True enough.
We were hoping you could fill us in on the details. We got the basics from Starfleet. Two formerly peaceful neighbors are now on the brink of war.
Indeed, and the tension between them grows fiercer by the hour.
Spock, get iPad.
Lydia and Hotari. The Lydians are the more advanced species. They made first contact with the Hotari over a century ago. This is Tau, the Hotari moon. It is rich in dilithium, and for decades, the Hotari and the Illydians have shared a mining operation there. The Illydians provide the technological resources, while the Hotari have served as the labor force. The stability of that arrangement was the source of their peace, until recently. The Hotari have suddenly and forcefully seized control of the mining operations and expelled the Illydians from their system.
Wow.
That is the official story, as told by the Hotari when they requested Federation mediation. But the details remain scant. Communications between all parties have been limited by the ionic interference.
Have the Illydians retaliated against the Hotari? Or taken any action against them?
Surprisingly, they have not yet responded in kind. They were open to a Federation presence, but it is unlikely the relatively primitive Hotari forces would stand a chance against the Illydian fleet in open war. Left unchecked, this conflict will result in more bloodshed, which is what we are here to prevent.
And the dilithium trade hangs in the balance.
Clearly, the Hotari have been exploited in this relationship.
Maybe we can persuade them peace is the more profitable alternative for everyone. They both profited from the mines. And for the Hotari, something is better than nothing. Peace is our objective, after all.
We can call it profitable or mutually beneficial, but at the end of the day, the Hotari are still being exploited for their own resources.
True peace is not merely the absence of war. And as such, this conflict will surely come again.
Neither the Illydians or the Hotari are members of the Federation, so we can't make them do anything.
There is an additional complicating factor I should mention. In the past, the Federation has relied on the Illydians as a source of dilithium.
Bees.
That certainly changes things.
Federation sources its dilithium from a lot of places.
Yeah, and this is one of them.
So we've already played a part in this.
Unfortunately, that is indeed the case, Commander Rydek.
We're morally obligated to make this right.
Hold on. Our only obligation is to negotiate the peaceful resolution of this conflict.
Fuck you.
Given the Federation's
Yeah, Spock likes me.
Trade, Captain Solano and I must make every effort to appear neutral in these negotiations.
What worries me is if this whole thing unravels, and we're at the mercy of the storm at less than full strength.
We can't let it come to that.
Considering what the Ion Storm has done to our ship, and the Ambassador's shuttle, we have to assume the Illydian fleet has had problems with it as well. This recent surge in the energy disturbance temporarily levels the playing field.
Commander Westbrook is correct. The energy anomalies around the Hotari systems have been noted in the past. But they have never been observed on the orders of magnitude we have seen in recent weeks.
That may answer why the Hotari were able to strike back after so long. They finally had an opportunity, and they took it.
That would also explain the Illidians' restraint.
And reason to learn as much about the energy anomaly as we can while we are here. We do not want to be caught at a disadvantage of our own. So I trust we understand our circumstances.
We're operating on a strict timetable here, and we're going to be leaving for the negotiations shortly. Commander Westbrook, I want you to leverage our systems to investigate the anomaly from here while we're gone.
Aye, Captain.
Thank you all.
Dismissed.
Thank you, Mr. Gay. Mr. Gay Man.
I want to speak to both of you privately.
Oh. Mr. Gay.
Ambassador Spock, I'd like to make a formal introduction. My first officer, Commander Jara Rydek.
Commander, as you are aware, there are limits to what Captain Solano and I can do in our official capacity as representatives of the Federation. But someone in an unofficial capacity, your first officer, for example, would not be bound by those restrictions. Commander Rydek could ingratiate herself to certain parties behind the scenes, where they may be more candid in revealing information that could lead to a resolution.
She certainly goes her own way. Maybe that helps in this case. It would be unconventional.
I'm honored to be included in the negotiation process.
You're not just included, you are instrumental.
Well, I hope
Oh,
Commander
Spock
Rydek
likes
will have more
me.
luck finding out what really happened than we will through official diplomatic channels.
The fate of the negotiations, the interests of the Federation, and the prospect for peace.
And the subtitles.
Very well depend on it.
Subtitles are gone. The subtitles hang in the balance. Navigational complications, something.
Mr. Diaz, I understand you have already discussed the warp drive failure with Ambassador Spock?
I have.
It is imperative that the Ambassador's shuttle be flight ready. I need you both to ascertain the root cause of the system failures he encountered.
I'm surprised, Commander. I thought you would have wanted to work on Ambassador Spock's shuttle yourself.
I respect the Ambassador and his many accomplishments, but I do not derive any satisfaction from interacting with his shuttle as if it were somehow transubstantiated through its association with him. Especially when I have the entirety of this starship to concern myself with.
Do you enjoy anything?
Commander Jovak, is there anything you do enjoy?
I take pleasure in the satisfaction of a job well done. I suggest you try it sometime. Make note of any abnormalities in your report. Carry on.
Was that a joke?
No, couldn't have been. It seems like he's warming up to us.
No, he doesn't like me. He doesn't
Even
like me.
Chobok has to look at that face and know you've earned some real respect. And I have to admit that I owe you one. You were right to make me go first. I don't know what I was thinking.
You've pulled me out of trouble how many times? Call it even.
Okay. At the very least, maybe I can track down that bottle of Saurian brandy you're still on the hook for. But first, we have work to do.
Ready to go?
All set. Let's run the diagnostic.
Book.
So, I know about your talk with Miranda.
You do?
She sent me a Priority 1 dispatch right after your conversation. I'm happy for you. Both of you.
Thanks.
But I'm only going to tell you this once. Don't screw this up. Because I would be very unhappy if you tried this out and then, I don't know, 6 weeks or 6 days later, I have to start splitting holidays between the two of you. All because things went south and you're not on speaking terms. That just isn't gonna work for me. And I know you'll respect that.
You really don't believe in me, huh?
It's not you. Or her. Just running the numbers, and things don't work out more often than they do. I like my friends, and I like our group. I don't want to lose that. Is that thing done yet?
Yeah, it's wrapping up. Let's see. The relays along the primary EPS are blown. The backup relays are all intact.
An EPS overload from the warp drive could cause that. But how did the shuttle end up dead in the water?
Huh. Well, maybe the ship's data recorder can tell us something.
Yep. This is how you use screens. Do it. I'm clicking it. Do I need to... I'm doing it. Okay.
Here.
They were only about 8 minutes from their plotted warp point. No faults, just those warnings. What are they?
There was a complete warp cascade failure.
Wow. They're lucky the shuttle didn't turn inside out.
Makes me think the computer panicked on the warp field equation. The warp field became inverted suddenly.
I've seen this happen when the center warp coil cracks.
A cracked warp coil throws a fault code.
Still, we should take a look.
Subspace variance out of tolerance. What does that mean?
It means the main navigation array lost sight of space somehow.
Will the array going offline cause that?
Yes, but it should have also thrown a fault code. Any one of these failures should have thrown a fault.
If it was caused by a system failure.
None of this caused the relays to blow. Roll forward to when that happened.
Yes, ma'am.
So here, they take a moment to get their bearings and they attempt to re-engage the warp drive.
There. That's the relays blowing.
And look, there's another warp system alert.
They're all the same. Subspace variance out of tolerance, or warp inversions. Finally, there's a complete warp cascade failure.
Then it's one of two things. Either a warp coil is cracked, or the navigation array is offline.
That makes sense.
Divide and conquer. You want to check the warp coils or the navigation array? I'll check the other. Let's not overcomplicate this. One of these systems is likely broken.
I'll check the nacelles for a cracked coil.
Alright. Your tricorder can record and analyze data. Looking for it will reveal the unseen. Use X to equip or host your tricorder. Hold RT to scan glowing objects. You must be close to some objects to scan them. Some objects will activate a deep scan. During a deep scan, use LB and RB to switch between different scan modes and search for glowing objects. The mode indicators on the tricorder will blink if there's an object to find in that mode. When you have scanned all objects, the frame will change color. Hold LT to analyze the data and fetch the scan. Leading coils show evidence of routine maintenance to repair micro abrasion from neutrino interactions. The center coils guide the warp field through its focal event, maintaining a collimated thrust vector. No fractures detected. And their standby state warp coils produce a residual electromagnetic field. No deviations detected. I think that's everything.
I checked every coil on the port nacelle for imbalances. If any coil in either engine were cracked, I would have detected it. So, it must be the navigation array.
Except it's not. Checked and double-checked.
Well, the readings don't lie.
Here comes the security detail for the way team.
Guys, this is Miranda. Sorry, I'm gonna say that every time she shows up.
I'm not here.
No, come
We're
back.
escorting the negotiating team to the surface as soon as they come down from the bridge. I don't want to interrupt some important work. I was just hoping to see.
Do you think this game will have a sex scene? Do you think they put a sex scene in this game?
Should be an interesting ride down to the surface.
Let's
Come
be
on, I'm
gay.
never too busy to make time for you.
That's not true.
No. But I am glad you came by.
Now that's more accurate.
I gotta be precise with you.
I think there should be canned sitcom applause every time Miranda shows up.
Button pushers you're always hanging out with?
And you're the phaser jockeys we always beat in Parisi squares, right?
All aboard for Hotari.
Another one of the captain's
Well, I
railroad
can't do that. But what I can do is
I just usually zone out by the time he gets to the whole steam engines were the warp drives of their day part.
I can do golf clap.
You don't want to miss your train.
I do have to go. Not gonna lie, I'd rather not leave right now. More important things on my mind.
Is it a bit soon to be kissing? I mean, we could try. Okay, no. Damn. You guys have been dating for like a couple of minutes.
That was nice.
Yeah, it was.
Save some of that for when I get back.
You've got a deal.
Be seeing you.
I got another Xbox achievement. I'm gonna have so many achievements.
Etzelarda Diaz. If you could float back down to reality, we still have a ways to go. All right, where were we?
So, the warp coils in the navigation array are fine, but the nav computer doesn't seem to think so.
I'm out of ideas short of field stripping the shuttle from bow to stern.
You wanna take this out of the shuttle and throw it on the bench?
Oh, real hands-on maintenance. I like it. Okay, the nav computer is patched into the ship.
The ship's computer can double-check our work. If the shuttle's nav computer is putting out false data...
The subtitles!
Let's run through the shuttle's logs again.
Why do they keep just not working?
Now.
Saying this is bad between this and the Golem game. We're getting a lot of Xbox 360 ass games lately. Yeah.
Warp field inversion and a cascade failure.
A little bit.
However, the Resolute computer doesn't show the same subspace variance.
We're in the same conditions that the shuttle was in when it failed. Why wouldn't the ship's computer get a magic?
But this game is Star Trek,
What if
and so it's
the subspace
cool.
variance was a momentary occurrence?
It's got Spock in it.
Possibility, and it would explain why the simulation under our current sensor readings failed to reproduce the issue.
But a subspace anomaly strong enough to cause a warp field collapse would leave graviton ripples for days.
I'm gonna have Xbox 360
Let's run
sex
the momentary subspace variance
with my
theory for now.
girlfriend.
Roll forward to the shuttle's attempt to re-engage the warp drive. We need the conditions of space around the shuttle at the moment of warp failure.
And then I'm gonna have Xbox 360 sex with Spock as a man. Xbox 360 gay sex.
Error in warp field calculation. Cochrane formula variables are out of range.
That right there. Take the shuttle sensor data from that moment.
Computer, why did the warp field calculation fail?
Warp field pressure returned non-orthogonal. Results are undefined.
That doesn't help.
Wait, what if we use a different ship?
Put the Resolute into the simulation instead of the shuttle.
Yeah.
Okay,
Sure works just fine.
Xbox. Show Spock gay sex.
Computer, run the simulation with the Resolute.
I'm really glad I have okay Xbox on.
Computer, give me manual control on the warp power.
Static field intensity, warp 1.1. 1.2. 1.3. Warp pressure is destabilizing. Error in warp field calculation. The warp drive has experienced a system-wide cascade failure. Warp field collapsed. Subspace variance is out of tolerance. Cochrane formula results are undefined.
Bingo.
What-o?
The same moment when the shuttle failed to warp, so did the ship. Whatever happened to the shuttle just happened to us. The Resolute will not sustain warp.
The subtitles!
We can't leave Hotari space.
The subtitles cannot be sustained. The storm's knocking the subtitles out. Urple. Why at Urple? Huh? Seat of power. Oh my god. Seat of power.
Ambassador Spock, Captain Solano, welcome to Hotari. We are honored you have come.
Oh, hey, these
My name is
aliens look
Tyler
cool.
Santaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
The honor is ours. And this is Commander Jara Rydick, first officer aboard the USS Resolute. You'll find she has a keen mind and unique insight into the dynamics between the
Can I be gay
Hotari
with
and
you?
the Illyrians.
It's very nice to meet you.
Likewise, I hope...
These must be the representatives of the mighty Federation. The reigning authority in the galaxy. Or so we've been led to believe. Whether that's true or not remains to be seen. But, either way, we're grateful you've made the time to come to our little corner of the universe.
And you are?
This is Galvin, and this is Citron, the heroes of the revolt in the mines.
Man's pissed.
Let's hope this is the last time we ever have to come here.
I'm getting Dragon Age Inquisition vibes.
I think we're about to begin.
From this
Did
game.
you hear the arrogance from that guy? I don't know what we're walking into here, but that guy was something.
That may be true. But let's keep an open mind going into the negotiations. Hopefully he's just one voice amongst many.
Then let's hope he's the outlier.
The Hotari have invited us as their guests, so we must show them the proper respect.
Yeah. Fuck you, old man. Captain. Not old man Spock. Old man Spock's cool. Old man derogatory and old man lustful? Yeah. Is it gonna give me an option if I bow? Show deference? What the fuck does deference mean? Okay. Good. I wanted to bow. Could you not have just said bow or don't?
Ambassador Spock, welcome to Hotari Prime.
The honor is mine, Your Majesty.
That the Federation would send one of their most respected representatives is not only an honor to the Hotari people and their queen, but a recognition of our stature and importance.
Let's get on with it, shall we? With all due respect to the Federation and their ambassador, they have no authority here. We are not members of their alliance. We are not subject to their rule, nor yours. We demand the immediate return of all mining operations to Elydian control, as it has been for centuries and will be for centuries more. That has always been our understanding.
That understanding has changed.
Then you invite war.
And if you cannot remain silent, you will be silenced. But his point is well taken. What is the Federation's interest in this matter? Perhaps you would have us trade one oppressor for another?
The Federation remains neutral. Our only interest is the peaceful resolution of this conflict. We are here at your request, Your Majesty.
For now.
I'm trying to keep an open mind here, but it's not easy. I thought they wanted us here.
Was there something you wanted to say, Captain?
Oh, no. My apologies.
And what about the Kobliad?
She's not part
She
of...
can speak for herself, can't she? Then let her.
I'm gay.
Now then, what is your name?
Commander Jara Rydek, Your Majesty.
Being a Kobliad, you would know better than anyone. Your people suffered brutal treatment at the hands of the Cardassians.
Oh shit, did
Their
I?
injustice towards the Kobliad is as unimaginable as it is unforgivable.
Okay, are the Kobliad
by the
a
Elydians.
pre-existing species?
As much as they'd have you believe they are the
Or
victims
are they
here,
new?
remember it was the Hotari who attacked us. Hundreds of innocent Elydians were slaughtered without mercy in those mines.
The blood is on their hands, not ours.
Quiet! If after all the Kobliad suffered, you finally had the chance to right that wrong, to get out from under their control, would you take it? Or would you negotiate a peace?
Listen. Terrorism.
If the opportunity presented itself, and I wish that it had, more than you can know, then I would right the wrong without hesitation. For the sake of the Kobliad, we suffered enough.
Of course you would. It would be foolish to do otherwise. The Federation is the most powerful, most advanced alliance in the galaxy. It's widely known.
You don't think Spock is gonna like that? What do you mean? Spock's a terrorist.
It's in your interest to secure a steady supply.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Ambassador Spock would have us believe you're here as a neutral party in the interest of peace. So why are you really here? I want the truth, not your Federation rhetoric.
As Ambassador Spock has said, we've come seeking a peaceful resolution to this conflict, and have no interest in your dilithium.
I'm not nearly as naive as you must think.
Oh, wait,
the
I lied.
Federation has done business with the Elydians for decades, which makes me question your motives.
What they haven't said, but cannot deny, is a simple truth. The dilithium trade would not and will no longer exist without
I should have told
Elydian
them.
involvement.
Damn it.
We created it for the benefit of everyone, especially the Hotari. We've given them warp technology. We've let them share in the profits. We've made their lives infinitely better than before dilithium was discovered. All of that goes away if the Federation turns a blind eye to their treachery.
That is enough of your lies! The Hotari are quite capable of running the mines. We've done so for centuries. Don't tell me, who deserves control of the dilithium trade and the mines on Tau? Who should the Federation recognize? The Hotari or the Elydians?
The Hotari...
Only be one or the other.
Hotari are the yellow people, right?
Both.
If I have to choose only one, then it would have to be the Hotari.
Yeah.
Well said. How could the just and wise Federation make any other choice?
This is an outrage. The Federation has lost all credibility.
The mines are ours. Lydia will not be deterred. We will take back our mines by any means necessary.
Then you will see more blood spilled.
I am more than willing to address your concerns, Your Majesty. Yours as well, Representative. But I suggest we could have a more productive conversation with a smaller group. Perhaps only the most essential representatives.
I suppose there is some sense to that. I hope we meet again, Jara Ryder.
Yeah.
Spock and I will cover everything on the diplomatic front. You make nice with the locals and see if you can get some answers. We need to find out why the Hotari are so willing to risk war. What happened in those mines?
Hello.
The captain and ambassador have it handled. I've got my own mission.
Imagine, well, basically what just happened was there was a very important diplomatic meeting going on, and then one of the members of the very important diplomatic meeting pointed to a random person who just so happened to be there as well. It's like, you! What are your opinions on this matter? And then took my answer, was like, yeah, see, look.
Soothing.
Hello.
Such rough terrain. No wonder the Hotari are so tough.
Whoop. Where's the cool woman?
Commander Rydek, I'm encouraged to see the Federation supporting my people. I'm afraid of what might happen without your help.
The Illidians have no right to your land. It was clear which side was more deserving of our recognition.
It's so different to have someone on our side. These are unusual times, to say the least. Much is changing. For the first time in our history, the Hotari have the upper hand. We see ourselves as strong instead of downtrodden. New voices have risen up. Old voices shouted down. Galvin and Sidron have become national heroes. Now, they have the Queen's ear. Better or worse, depending on your perspective.
I assume they've taken your place.
I was one of the Queen's most trusted advisors. And I hope to prove myself worthy of being so again. Which is why you're here. My fear has been that the Illidians will launch an attack and crush us. You've seen their starship, no doubt. They could have retaken the mines whenever they wanted to, but it never happened. And as strange as this may sound, I'd almost say they're afraid. I just don't know what they're afraid of. It's still the same bluster and bravado you would expect from them. But it has no teeth. Like they're afraid of what might happen.
Do you think it has something to do with the ion storm? Right now, it's stronger than ever, isn't it?
It's entirely possible. I'm not a scientist, but I do know the storm has knocked out all kinds of systems. So maybe the Illidians weren't willing to risk their ships, given all the interference. Since the day of the revolt, Galvin has seized control of the mines and restricted all access. No one's allowed without his personal authorization. And they've taken over a section of the palace with just as much secrecy and security. I'm told it could be something they brought back from the mines. I've made inquiries, but everyone pretends it doesn't exist. I strongly suspect they're hiding something.
Why would they do that?
I don't know. But that's what concerns me. Whatever they're hiding, it can't be good.
How can we know?
Oh.
I'd better see what's happening.
Do you think you can find out what they're hiding? I need to see proof of something before I can make my case to the Federation.
I can try, but even if I found it, I might not know what to make of it.
Take this. You can use it to capture whatever you find, and then send it to me.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will let you know what I find. And I look forward to our meeting again.
Cool woman. So can I no longer talk to these guys? Oh, I can. Hey, what up?
Commander, I'm glad you've chosen to side with the Hotari. I knew the Federation would see through the Elydians' baseless claims and protect the interests of my people.
The Hotari have suffered enough at the hands of the Elydians.
I couldn't agree more.
I assume you were there the day the mines were seized from the Elydians.
Not seized. Reclaimed. And restored to their rightful owners. Yes, I was there. We had to be decisive. Before the Elydians could even realize their worst nightmares upon them.
Did you have help from someone else?
Hotari stands alone against the Elydian forces. We don't need help from anyone. They respect one thing above all else, and that is force. The greater the force,
Do you think he can feel that rock?
Any talk
Did you feel if you tapped his rock chin, he'd feel it? Like, is there sensation in that rock?
Which makes me wonder about your ship.
Or is it just rock?
The Resolute. Undoubtedly the Federation's finest warship. Ready to contend with anything the Elydians might have in store.
Actually, it's a science vessel.
Maybe I've misjudged it.
It wasn't designed as a warship. More for scientific research and exploration.
But the Federation must have ships designed for war.
Oh, we've got like one.
There are Starfleet ships representing the Federation. But yes.
I see.
We've got like the Defiant. It's like, that's it basically.
Sidron. A pleasure meeting you, Commander. I'm sure we'll cross paths again.
Sorry, I couldn't help but notice you were speaking with the Hotari this whole time. I figured in the interest of fairness, I should offer another perspective.
Of course.
Okay, Squidward.
I'm probably not telling you anything you don't already know, but these negotiations rely on the Federation's neutrality, as does any hope you might have for a supply of dilithium in the future. So, why you would choose to side with the Hotari escapes me. Without Elydian involvement, there is no dilithium trade.
Of all my concerns, dilithium is not one of them. I could care less about securing a supply, now or in the future.
I'd be curious to know if the rest of the Federation shares your indifference. Major Solid Arminta, Special Attaché, Elydian Armed Forces. Pleasure to meet you, Commander.
Think it's just rock?
I have my issues with the Hotari, but I have to give them some credit. They know how to seize an opportunity. Inciting an uprising the same day as a massive once-in-a-lifetime ion storm.
Our assumption was that this storm was just an anomaly.
Yes, a very convenient anomaly. At least that was what we were told. Of course, I wasn't there. But who am I to say otherwise?
You sound skeptical.
Well, the official story is that it was the storm that enabled the revolt. How else do a bunch of unarmed, unorganized miners seize control of an entire moon, much less thousands of mines? But I've talked to people who were
Well,
there.
that moon's pretty big, huh?
They tell a different story. They say they're lucky to have escaped with their lives. That it was more than just the storm. That somehow the miners were able to harness the energy from the storm. I know it sounds crazy. I'm not even sure I believe it myself. But that's what they said.
You said the Hotari were primitive.
Well, they are.
Except for the part about weaponizing ion storms.
Yeah, get his ass.
If you'll excuse me, Commander Ryder.
Yeah, that's what I thought, bitch. Yeah, leave. Get out of here. Hello. The moon.
That must be Tau. The place it all started. An Elydian warship, the Zeldi. They must want the Hotari to know they can use it at any time. But why haven't they?
She has very nice green eyes. Hello. Is there anything over here? Oh.
They seem proud of their culture. Pride can lead to rash action.
That was a hefty a hefty twist. Wow. They seem proud of their culture. They're evil. Hi, Spock.
Well, that was a disaster.
What happened?
The Hotari refused to concede anything, so the Elydians stormed out.
The Hotari did not invite us here as peacekeepers.
Spock, your subtitles!
I hope your efforts were more fruitful than ours.
Cool woman.
Gravitational harmonics failing to resolve. Warp bubble stability degrading. Increase output to maximum.
Oh.
Increasing warp output to maximum.
It's happening again.
It is evident that presently the Resolute cannot achieve warp propulsion.
Since our diagnostics rule out any problems with our warp systems or anything about the ship, the problem appears to be the fabric of space itself.
Space itself? You're saying something about this region of space prevents warp travel?
Prevents it, or can't sustain it.
However improbable, that appears to be the case.
We need to know more.
Well, couldn't we slowboat it out of here at impulse speed?
It may come to that, but we don't know how far this warp dead zone extends. Captain Solano is on his way back from the negotiations, and I want to have some answers for him when he gets here.
Indeed. Given the facts at hand, we may be able to deploy subspace probes around the ship to construct a clearer picture of the phenomenon.
Around the ship. I'll prep a shuttle.
Yeah, he's so happy about it. The scientific method. The music's so quiet.
I'm setting up a waypoint at a distance roughly corresponding to the edge of our warp field. When we get there, I'll deploy the first probe.
Fly. RT to fly forward, LT to fly backwards, turn strafe.
Commander Westbrook, the Resolute systems are calibrated to receive the probe's readings. We are standing by to reproduce the warp field collapse after the first probe is deployed.
Thank you, Mr. Chovak. We'll be in position shortly.
And, Mr. Diaz, do take care in piloting the shuttlecraft. Now is not the time to indulge in the human penchant for joyriding.
I'll do what the fuck I
Chovak
want.
Probably isn't such a fun guy to work for, huh?
Nah, Lieutenant Commander Chovak's not so bad. You know, once you get used to him. And, I've learned a lot working under him.
I have a feeling I'm going to have to work harder to be a political animal like you, with this new first officer coming aboard.
This is really slow. Sorry for yawning so much. I basically just got out of bed and then started streaming.
Transporting the first probe into position. Westbrook here. The first probe is deployed.
Understood. We are reading it. We are about to replay the simulation.
Problem? I just can't get a handle on her. Commander Rydek. She rejected my plan to use a deflector pulse against the storm surge. But on the other, she did listen to my advice and use the whole polarity trick to get you through that excursion alive. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the new XO. I'm sure she's a fine officer, even if we don't see eye to eye. But she didn't go through what the rest of us did. You know that. And it's hard to figure out why she'd be the one Solano chose instead of, well, one of us.
I've heard some good things. You should at least give her a chance.
I'll take that under advisement.
Test is running. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1.
Basically just got to choose what I think about myself. What my other character thinks about my other me.
All right, that is definitely a problem with the fabric of space. We need to get another probe out there. With 2 points of data, the Resolute and the probe, we've managed to get an interference pattern. I'm setting a waypoint to a particularly strong area of interference. We'll deploy the second probe there. Listen, I'm gonna give you a piece of advice I wish someone had given me. Make sure you're never just one thing. And don't get so focused on what's in front of your face that you lose sight of the big picture. Before Rydek showed up, the captain pulled me into his ready room and told me he didn't think I had the people skills to be first officer. What a load of crap. I mean, if he'd said that about Chovak, sure.
I appreciate the advice, Commander. I'll make sure I keep my options open.
I don't need to tell you how to operate. You're already well on your way.
I don't think you are much
You're
of a people
capable
person.
engineer. You're good in the field. Keep up the good work, and who knows? A solid jack of all departments like you could be Commander-in-Chief of Starfleet one day. Hell, Admiral Jellicoe started as a shuttle pilot. And there are places to go in the enlisted ranks, too.
Can you get me a
Of
promotion?
course, if you get an officer's commission, they'll put you on another ship.
I love it. So put me up for promotion. I'm ready for my next challenge.
Well, I think you're going to have to prove that to your boss, Chovak, first. He's the one who has to put you up for consideration. If I were first officer, it would be different.
Well, then I'll just have to change Commander Chovak's mind. I'll work hard and better, and he won't be able to ignore it.
You've got grit. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah, what's everyone thinking about me? Captain Solano thought Jara handled a complex situation as well as could be expected with the Hotari Queen. Put her on the spot in the Queen's chamber. Lieutenant Bedrosian admired Jara's instincts to protect the crew when Starbase ordered her to disengage the docking clamps, and she thought highly of Jara's efforts to explain the complexity of the situation to Captain Solano, and she was relieved when Jara defied Captain Solano's orders and made her own command decision in the moment. Ambassador Spock thought Jara performed well under pressure when she was being questioned by the Hotari Queen. Commander Westbrook respects Jara's inclination to protect the crew when Starbase ordered her to disagree with docking clamps, and he applauded Jara's efforts to explain the complexity of the situation to Captain Solano. Ultimately, he was thankful when Jara defied Captain Solano's order and made her own command decision at the moment. Commander Ermont was glad Jara's first instincts were to protect the crew when Starbase ordered her to disengage the docking clamps, and he appreciated Jara's efforts to explain the company. Commander Ermont respected Jara's rational approach, which defied Captain Solano's orders. Dr. Duvall was impressed by Jara's sense of responsibility to the crew and was encouraged to see her thinking independently when she defied Captain Solano's orders. Lieutenant Commander Chovak did not approve of Jara's unwillingness to follow protocol when she defied Captain Solano's orders. Ensign Calloway was grateful. Oh yeah. Ed Siller was reminded how much he values her friendship with Carter when she said she doesn't owe him anything for letting her go in the hull. Miranda won't soon forget her romantic kiss with Carter when they were saying goodbye in the docking bay. Lieutenant Commander Chovak did not care for Carter's cheeky attitude when asked about working on Ambassador Shock's shuttle. Commander Westbrook enjoyed his conversation with Carter, coming away with the impression he's smart, pragmatic, and hungry for advancement in the ranks. Ambassador Spock was impressed by Carter's skills used with the tractor beam to rescue his shuttle, and he was left with the distinct impression Carter's a team player. So I'm basically getting on well with everyone but the Vulcan.
Here, this is close enough. Stop the engines. Deploying the probe. Westbrook to Commander Chovak, we're ready for another sampling of data.
Very good. Running the simulation again. Warp field collapse in 3, 2, 1. On.
There it is again.
I saw it. It seems to be directional.
Well, what about the scans? Anything?
Here's the readings in relation to our local space. We've got the Resolute, Hotari Prime, and the probes.
All this interference is overloading the sensor buffers. We're gonna have to triangulate the sensors manually.
Oh. What am I doing?
Got something.
Okay.
These markers indicate peaks in the gravimetric interference patterns.
Let's see if I can find some more.
There's something here.
Hold up. This is coming from the moon.
A beam that blocks warp travel.
Aimed right at us.
Someone is doing this intentionally. I don't know how they're doing it. It's like nothing I've ever seen.
Why would they be doing this? We came here to help these people. And now we're getting hit by some warp-killing weapon?
Now, look here. It's current readings of the ion storm.
These concentrations, they line up with the interference pattern. The storm and this beam, they're coming from the same place.
Carter, whatever petty local conflict brought us here, it's just a small part of something much bigger.
Bum bum bum.
Presently, we don't have an explanation for how.
Guys,
one thing
it's Miranda.
This is no fluke.
Thank you, Mr. Westbrook. I want a full briefing when I'm back on board. Solano out. A targeted weapon that inhibits warp travel.
coming from the moon Tau.
That would explain the difficulties my shuttle encountered. More importantly, the tenor of the Hotari during the negotiations.
And here I thought the Illidians would be the problem. Coming to peace talks in a warship. This wasn't supposed to be so complicated.
For all their posturing, every indication is that the Illidians are afraid of the Hotari. They didn't bring their warship as a threat. They brought it because they're scared.
From everything we witnessed, I would say that is highly likely.
But what are they afraid of?
Tylus, the Hotari representative, said she thought they found something in the mines. Galvin and Sidron brought it back to the palace, but they're keeping it under tight security. She's going to investigate it. I gave her my tricorder. I expect she'll contact us soon.
You found an ally.
Why would Tylus help us? Go behind her people's back? It's a fair question, considering.
Out of all of them, she's the one who seemed to genuinely appreciate that the Federation was involved. She believes in us, and I think we can believe in her.
That may be true.
She's certainly more likely to help than the other Hotari we've met.
That raises another question. Specifically, what do the other Hotari have to gain in bringing us here, only to make this hostile maneuver against us? There must be some motivation.
Unless they changed their minds between when they asked and when we got here.
Sidron was very curious when we spoke outside the Queen's chamber. He wanted to know all about us, our ship, the Federation. He wasn't giving any answers. He was looking for them.
Well, I'm sure you didn't tell him too much. I don't think the Illidians know what's really down on that moon either.
Major Armintus said the revolt defied explanation. That the Hotari miners somehow harnessed the energy of the storm.
Harness the energy of the storm?
Doing that is beyond even our capabilities.
So is a weapon that disrupts warp travel.
There have been civilizations and entities, both past and present, far more technologically advanced than the Federation.
The Illidians and Hotari don't fall into that category.
But that is all the more reason to investigate further.
Commander Rydek, sorry to interrupt. We've received an urgent call from Hotari. The Queen's advisor, Tylus, has asked to speak with you.
Put her through.
Yeah, a woman. Cool woman.
Galvin and Sidron are still with the Queen. I've enlisted help to gain access to the room they have under guard. I don't have much time.
I'm not supposed to leave my post.
It's only for a moment. I so appreciate your help.
This is a goofy ass cutscene.
I found something. I'm sending you a scan.
Got it.
Got it.
Tylus, if we needed to gain access to the mines on Tau, is that something you could help us with?
I suppose it wouldn't be easy, but I have to go.
Tylus.
Can we reconnect?
Sorry, Captain. We've lost all contact.
We can only hope she escaped without harm.
It was hard to tell.
We have to help her. Send another shuttle.
We're not doing anything yet. Not until we know more. Let's see the scan of whatever the hell that was.
Oh well, at least the captain liked that at least.
Tylus suspects this came from the mines on Tau.
It appears to be of ancient origin, but the markings are unfamiliar.
What do you mean markings? This is like a...
We can run a full analysis when we get
There's
back
no
to
markings on this.
If this came from the mines,
The green hologram.
might be the key to how they got the upper hand against the Illidians.
Then we have to go into the mines.
The Federation would not allow that. We were, after all, sent here to be a neutral party in a peace negotiation. However, we could demonstrate that the Hotari have acted in bad faith, which would enable us to investigate the mines on Tau with full justification. But of course, we would need conclusive proof before taking action. Otherwise, it could put us in a difficult position.
What the Federation doesn't know won't hurt them. If I do it right, nobody will know I was there.
Commander, I'm surprised at you.
We may have a better understanding once we analyze the device. The mission to the mines, covert or otherwise, is not out of the question. And I will handle the Federation.
Yeah. Spock gets it.
As I was telling Carter, I want all the data I can get on this warp problem. And the negotiating team's shuttle has been recording data all the way back from Hotari.
Containment protocol.
Even better than our probes. So pull the sensor and engine ISOs from the Melville when it sets down.
Will do.
I'll join you and Shovak down in engineering to run another analysis after the briefing.
I didn't like this warp problem when we thought it was some astronomical anomaly. And I like it a hell of a lot less now that we know someone is doing it to us. How does it work? What do we even do about it?
What do you say we pull these chips and find out?
Maybe he likes
Took some damage on the way.
licking his nose.
That ionic interference scored the hull plating. Might be some micro welds. Let's try pulling together.
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Oh.
It won't budge. Gotta be the storm damage.
Oh, here comes Miranda.
Welcome back. Any excitement down on the surface?
Excitement? No. Nothing like that.
Hey, can you hand me the EJ7 interlock? From the toolbox.
I don't know what that is.
Not much use for one on a security detail, huh? Carter?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Damn, he's cool. Sick trick, dude.
Okay, I'll apply pressure while you decouple the panel.
Here, I'll help.
We've got this.
Open up and say ah.
Thanks for the hand. We have to get these isolinear chips down to engineering.
No problem. You really know everything about these ships, don't you? The tools, the systems. Like a walking Starfleet technical manual.
Well, what can I say? I'm good at what I do.
I can see that.
Come on.
Oh, what do you mean she didn't like that?
Chips.
Cockiness. I'm an engineer. I'm meant to be good at everything related to engineering. Oh, LT. Oh my god. Lol. You fucked up.
What's this?
Some kind of crystal formation?
Whoa. This substance is a quantized spin crystallization of hydrogen, carbon, and lithium. It's emitting tetrametric pulses at an interval of 3.8422 seconds.
Quantized crystallization isn't natural. I mean, it's only theoretical as a means to engineer matter on a subatomic level. What's it doing in there?
Wait. Regulation 364, subsection 9.
What?
Regulation 364, subsection 9 orders that in the case of an unknown foreign substance infiltrating a sealed system, it will be placed in secure confinement before further examination. Retrieve a containment module.
Don't you think we're more equipped to deal with whatever this is?
No. Before anything else, this is a security issue. You don't even know what this is.
Which is why we need to study it.
Once it's contained.
Well, if it's not natural, then someone might have put it there. It could be a tracking device. Some kind of sabotage. Or even a bomb.
Which is why we need to get it to the containment lab.
Come on.
I can't make an exception. Not even for you.
I'm still going to report these crystals to Commander Westbrook when we send the shuttle data.
And I will inform my superiors. I'm taking this just as seriously as you are. But I overheard talk about the warp disruption on the shuttle. Now these crystals? Maybe this situation is more than we can handle with just a science vessel.
We need 2 science vessels.
Get Starfleet to send more ships. Or I could send a message to my old CO on the Adirondack. Get some combat-tested vessels.
That wouldn't be a bad idea. If you think you could do it without getting in trouble.
I'll find a way.
Be very careful.
Cube.
Okay, stand back.
The containment cube.
Get this to the containment lab. We'll get it set up for you. I'll let you know when it's safely confined.
Oh, we'll be there.
Last thing you want is to study this down in main engineering and have it explode next to the warp core. Almost forgot.
Can't have that.
For a second, I thought she'd gone cold on you. Like she might have changed her mind. But I guess this whole situation has her spooked. Maybe she knows more than us? Or it's because this is all happening so fast?
Yeah, there was something a little off about her.
Like that talk about sending a distress call? That was pretty out there. Although, you didn't seem to think so.
Yippies.
She was probably just thinking out loud. I'm sure she'll come to her senses. This mission has enough complications stacking up.
Now, we'll get through it. You, me, and Miranda too.
Miranda, yeah.
Commander Rydek was able to work behind the scenes during the negotiations and made contact with a representative from the Hotari delegation named Tylus. She mentioned an unusual artifact of unknown origin being held under tight security within the Hotari Palace, which she believes came from the mines on Tau. Now, this artifact might have a connection to the revolt, to the storm, and to the warp disruption we now know has been targeted at the Resolute. Commander Rydek, if you want to take it from here.
Of course. Tylus managed to infiltrate the heavily guarded location within the palace and sent us these scans using my tricorder. It appears to be some sort of control panel, possibly connected to the warp disruption weapon originating on Tau. Of particular interest is this symbol, which we couldn't identify the origin of.
The Federation database has records from a vast number of civilizations. If anyone from Starfleet has come across this before, the system should recognize it.
Cross-referencing with Federation records.
Displaying symbols from Federation database with a 90% probability of match or higher. Select a symbol to further analyze.
The Klingons. Let's just compare them all. If it gives us information or something. Okay, no, it won't. Never mind. I just need to find the right one. Well, it's that one.
.2% match.
Got it.
Got it. Trekkin?
So, what are we looking at?
The design and composition indicate this is a glyph associated with the ancient Trekkin Empire. Their civilization collapsed over 600,000 years ago, but once spanned millions of systems with a population numbering in the trillions.
Fascinating. The Trekkin were once the most advanced, most powerful civilization in the galaxy.
Is it possible the Hotari found Trekkin?
Okay, are the Trekkin a thing before this game?
They even know what they have.
Our knowledge of the Trekkin is limited. I have only encountered passing references to them.
Actually, I've heard of the Trekkin.
You have?
Quite impressive, Commander.
Computer, summarize the Enterprise D's discovery of a Trekkin outpost.
Yeah, here we go.
On stardate 41386.4, the USS Enterprise D, under the command of Captain Jean-Luc Picard, discovered a Trekkin outpost in the Delphi Ardu system. According to the mission summary, an unbreakable energy-draining field was deployed against the Enterprise and a Ferengi ship. The Enterprise was only able to escape after negotiating their release with an entity known as Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Trekkin Empire.
Unbreakable energy draining field. It starts to make sense.
What else is there?
There's a lot here. Let's take it piece by piece.
Select the aspect you wish to learn more about.
The Enterprise.
The technology to capture and hold the Federation flagship would have to be unbelievably powerful. Computer, what else can you tell us about the energy-draining field the Trekkin used?
The Enterprise D was unable to break free on its own. The precise nature of the technology was
That's where
never fully
O'Brien
understood.
was.
Only that the crystalline technology used was beyond the comprehension of then-current Starfleet science.
Guys know
Engineering team
O'Brien?
found the quantized spin crystal formation in the shuttle you
Much
took
beloved character
They
O'Brien
registered tetrametric
from
radiation
Star
coming
Trek.
from it.
He was on the
We
Enterprise
have
D when this
Trekkin
happened.
technology on board right now?
We might. I'll run a full analysis in the containment lab.
Is this the Ferengi ship? What?
There appears to be some sort of restriction order from Starfleet. Computer, explain this restriction.
A Starfleet directive similar to General Order 7 forbids entering the Delphi Ardu system or attempting to make contact with Portal 6-3.
Starfleet doesn't throw up a no trespassing sign for just anybody.
I suppose it makes sense considering what happened to the Enterprise D.
What sort of planet is Delphi Ardu 4?
Delphi Ardu 4 is an M-class planet, a barren rocky world with little to no vegetation and frequent ion storms. The giant crystals that grow there absorb energy, but it is not understood how they do so. The entire Delphi Ardu system, consisting of 11 planets, was considered completely uninhabited until the encounter with Portal 6-3.
Frequent ion storms. That can't just be a coincidence.
What's up with this guy?
Someone from the Trekkin Empire is actually still around.
Or at least was, 16 years ago.
Computer, what other information do you have on Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Trekkin Empire?
The entity known as Portal 6-3 is of an unknown nature. A biped humanoid, he was unaware that the Trekkin Empire no longer existed at the time of the encounter. He was able to control the crystal-based technology of the Trekkin outpost through apparent telepathic means. It was by his choice that the Enterprise was released from the energy draining field after Commander William T. Riker of the Away Team argued on behalf of both Starfleet and the Ferengi.
Telepathic control of their technology.
As I have said, they were the most advanced civilization in the galaxy.
The Illydians should have crushed the revolt. But if the Hotari have Trekkin technology and can control it, I see why they're willing to negotiate peace. For all we know, this could be just the beginning. And we're up against something greater than we can imagine.
There's only one way to find out. We need to see what's down there for ourselves.
I might be able to help with that. We've been able to triangulate the source of the ionic interference and warp disruption to a specific mine on Tau. Engineering used the latest data from your shuttle to pinpoint its origin. There.
So we know where to look.
Commander Rydek's right. We need to know what's down there, what the Hotari are hiding, to better understand what we're up against, and to neutralize it if we can.
Captain, embarking on a mission to the Hotari moon would not be viewed favorably by either side. However, given the circumstances, we are entirely within our rights to defend ourselves.
I just want to make sure this doesn't blow up in our faces. Which is why I'm thinking of sending Commander Rydek on a covert mission to Tau.
Stealth.
Assuming you're up to the task. It would require absolute secrecy. And obviously, it's not without risk.
I'll get the away team in and out. They're in safe hands with me.
Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. Given the sensitive nature of this incursion, I'm afraid you'll have to go it alone. I'm hoping Tylus can accompany you. The priority is to avoid detection. It's a calculated risk. The last thing we need is to get caught and then blamed for violating our neutrality and aggravating an already tense situation. We can't afford any mistakes, which is why I've chosen you.
Tylus will be essential to my success. Not only her knowledge of the mines, but her ability to gain access, particularly now that we know which mine we need to get into.
The subtitle.
Make sure she understands the need to keep this covert.
She's not going to want her people to know about this.
Get in touch with Tylus and make the necessary...
Oh, why didn't the woman like that very much? Oh no, never mind. She did like it.
Discreetly as possible.
Bridge to Captain Solano. The Illidians have moved additional ships to the edge of the Hotari system. Current heading is straight for the homeworld.
Understood.
It would seem we no longer have the luxury of waiting. In that case, may I suggest you and I return to Hotari Prime? Doing so will provide Commander Rydek as much time as possible to complete her mission.
Agreed. We'll hail the Queen's delegation from my ready room. We all know what we need to do. Dismissed.
The music's so quiet. Lost and found.
Petty Officers Diaz and Edsolar, where is the crystal formation that you found in the shuttle? I have tasked Ensign Calloway with performing a full analysis of the tetrametric pulses.
Security brought it to the containment lab.
I was just there. They don't know anything about it. Security never checked it in.
Uh-oh.
Miranda never got there?
She's the one that had the crystal formation?
Diaz, Tamaris.
Try her again. Commander Westbrook to Petty Officer Miranda Maris. Respond.
Something's not right.
Uh-oh.
She's still on the ship. She has to be.
Computer, locate Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Petty Officer Miranda Maris is in the isolinear storage array on Deck 5.
I'll go find her.
Good.
I am sure Mr. Diaz can attend to this on his own.
Someone improperly pulled these isolinear chips.
Oh my god, there's a lot. Miranda. Is Mirror Universe me a raisin? Yeah. Yeah, I'm a raisin in the Mirror Universe. It's fucked up. There she is, Miranda.
What the?
What the?
Oh, it's just you. I'm busy right now. Why don't you come back later?
I called you on the comm badge. Twice. Commander Westbrook, too. Why didn't you answer?
Oh, I guess I was just caught up in my work. But I'm through here, so I can't stay and chat. I have other things to do. Sorry you came all this way for nothing.
Was someone else messing around in here? There were a bunch of ISOs pulled out on the lower level, and these here. Or was that you?
I didn't see anyone, but I'll report it. A team will come to investigate.
Yeah, Miranda, you're
Look, I
being a bit
appreciate that you
sus.
came to check on me, but I'm fine. You worry too much. We're on a starship.
I'm worried because you're acting strange. I don't know what it is you're really doing in here, but Commander Westbrook said the crystals you took never made it to the containment lab.
Will you drop it? I don't like being interrogated, Carter.
Hey, wait up!
Come on, Carter. Do something.
I'm getting some very mixed signals from you right now. I'm sorry. I'm under a lot of stress right now. Just tell Chovak or whoever I don't know where the crystals are, and let me go about my business. I know we have some things to figure out. I don't have time to stand around and debate with you.
I don't know what it is, but you're hiding something. What's in that storage drive?
It's secure data. It doesn't concern you.
Miranda, hold on.
No. Get out of my way.
Got her ass.
So I see you found each other.
You were taking so long, the commander sent us to see what the problem was. Diaz, you were sent here with specific orders, and fighting your crewmate wasn't one of them. What the hell is going on here?
Let's just let them explain.
I'd like to hear that, because I know what it looks like.
There's something seriously wrong with her. She's not herself, I'm telling you.
What does that mean?
It doesn't mean anything.
Well, for one, she was copying data onto this.
This drive is unauthorized.
There are ISOs all over the floor.
And that's why I was in here, investigating this situation. And when Carter came looking for me, we got our wires crossed. It wasn't anything more than that.
Where's the crystal, Miranda?
If that was true, it still doesn't answer what happened to the crystal formation that she took. And she isn't helping.
I can't tell you what I don't know. I brought them where they belonged, and that's where I left them.
I don't know what's going on here, but I think we need to call it into security. She can explain herself in the brig.
Hold on a minute. We don't need to put this on anyone's permanent record. Carter said you're not yourself. If something's wrong with you, we should head to sickbay and the doc will fix you right up.
Yeah, I haven't felt right since I came back from Hotari. I think I should see the doctor.
You two know her? If you really think she's not well, we can take her to sickbay first. But what I know is this is a security breach, and we should treat it as such.
Please, just let me go see the doctor.
She did have a bumpy ride back on the shuttle. Come on, Carter.
Let's take her to sickbay. It's better than the brig, isn't it?
I mean,
Yeah,
if there's nothing wrong with her, she could just go in the brig after
Get checked out
sickbay.
by medical. You two go with her. I'll put this back together.
What lies beneath? Is this the moon? Can I breathe on the moon?
Foliage on Tau resembles underwater plant life on Earth. The
Okay.
universe is full of mysteries.
I am on the moon.
Rydek here.
This is Zermatt. Any trouble getting to the surface?
I'm really starting to miss transporters.
As long as this storm is around, you'd better learn to like shuttles. But if you can find the cause of the interference, we might be able to get back to transporting.
As if I needed another incentive. We both know there's a lot more than that riding on this.
Fair enough. You'll need to get in and out of the mine undetected, so I hope Minister Tylus can help in that regard.
So do I.
And to keep this covert, we'll refrain from contact unless absolutely necessary.
Understood. Rydek out.
Moon's haunted. They got ghosts on the moon? What was that? There's a thing here.
The ionic interference is coming from underground. I should find a safer way down there.
Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Hey, that's the woman. Cool alien woman who's gonna help me.
I saw your shuttle take off. Hopefully no one else did. It's good to see you. Even under these unfortunate circumstances.
When you called to give us a scan, it sounded like they caught you. I was worried you'd been hurt.
It was nothing I couldn't handle.
Lead the way. I'll fill you in on what we've learned about the situation.
Follow me.
The device Galvin and Sidron brought back from the mines is being used to control some sort of warp disruption weapon that has the Resolute trapped in Hotari space. According to our readings, the power source for that device is on this moon, at the specific coordinates I sent you.
That sounds impossible. But explains the rumors of the Hotari controlling the ionic storm.
We strongly suspect the device was created by an ancient empire known as the Trekkin.
The Trekkin?
Once the most powerful civilization in the galaxy, but they've been gone for over 600,000 years.
It's hard to believe there's something like that on Tau.
Which is why I need proof. If we find hard evidence that Galvin and his allies are hiding dangerous Trekkin technology, I can convince the Federation to let us intervene.
Understood. We're almost there.
Up, 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 up. Oh my god, a matte painting!
That's the mine?
Prospect 614 North.
Just like Star Trek the show.
It's enormous.
Just one of the thousands across Tau. The pride of Hotari.
How do we get inside?
The structure that circles the mine has entry points for transporting equipment into the lower levels. They're guarded, but nothing I can't get past using my authority.
Well, that's good to hear.
As long as you can avoid being seen, I should be able to talk my way past any miner. And provide a little distraction for you in the process.
How do I avoid being seen?
You don't use the door. How dare you! Don't you know who I am? I am Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs.
That's not...
The Queen would be furious to hear you try to deny me entry.
the Queen. But I just...
You just what? Just now realize the trouble you've made for yourself? And who exactly do you think you're going to report this to? Because I'll be reporting it as well, to someone much further up the ladder. You have no authority here. Do you understand who pays your wage? I can inform the Queen directly of this insolence.
There's no
You'll
need
regret
for...
everything you've said here today. You should have opened the doors the second I appeared before you.
That's not the protocol. I didn't know
Each second you delay my entry will be recorded, processed, and permanently marked on your record.
Obligatory Among Us joke.
Do you speak our tongue?
Minister, I have orders.
How could a fellow Hotari not understand this?
Someone takes their breaks up here. Maybe the same guard who left that window unlocked.
Escort me to the maintenance bay.
I suppose the view is nice.
I told you I can't just...
Now!
But fine.
A wise choice. Lead the way, and be quick.
Not going that way. Okay. Let's get a look inside you.
Opponent focusing the power on the force field. Oh. Signal receiver that controls field activation.
Full system access. Let's see if I can just... Bingo.
Ta-da!
Better hurry. Not sure how long she can keep him busy.
It's nothing. Okay. Component that processes DNA scans of those that attempt to enter the door, does not store records, used only as a trigger for activation. Prevent solid matter from passing through. Contains records of personnel with access to the facility.
Got it. Should remove the security check on the door.
Oh, do I need to use the tricorder to open the door? Is the door back here? Okay, it was this door. Where is my friend? Where is my friend? Probably over here. Yeah.
I didn't come here to educate an imbecile on royal protocol.
Of course not, Minister.
So I will be about my business here, and you will take yourself out of my sight. There you are.
You really let that guy have it.
It worked, didn't it? I'm used to having to throw my weight around. Hard to get anyone to listen to you otherwise.
I'm impressed. I didn't know you had it in you.
There's a lot you don't know about me. Underestimate me at your peril.
The catwalks were booby-trapped.
I like her.
Galvin and Sidron have gone to great lengths to keep out
She's
the
cool.
uninvited. Well, we're inside. Where do you want to start?
The ionic interference is coming from below us. We need to go deeper.
That lift goes down, at least to the changeover station. But we can't use it without DNA authorization from one of the guards.
I have an idea, but we need a few samples of DNA from the miners who work here.
Samples?
Fingerprints, sweat, blood.
Which will trick the machine and get us control of the lift.
That's the theory. Let's test it. That's an enormous tractor beam.
One of our strongest. The miners dump everything they find into the center, and the tractor beam moves it all up into the collector ship.
You sound a little proud of it.
The Illydians may have given us new tools, but the methods of excavation are all Hotari designed.
Okay, so I'm looking for things with fingerprints.
No luck. Unless this console thinks I'm a Hotari guard, it won't work.
The guards work out of that building back there. Might have some DNA.
Let's check it out.
This facility doesn't seem well maintained. An Illydian console.
All the managerial technology in the mines is Illydian.
So they can keep an eye on their investment.
That's how it is.
Tricorder. Okay.
Wow, that is a lot of DNA. I should look for the most concentrated spots.
Oh.
Hygiene clearly isn't a priority down here.
Oh. Aha!
Promising.
Bandages, strips of fabric used to cover wounds and injuries, providing protection and supporting the healing process. Dried Hotari blood detected. Medical device with a needle used for administering or withdrawing liquids from the body. Trace amounts of Hotari blood detected. A highly absorbent fragment used for cleaning, drying, and a variety of other tasks. Contains traces of Hotari skin and hair. Notable odor detected.
That's a stable DNA sample. It's only partial, but a few more should do it.
Just gonna open everyone's lockers, scan all their shit. Oh.
Not concentrated enough. I should try somewhere else. This'll work.
Hotari fingerprints. Residue oil deposits reveal a distinctive pattern of ridges and valleys, consistent with a fingerprint belonging to the Hotari male approximately 36 cycles in age. Detects the presence of cells shed from the outermost layer of skin, indicates recent contact with the surface. Pattern of saliva consistent with a sudden burst of air from the nose and mouth, likely caused by environmental
Good.
irritations.
That's another I can use. Just need one more sample.
Irritants, I think it was.
Hotari must be tough on the inside, too.
Yeah, they sneezed.
If they eat in here, it's likely there's some DNA in the room.
Do you think this is food? Do you think they eat this? Eat this rock?
Not enough. Gotta keep looking. There's gotta be stable DNA here.
Cup, saliva residue. Hotari saliva is vicious to accommodate their harsh diet. You're right, rocks is food. Dental prints of a Hotari male 24 cycles in age. Hotari food is often dense, allowing use of a single prolonged utensil.
Perfect. That's enough to make the DNA profile. Time to go back to the lift. You're not coming inside?
There are some things I'd rather not
What?
smell.
Okay, she fixed. Oh my god. Impressive.
What's in these containers?
These contain mining supplies, tools, energy packs for machinery.
Shouldn't mining supplies be inside the mines?
It is troubling. The workers here aren't mining.
Yeah, that's a Hotari tradition.
It worked. Theory proven.
I'll get it started.
Ready?
Meanwhile, oh no, I thought it was going to take us back to the ship.
I'm a little afraid of what we might find down there.
We'll be okay. I've survived worse than this.
Well, I haven't. But I'll put my faith in you. For now.
Is there anything to do here? Interact with?
Jara.
Oh.
No, stay back. There's a guard at the station. You'll have to hide.
Is that it? This is the only choice I get?
Who are you? What are you doing here?
You watch your tone with me. I'm Tylus Altaris, Minister of Diplomatic Affairs. I speak for the Queen herself.
This is a restricted area. No one gains access without the approval of Galvin or Sidron.
Wait.
Jues Gawad Abawencha.
Get stunned.
Are you alright?
Idiot.
I don't know.
Are you injured?
No, I thought if I could talk my way through like always, I'd be fine, but... I'm a diplomat. This isn't what I do. I've never even fired a weapon. This is just... It's real now. I wasn't ready for this.
Hey, I'll keep you safe.
Can you?
I was a tactical officer before I was posted to the Resolute. I know my way around a phaser. You saw how I handled our large friend here.
I suppose that is somewhat reassuring. My authority has never been challenged like that. It meant nothing to him.
So we should assume any Hotari we encounter from here on can't be reasoned with.
Agreed. The only loyalty they have down here is to Galvin and Sidron.
Can you switch over the lift?
The guard should have a scan card that will allow us to operate the switch.
Can I take his gun?
An Illydian disruptor.
I assume the miners took weapons from the Illydians before they fled the mines.
That explains some of how the uprising happened, but not enough.
Should we take it with us?
No. My phaser is more efficient. Unless you want it.
I did notice that as well, that he started talking alien.
That's some serious armor.
Conditions in the mines are harsh, even for Hotari.
I'm sure it'll be fine.
Got it.
Star Trek loves to throw in some alien languages at random points in a conversation.
Dead, is he? He's still one of my people, and I didn't come here to take.
It's like when the Klingons
My
show
phaser's
up
set to
and
stun.
people start
He'll be
speaking
perfectly
Klingon
fine,
to the
just
Klingons,
unconscious
even
for a
though
while.
the universal translator means they should already be speaking
have that
Klingon to the
sort of technology
Klingons.
on our weapons.
Good to know.
I don't know. Might be something to worry about. Look at all that dilithium.
The energy readings are emanating from this tunnel. It's sure to be guarded in there. Stay low and follow my lead.
Do I gotta use my gun now? Oh.
Is that all dilithium?
Not all of it. We excavate large chunks of rock that contain varying amounts of dilithium ore. It's sorted and processed at the collector ship above.
This is probably a dead end. I shouldn't go down that way.
More guards.
I take that as a sign we're getting close.
I'll get a closer look.
Oh.
Looks like they've improvised a barrier.
Yes, we must be getting closer.
Interesting.
We don't have time to wait for them to finish whatever they're doing. We'll have to try to keep low and sneak past them.
I'm starting to see the utility of a phaser.
I wouldn't stand a chance against all three of them.
Not with that attitude.
We need that particular card, don't we?
I'm afraid so.
Can you open that door?
Not without that scan card.
I don't like our options here. I have to get us that card so we can open the door.
How? If they detect you, Galvin and Sidron's followers are clearly willing to kill to protect whatever's in this mine.
Hey, I'm trained for this. I'll be fine.
What should I do?
Avoid being seen. Stick to the edge of the room, and meet me at the door.
Oh my god, that was a big jump. During stealth sequences, there are enemies that if alerted will hunt for you and try to catch you. If you're caught, your mission has failed. Enemies can see you if they are looking in your direction. Stay crouched to avoid the line of sight. You can use to sneak faster while crouched. If the enemy sees you, it will appear. If it fills up all the way, you will be caught. Get out of sight to quickly lose their attention. Enemies will take predictable paths. Watch them and learn their patrol patterns to find a time to move slightly forward. To move forward safely. In certain locations will be an interaction point that distract the guards. Use it to draw the guards' location and speed up on a path they were guarding. Okay. It's stealth. Oh.
Analysis in progress. Someone's here.
Whoa. No, 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 nobody's here. Don't.
Guess I was wrong.
Yep.
I'm sure the Lydians won't try something else. They saw our power, our resolve. They're terrified of us. Until the plan is complete, we're vulnerable. Then get back to work, and we'll come. Good. Good.
Yoink.
How long is Galvin going to make us wait?
I'd melt if I went through there.
He's led us well so far. It's a miracle we're even here. We've been waiting for so long. Patience, brother. We'll get our chance. It's inevitable after all. That it is.
Hi, friend. Thank you.
Stay close.
Stop!
What?
Motion sensors. They'll trigger an alarm. We'll be found.
Invisible to the naked eye.
They could be anywhere. How will we get through?
I mean, I can kind of see them. I see. There's nothing to scan. I just gotta use the tricorder to get a better image. Ta-da! Just do what I did. Uh-oh. Blood. Lots of it. That's a body. It's a corpse. Owie. Is he okay? I don't know. I think these guys might need help a little bit.
This?
It's where the uprising started.
Yeah, look, I'm just my best guess. I think these guys might need like a wet paper towel or something.
Level of savagery.
There's no such thing as a bloodless rebellion.
I don't know if we should keep going. So much death. I don't want to end up like them.
We'll make sure they didn't die for nothing. What we learn here could save the rest of your people.
Okay. Okay.
Whatever happened here, it made the Illydians abandon the mines. Let's find out what they're so scared of. Hotari. And Elydian. Both sides took a beating. The Hotari fortified the side of the room opposite the door. It's a good tactic, but a few crates aren't going to stop fully armed Elydian soldiers. How did they win? From the blast marks, it looks like the Elydians had far greater firepower. Footprints. Elydian boots. Running back the way we came. Tylus.
Oh my god.
What kind of weapon did this?
This man has been crystallized.
This is like nothing I've ever seen or heard of. My people don't have a weapon that does this.
What else can you tell me?
Crystal appears to have grown from inside the flesh after an initial penetration. This process ruptured several internal organs randomly. The process may not have been fatal instantly. Oh, that sucks to hear. Poor guy. Elydians have 4 hearts. All are stopped, and the veins that feed them are clogged with quantized spin crystallization. Crystal growth of unknown origin lodged inside the Elydian skull emits low levels of tetrametric radiation.
What an awful way to die. This must be why the Elydians are so afraid. Technology that surpasses their own, in the hands of the Hotari that they've lorded over for centuries.
Where did this weapon come from?
Well, the crystals are giving off tetrametric pulses. If I set my tricorder to search for that frequency, it'll lead us right to the source.
Radiation is visible through your tricorder and will lead the way to scannable objects. 4 green lights on the left will fill to indicate tricorder is facing a source of radiation.
This makeshift barrier forced the Elydians to enter from the service corridor, creating a choke point. Quite the advanced tactic for a species that's never waged war. This Elydian tried to run.
They didn't let him.
It's over that way, it seems. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Right click.
The Elydians shot to kill.
But if they killed him, why was he shot in the back?
Huh, you're right. The shot came from the side the Hotari were defending.
We don't kill our own. And he wasn't just caught in the middle.
Killed by the same crystallization as the Elydian.
Whose side was the killer on?
Tylus, you may not want to look down there.
I've come too far to... What is this?
They've been dumping bodies down here.
Unforgivable. Galvin and Sidron will be made to answer for this.
Anything else to scan? Oh. That's what it's for scanning. That's what it wants me to scan.
Think they parked this here on purpose?
One way to find out.
Need any help?
I've got it.
Hell yeah, she's mining vehicle certified.
This concentration of tetrametric radiation has never been recorded. Whatever they're hiding, it's right through here.
Ba ba ba. I'll be back in a second. I'm gonna take a little break, get a drink, get something to eat. So it'll be a couple of minutes. So, take 5, everyone. Alrighty. I have returned. Let's find out what's behind this thing. Big crystal. Oh, also I have a can to open.
This feels strange.
The crystals are increasing, growing outward, replacing the soil.
It's like an infection. A parasite. growing
Infection.
inside Tau.
Oh, that looks cool. Whoa.
Incredible.
This is definitely not Hotari.
It's the remnants of the Trekkin Empire.
I don't think we should be here.
This is exactly where we should be. Every strange thing we've seen in this system, it might all come from this room. We need to learn everything we can.
Time to get scanning. Oh, this room looks really cool.
Somewhat resembles a transporter pad.
Oh. This looks like the console.
Look familiar?
It's almost identical to the console Galvin has hidden in the palace. It looks like a control surface. What are we looking at?
It's made of the same crystalline material as the rest of this place. But I can't tell much else. Might be some kind of sleep mode. I can't analyze this further unless it starts working normally.
Maybe we can turn it on from somewhere else.
Hopefully. Let's keep looking around.
A lattice of interlocking crystals, each with a unique shape and wavelength. Crystals range in size with intricate fractal facets. Power levels indicate structure is inactive. Are you okay?
How are you holding up?
I knew Galvin and Sidron were dangerous. Now I know they're more powerful than I could have imagined. But the worst of it is knowing they got there by turning our people against their own. This place feels wrong.
I'll get what I need, and we can get out of here.
Thank you.
Is there a way to get up there? Back here, maybe? Oh yeah, okay, it looks like there's stairs. Empty and full slots of different Empty and full slots are differently constructed. Does this solid matter change form? Tetrametric radiation, consistent with other devices nearby. Oh. Radically complex crystalline device, purpose unknown.
This suggests there's some type of complex life form contained within each crystal.
Life form? There's something alive in these tiny crystals?
That's what it says, but hard to imagine how that's possible. Our science division will have a field day with this. We need to study it on the ship.
Damn, alright. Just steal it, why don't you? It's all empty crystals. This is that. There's another thing for me to scan here. Because that's what I'm getting by the tricorder beeping at me. Is it either an ark or a prison? Yeah. There's something.
device read this?
It can roughly translate the words, but we don't have enough Trekkin language on record to understand how it's structured.
Oh well.
Interesting. Looks like a gun almost.
Looks like some sort of replicator.
I can't get it to work.
It has power. Must be looking for some other kind of authorization.
Oh. Oh, I can scan this. Quantized spin crystallization resembles a weapon and form may have been used on the victims of the mine. Focuses energy to perform replication of matter. Okay, so what is a replicator? And it didn't give me any information about the radiation.
What is it?
The device's primary function is to transmute lithium into this quantized crystalline compound. Possibly for the creation of weapons.
Do you think one of these was used on that Elydian in the tunnels?
Such a cruel weapon.
Yeah, really. Well, why not just like? Why not just shoot them with like a normal gun? You know, or an energy weapon of some kind. Oh, hey, is that activated now? Can't remember if it looked that bright before. Let's try going back. Oh, maybe the crystal I picked up can activate the thing. No, I must be missing something. Oh, hey, where did the woman go? Is she still up here? Where is she? What is it? What are you beeping at me? Okay, let's try the other side.
Is it too, convenient that we found this place unguarded?
There's an old Earth saying about never looking a gift horse in the mouth.
What's a horse?
Never mind.
Oh, hey, there's a bunch of the crystal stuff on the ground. Oh. There's something here. Already scanned that. What are you beeping at me for? Oh, aha!
Crystallized lithium compounds. Its internal structure is extremely ordered. In fact, the states of these crystals on a subatomic level suggests a storage device of some kind. Energy levels are both stable and ordered, like information. Some of them appear to be depleted.
What kind of information would you deplete?
Uh-oh. Something's
Laura?
happening.
I see it.
What's happening?
Someone turned it on.
There's no one here. But maybe the device I saw in the palace can send a signal?
If that's the case, we may not be alone for long. Let's hurry.
Ba 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 ba.
I can feel the power coming off it.
I've never seen this kind of energy before. I'll need to record this with my tricorder.
Apparent control surface lacking any known markings or input devices. Tetrametric radiation flowing upwards into other parts of this chamber. Levels 2 diluted to record. Crystalline structure connected to many energy conduits. Its internal construction defies known laws of physics.
This can't be right. It's putting out almost 50 zettajoules of energy.
I assume that's a lot?
Enough to power this entire quadrant. This amount of power, the kind of radiation it's putting out, it's the cause of the storm. The warp disrupting beam, all of it.
That's a lot of energy.
What do we do now?
We get back to the Resolute. They have to know about this. Come on, let's...
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
We have to hide.
This is outrageous! I demand you let me go!
No need to complain. You're about to receive a gift beyond your wildest imagination. If anything, I consider it an honor.
What is that? What are you doing?
Dude's too lazy to just take the stairs.
I can influence the course of the negotiations. I can make sure the Hotari get the better end of the bargain.
So can I.
Meanwhile, face to face.
The doc's on her way here to check Miranda out. We did the right thing.
Yeah, Miranda.
She was off from as soon as she came off the shuttle. Talking about a distress call.
You were the one who suggested sickbay instead of the brig.
And it was a good idea.
She needs some kind of help.
You should talk to her. Keep her spirits up.
And to think, yesterday I couldn't wait to get back on the Resolute. To get back to see you. You can't imagine how stupid I feel right now. I can't even believe it myself. I wonder what they're up to on the Adirondack right now.
You're not
I'd take a
stupid.
survey of gaseous anomalies over this any day.
You're not stupid. Not by a long shot. We'll figure out what's happening. And we'll get you fixed up.
I'd like to believe that. I'm scared, Carter. I don't want to find out that there's something really wrong with me. Something they can't fix. Or even explain.
You're in good hands here. There's not a lot that Starfleet Medical doesn't have an answer for.
I'm not so sure about that. They don't know everything.
Hey, Doc.
There she is. It's good that you brought her here. Petty Officer Maris and the rest of the security away team skipped the bioscan when they came back from Otari. And they've been impossible to track down since. We don't know what kind of pathogens they might have picked up.
Is that going to...
Sit still. This will just take a moment.
You're looking at me like I'm some kind of science experiment. Or a monster.
Did you realize you skipped the bioscan? I mean, if you weren't
Don't
feeling
try to
right...
blame me for this, Diaz.
The hell, man? Uh-oh.
What is it, a pathogen?
No. That's not Petty Officer Miranda Maris.
Oh. Guys.
Who that is, but it's
This
not
isn't Miranda.
I know that sounds hyperbolic, but that's the simplest way to put it.
Are you sure?
What? Then who is it?
I couldn't begin to say right now, but
She's not one of the
comparing baseline
boys.
readings I'm getting here with the DNA and brainwave records in Miranda's 15501. Well, I'm seeing impossible variations. I guess you could call the process bioforming. This body is Miranda's, but her DNA is changing into something else. But what's more troubling is there appears to be another mind layered on top of her baseline brain scans. Miranda isn't in control. Someone else is.
That explains a lot. But it's not the explanation I wanted to hear.
But the real Miranda's still in there. It's on top of her personality, but she's not completely gone.
The new brain patterns have overwhelmed her baselines. If her engrams are still there, it's at the level of background noise right now. I want to take some functional readings. Take this and get her talking while it scans her.
I'm sure you don't want to speculate, Doc.
Hey, Miranda.
I don't want to be incinerated as biohazard.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I did it. Any of it.
A 4-chambered circulatory pump higher than average circulation displacement is detected. Anomalous synaptic frequencies detected. Beta waves and delta waves output outside established norms.
But it's like there's a voice in my head. It was telling me to go download the data. It told me not to let you stop me. And there was nothing I could do to say no. but I didn't want to.
So this voice in your head, what else does it tell you?
It's not like a conversation. It's hard to explain. While I still can, I just want to say, Carter, I'm sorry. I really am. I hope you know that.
Miranda, I'm sorry too. I wanted to trust you.
I didn't give you much reason to.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
What the?
Back off! Computer, erect a force field between biobeds 2 and 3.
Computer!
What the?
Your force field!
You do not have authorization.
I just want to live.
God damn.
I have a right to exist.
Give Miranda back!
That is like...
1 sec.
That is not what I picked.
Go! I'm right behind you.
I picked Miranda Wants to Live too.
Osmia Kellam Kalujo.
Uh-oh. There's that language we can't understand again.
What the hell are they saying? It's not in the Universal Translator.
Is that some kind of transporter pad?
Well, it is something we should be worried about.
The drive!
Good job, dude.
Who the hell are you?
We are scions of the flame.
They can't get away with that. You have to shoot Miranda.
Okay.
Scions of the Flame? I don't like the sound of that.
You're never gonna believe this. The reason the Universal Translator didn't recognize that language is because it's only ever been read. It's the Trekkin language.
Bum bum bum. Anyway, back to this guy. The Seat of Violence.
Get your filthy Hotari hands off me! We'll burn your planet to the ground. Animals.
Wait. No.
Get crystalled, idiot. Yeah, it's cute that the sections, the chapters are like have their own little episode title cards.
Rise, brother. Rejoin the flame.
It's fine he was a Tory. Yeah, you're right, he deserved it.
This can only mean our time has come.
I'm only sorry I couldn't find a more suitable host for you.
All in good time. This is only the beginning.
They're working together? An Olidian and a Hotari?
They did something to him.
Secure the Cartabula.
Cartabula?
It's the energy source.
Spread out. Search the vault.
Uh-oh.
Go back through the mine. Cut off their escape. Find them.
Time to go.
case you take out enemy, hold out T to leave cover to aim. Cool. Oh my god, that's a lot of them.
We're trapped. They're blocking the only exit.
Yeah, use the forklift.
No. Can you buy me some time?
For what?
This vehicle looks a lot tougher than that barrier.
Enemies will shoot at you when you're out of cover. Sparks and smoke from the cover will indicate they're trying to line up a shot. Release the altitude to cover until the fire lifts up. If you take damage, free damage, you will fail your mission. Hey, what are you doing? Get away.
Shoot the Hotari woman!
Enemies will also target your allies. If an ally dies, you will fail the mission. If it appears of the enemy, they're targeting an ally. Your ally will take damage.
Federation fools.
Ow. Hell yeah.
Jara! Get on! Hold on to something.
We're out of here. The music's so quiet.
Oh no.
Don't stop. I'll handle them.
Appears on the center of your screen. You can switch between cover spots. Cool. My god, sick roll.
Show one driving the machine!
Ow.
Tylus! We're surrounded.
I'll get it working. I just need some time.
Yeah.
Stop it. Stop trying to shoot us.
Here we go.
Can this thing fly? Oh no, okay. I thought it was about to start, like, shooting us up. Oh, the tractor beam.
The lift. We're trapped.
Resolute, 2 to beam up immediately. Resolute, come in.
Jara!
No!
Are you alright?
I
Okay.
think so. It hurts.
The tractor beam. We can drive into the tractor beam. It'll bring us up. Yeah. I thought we were gonna just like drive into it full speed off the ramp at first.
What are you doing?
Hold on to me.
Commander, we read you, but there's too much interference. Transporters still can't get a lock.
Miranda was able to transport through the storm. There has to be some path through that we're not seeing.
Tetrametric radiation is saturating our sensors. There is too much interference to pick up the residual transporter signature.
Wait. Tetrametric radiation. Of course. I can align the transporter with the tetrametric signature. The crystals emit tetrametric pulses every 3.8422 seconds, roughly 26 centihertz. All of this is connected. The storm, the warp-killing field, the crystals.
Nope.
Miranda's alien transporter tech. Okay, I've got the transporter in calibration. There are a lot of biosigns in that mine, all stacked on top of each other. I need something to identify the commander signal. Something loud, energetic.
Understood. Commander Rydek, we have penetrated the storm's interference, but we are unable to pinpoint your signature. We need you to generate a high-energy event to help us...
High-energy event. Got it. Tylus, are you still with me? I am. Good. I'm going to shoot my phaser at some dilithium to cause a piezoelectric rupture.
What? Why?
Signal flare. These crystals have to be pure enough.
Got it.
Whoa! Dilithium explosion!
Is that energetic enough?
More than enough. I can lock onto their biosigns now. I've got their biosigns isolated.
Commander, we have your signal.
I'm gonna tunnel a path through the ionic interference.
Yeah, I remember this game. Oh, it's the exact same puzzle as well.
I've got a path. Just gotta calibrate the signal.
Lock the frequencies at just the right moment to give the transporter enough power. What am I doing? Trying to just get it at the peak. There we go.
I've got a lock.
Energize.
Some of these like interface puzzles makes you think of Among Us tasks. Yeah, a little bit. Also, my hand glitched out there. See ya, suckers.
Petty Officer Diaz.
We're losing her.
The pattern is degrading. Can you hold the signal?
I'm trying.
Uh-oh. No pressure, yeah. There we go.
I got it. Come on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Get her to sickbay.
Captain Solano and Ambassador Spock have just returned from Hotari.
Take a look at that.
Reineck, I need you on the bridge.
Take a look at that.
I'm here.
The Elydians are preparing to attack Hotari.
Status report.
Your systems are now fully powered. All torpedo tubes open. They're preparing to fire. We should hail the Elydian flagship, Captain.
Readying phasers if you want them.
Stand by. Await my order. Recommendation, Commander?
Hail them.
We need to act quickly.
Hail the Elydians. Maybe we could talk some sense into them.
Hail them.
No response.
Try it again.
Still nothing.
The Elydians. They've powered down their weapons.
Odd. You sure about that, Mr. Armand?
They're venting some kind of gas from their ship. Hold on. Now all of their systems have shut down.
That's unexpected.
Commander Ermont, scan them again. We have to be sure.
No mistaking it. They're dead in the water.
What's happening?
There's an energy dampening field coming from Tau.
Take us out of range.
Aye, Captain.
Captain, the flagship is hailing us.
On screen.
Zeldy to the Starship Resolute. Our main power cores are completely disabled. The more power we give, the more it takes. Running off batteries. Life support systems have failed. Unable to ventilate. Contaminated atmosphere.
Admiral, you are about to launch an attack on a defenseless planet.
Kobliat, you sided with the Hotari in the negotiation, but that does not matter now. My crew is going to die. Please, I beg of you. You must render assistance. System failures are compounding around my ship.
Of course I'm gonna help.
Yes, we will.
Thank you.
Admiral, excuse us while we devise a rescue plan.
Just because I sided with the other people in a debate doesn't mean I'm gonna let you die, dude.
While we may not be able to transport the Elydians directly, if we were to transport them from their ship to a nearby shuttlecraft, it should be possible to amplify the transporter signal there and reroute it to the Resolute.
The Ambassador's plan is incomplete. An away team will have to beam aboard the Zeldy and set up pattern enhancers for a stable enough signal out of the dampening field.
Thank you for identifying my deficiency, Commander Chovak.
Jara, I need a senior officer in command of this. Take Chovak and Bedrosian in the shuttle and get it done.
Let's
Petty
go.
Officers Diaz and Edselar, you will be part of the rescue mission. As will I. We will bring the shuttle within transporter range of the Zeldy, then beam you both aboard.
Beam us on board. Why?
The pattern enhancers must be placed on the Zeldy to make it possible to beam the Elydians back to the Resolute. Gather the pattern enhancers and get to the docking bay.
That was a good bit of gameplay.
We're going on the wrong mission.
What's that?
We're going to rescue the Elydians, the people that oppress the Hotari. when we should be going to rescue Miranda.
Whoa.
This thing that's happened to Miranda is like the Trill symbiosis joining, only worse. And I've seen too many people I care about wiped away by some greater entity to stand by while the same thing happens to her. I wanted no part of it then, and I won't stand for it now. Your body's stolen and used like puppets.
I'm not giving up on her either. We'll get her back.
Whatever it takes.
Well, I don't know if I'd say whatever it takes.
We've got other
but...
lives to save.
Yeah.
Well, what do you mean, yeah? You were just saying that we basically... Huh? What?
The away team is ready.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Resolute to Shuttlecraft Melville. You're cleared for takeoff.
Acknowledged, Resolute. Melville taking off.
Ionic storm will fill your path with dangerous hazards. Green lightning will damage your shuttle. Take damage 3 times. Feel the message. You can fly through the rings created by the storm if you pilot carefully. There's one thing I love doing, it's flying through hoops. That's why I joined Starfleet. Ta-da!
We are within range. Any closer will put the shuttlecraft at risk. Preparing to transport the away team. Energizing.
Errand of Mercy.
The ship's life support. It's almost completely drained.
And the other systems, too.
Oh no.
We gotta get to their transporter room.
Yeah, they're fine.
The atmosphere in here is turning to poison. All of these Illidians are going to die if we don't get them out of here.
Interesting that I can pull out my phaser. That implies to me like there's gonna be
These
shooting.
must close in case of emergency.
Oh, never mind.
They don't have enough power left to function. Carter, give them a charge with your phaser. Should make them open.
Wonder if this game will have me shooting hot rocks. My favorite Starfleet tactic. Ugh.
It's not working.
No power's running through any of this. We gotta get him open manually.
I am the ranking officer here. State your intentions. We are under siege. Explain yourselves.
What does it look like? We're here to rescue you.
And yet, you cannot even open a door.
Whoa there.
I am still able to stand. What are you trying to do?
We gotta get into your transporter room.
Then we can get your people off the ship.
Her mouth did not move. Ooh, fancy transporter room. Very spacious.
Make sure they're evenly spaced. We need to manually adjust beam trajectory so they connect.
I got this one. You get the others.
Ta-da! Okay, it must be to the... Yeah, okay, yeah. I gotta make it a circle. And then this one goes here. Get transport alignment. Oh, shit.
Alright. The pattern enhancers are aligned and ready to go. Let's round them up.
These will boost the signal so we can transport through the storm. We have a shuttle outside this ship that will route the signal to the Resolute.
All crew to transporter room 2. We are evacuating.
We're alive.
Here they come.
Low power. What was low power? Her transporter?
Okay, coordinates. Beam status. Energizing controls.
Please step on the platform so we can evacuate you, Admiral.
The crew goes first, Harminter.
Sir.
I mean it.
You! Get on the platform already!
Okay, the interface is in Elydian, but the layout is the same as a Starfleet transporter. I just gotta do what I did before. Select the people to transport. Plot a path through the ionic interference. Okay, just have to calibrate the signal gain to get the highest possible output.
Now. Yeah.
Even at this range, the interference is too much. The system is suggesting better transport coordinates. See, it's the shuttle. You're sitting right in the thick of it. I'm sending you specific coordinates for a clear signal path.
Waypoint's been added to the navigational computer. There, Commander. Give or take 50 meters.
Now we're gonna watch out for asteroids and rings. Oh, what the hell? Did you see that ring that was like moving in front of my path? It's evil. I was just trying to avoid it. Yeah, it's moving. The rings are moving. That's fucked up. They know.
Melville to away team. Energize.
I have the first group of Illidians in the pattern buffer. Redirecting and transmitting to the Resolute now.
This is Resolute. We have the Illidians safely aboard.
We did it! I was so worried this wouldn't work. We got this.
Good work. Keep it up.
Yes, Commander.
This is Commander Rydick. We're holding steady. Signal is good. Keep them coming.
I don't know why sometimes when I do the right thing, it's gray instead of green. I feel like that should have been a green. I don't know, what else was I meant to do? I guess I could have been more confident.
Admiral, you're next.
I've made it clear. I only leave after those in my charge.
Sir, I must insist you go so you can lead our people. I will see to any stragglers.
Yes, that may be for the best. But first, let me thank our human saviors. I'll pin medals on your uniforms when this is over. For all your brave work.
Not out of the woods yet, sir. So if you don't mind...
Ah, yes. Forgive me.
Funny that I could just shout him to get on the transporter.
Energize.
Uh-oh.
Massive power surge!
Sending available power to the annular confinement beam. I have the Illidians in the pattern buffer, but I cannot resolve their signal to send them through to the Resolute, nor can I materialize them here.
We need a better position with the Resolute.
Time to fly. Surprised now I have to deal with rings, asteroids, and the Borg. Oh, of course, they would show up at a time like this. So hi, Justin. I don't know how long you've been here. It's a pretty funny comment. How am I liking game?
I am losing their patterns. I need more power, but internal relays are not functioning.
The game part of the game isn't anything incredible, but
I am trying.
oh my god.
I'll lose the transport if I do not have more time.
He's just
Signal is resolved.
taking all those sparks.
We have lost the 15 Illyrians in the last transport.
Ippies.
I regret to report that we have lost the last transport.
My comrade. The Admiral.
Unfortunately, our shuttle systems were damaged by the power surge. We can no longer serve as a transporter node.
Carter, these readings are off the charts. The source of the storm is on this ship. It must have been the power surge when it came on board.
You're right. The Trekkin energy source.
The subtitles.
Cartabula.
We lost the
It's here.
subtitles in the transporter accident.
The intruders are preparing to bring the Zeldi to war.
And we're about to be stuck on it.
There is an old Illyrian saying about leaping off the hot skillet and falling to the flame below.
Yeah, we got that one too.
We don't know where this ship is going, but we are not lost. We can still do something. We can still fight. We'll stop them from getting the Cartabula wherever they're taking it.
I like this plan, and I shall fight with you.
This guy's doing pretty good for his
if we're not getting
like
this ship,
his leader just dying.
We can't get off this ship.
But maybe I could target somewhere on the ship.
We are reading the warp engines powering up.
Yeah, we picked up on that.
We do not have a way to evacuate you from the Zeldi. The shuttlecraft is too heavily damaged.
Yeah.
That's all right, Commander. We have a plan of our own.
Like 15 people just
Stay on
died.
this ship.
That is very bold of you, Mr. Diaz. Live long and prosper.
Hey, listen, it happens.
I hear voices down the corridor.
We will be here soon.
I'll guard the door. You just get us out of here, Diaz.
Hey, Stretch, help us with this map.
I mean, I could have saved those transporter people, maybe, at the cost of
Too exposed.
at the cost of my crewmate.
Quarters? High traffic, easily accessible.
There.
But I wanted to save my crew member.
Sounds good to me.
Whatever you're doing, do it now! We're locked in. Board to transport.
Come on, Belle.
Uh-oh.
Belle!
It's too late for him. Carter!
3 to transport.
Dude's dead as fuck. Miranda!
Energize.
Her name is Miranda. She was one of the boys, but now she's evil. Hi there. Thanks for following,
I held on as long as I could.
We saved many lives. And our people on the Zeldi knew the risks their duties entailed.
Contact the Resolute, Mr. Chovak. Have them bring us back.
Yeah, welcome to Star Wars. That's I can't think of anything Star Wars. That's lightsaber, starship, Death Star, Luke Skywalker, Darth Vader, Han Solo. There you go. Dead Reckoning.
You saved as many Elydian lives as you could. And more importantly, you looked after your crew. That's what counts. You have to look out for your own, first and foremost.
I just wish I could have saved them all.
We all do. But you did the best you could. So, no point beating yourself up over it. Unfortunately, the Admiral was among those who didn't make it.
Yeah, oopies.
I'm sure it's a huge blow to the Elydians. I hope they don't blame us. We suffered our own losses as well.
How are we getting our away team back?
Ambassador Spock and the rest of the senior staff are waiting for us in the briefing room to discuss just that. I wanted a chance for you and I to speak first, given the circumstances. While protocol might suggest we alert Starfleet about our situation, missing crew, the data breach, possible threat from the Hatari, or Trekkin, I think we're better off keeping this to ourselves, under our control. You know what's at stake for me here, and what is at stake for you, too. I can't afford another mission gone wrong, and I'm really counting on your support. I don't want to raise a false alarm just yet.
It's not about you, dude.
Before it gets any worse than it already is.
I'm sorry, Captain, but this isn't about you. The lives of everyone who wears a uniform are at stake.
I don't see it that way.
We're ready in the briefing room, Captain.
On our way. Is there any update on our efforts to trace the Zeldi's warp signature?
Unfortunately, no. Somehow they were able to mask the signature and block our ability to track their trajectory.
I'm also concerned about what went with them. A Taconian energy source.
Sidron referred to it as the Cartabula.
Yes, I've been analyzing your tricorder scans.
Is it possible to tell an original Star Trek story with how long the series has been running? This is using
something that powerful in their hands?
Some pre-established elements, and it's telling a unique story with them.
Literally anywhere.
I have faith in our away team. They won't give up easily. And if they can somehow manage to stay alive, then maybe...
Like, the story is so far the best part about this game.
Hell of a lucky break.
Right now, we need all the luck we can get.
Which is good.
The Trekkin also compromised our systems when Petty Officer Maris stole data.
I'm interested.
We're assessing what was lost as we speak. It's just too soon to say exactly what they had access to.
Starfleet needs to know about this.
We're not contacting Starfleet until we fully understand the situation. There are too many unknowns.
They stole our data. That's reason enough to warn Starfleet.
But the captain does have a point. It might be better to wait until we know more.
We shouldn't take any chances. We should at least alert Starfleet that our system was compromised.
I agree with Commander Rydek. We should let Starfleet decide how they want to handle it.
And essentially tell them this mission was a failure before it's even over? No. That's not how we're gonna do it. Not on my ship.
Spock liked that. Yeah. Also, the Doctor liked that. The Doctor... Is the Doctor even in the room?
I expect we'll meet resistance. The Hotari think we violated our...
Oh, wait a minute. She like wants me to stop him from being stupid. So, I guess she would like that decision.
We still have a responsibility to the Hotari and the Elydians.
The Trekkin are a threat to both their civilizations.
No.
Oh, she is in the room. I just didn't see her.
They're a threat to us all. The device Commander Rydek found in the Taconian vault is an advanced delivery mechanism
Oh,
for
her
a
arm,
complex
or
biogenetic
the girl's
transformation process.
hands got
Meaning
fixed
what
fast.
exactly?
Not only are they bioforming innocent hosts, transforming them into Takan, they're taking the DNA and engrammatic data of a specific Taconian and displacing that of its host. It's a hostile takeover on a cellular level, bringing individual Takan back to life, one by one.
Is there some way it could be reversed?
That's exactly what I've been trying to find out. So far, it appears the answer is
Can't wait
no.
for the fish game
Once
when
the
it releases on
Taconian
Steam in
takes
like a year or
control,
whatever.
displacement of the host is
I
irreversible, and the bioforming appears
listen.
to be permanent. Petty Officer
I
Maris
hope
called
this
herself
game
a
comes
scion
on
of the
Steam.
flame,
I
but the
think
computer had no information about it.
game
She also shot the
exclusivity
hell out of
is
my
stupid.
ship. She
I don't
escaped,
like it,
nearly killed a
and
few
it's
of our
even
crew.
more dumb
So we know
on
this about those
PC.
scions. They're
Everyone has the hardware.
Tacon have
You're
crossed
just
the line.
restricting
That
it
much
behind
is
a
certain.
stupid app.
However, meeting with the Hotari could
Uh,
offer insight into
but
their
I
true
don't think this
intentions.
game might come to Steam because it seems
Under
like
the pretense of an apology
Epic
for
Games
betraying their
basically
trust
funded this game.
and trespassing on their territory.
Given the options, this might be our best chance to find out more about what they have planned.
So it might be an exclusive forever.
With the Cartabula gun, I can confirm we have regained warp capability and the use of our transporters.
Excellent. Commander Ermot, see if we can arrange a meeting on Hotari as soon as possible. As Ambassador Spock suggested, under the pretense of an apology.
Aye, Captain.
Nice work.
Yeah, I'm playing it on Xbox. See.
You're long overdue.
I was wondering what the other game was. Was Metal Gear?
It looks like I am.
Oh yeah, my Pip-Boy.
Aside from almost running out of Duridium, you're in good health.
Nice to get some positive news for a change.
You I don't worry about. The Captain, however.
Go on.
You see it, don't you? He's desperate. Withholding intel from Starfleet just to save his reputation. That's not normal behavior for a captain. I was relieved you called him out on it. You've spent enough time with him now, seen enough of how he runs this ship. If there's something wrong, as the ship's doctor, I need to know. Don't sugarcoat it. You know I wouldn't.
To be honest, I'm worried about him. It seems like the stress of this mission is getting to him. He has so much riding on its success, and I am concerned he'll do something rash to ensure it.
To know we see eye to eye on this. And I want to be clear, I care about Solano, I really do. I've been his doctor for years. There are more important things at stake than offending an old friend. If it gets any worse, you know where to find me.
Jara.
Yo!
Monitor your Duridium levels. I'll be right back.
My friend.
How's your wound?
Like it was never there. I feel lucky you were there with me. Without you, I'd be, well... Thank you for saving my life. Even with the wonders of your technology, it wouldn't have mattered if you'd left me for dead.
I should be thanking you. You took that disruptor shot for me. Without you, I might be the one in sickbay, or worse.
Well, I couldn't just let you die. Not after all you did to help.
I won't forget it.
And then they kissed.
We saw the truth down in those mines. What Sidron and Galvin really are. Who they've become. The lengths they're willing to go to. What they did to that Elydian. It's hard to accept that everything I thought I knew, so much was a lie. The horror of that underneath our feet the entire time.
It's always better to know. No matter how awful, the truth is better than living with a lie.
I am coming around to that thinking as well.
Commander Rydick, you're needed on the bridge at once.
What is it?
The Hotari have agreed to meet.
Stowaways. Oh, good night, Kate.
They haven't found us yet.
Thanks for watching.
We can't just wait to be rescued. We have no idea when or if the Resolute is gonna catch up. But if we can get access to the Zeldi systems, we might be able to figure out what the Trekkin are up to. You got somewhere we could do that?
Saying that though, I'm gonna be right back again. I shouldn't take as long as I did last time, but yeah. Enjoy looking at these people. BRB. All right, I'm back. Let me get my my throwback around me real quick. Okay, video game. What is this?
Good thing this was here. Made it a lot easier to transport across the ship. If we took another second, Miranda might have...
Come on, Carter. We need to stick with the tall guy.
Do you play Star Trek Online at all? Yeah, I've played quite a bit of Star Trek Online. And by a bit, I mean like I think over 100 hours at this point.
Right where we are.
There must be devices that perform the scan.
It's pretty fun.
Right there.
I'm not much of an MMO player.
Around the room.
Got it. We'll disable them.
How? They're too
But
high to reach, even for me.
all the story content
Too high for our phasers.
is free.
Low power, Nelly. Let's not set off any fire alarms.
I
got the ones over here.
like the ship combat. think that's pretty fun. Quickly shoot 5 sensors.
Got one. Another down.
Hurry, Carter!
I am. Only one left.
Here it comes.
Entire ship was on Mariniverse stuff because the Federation is boring. I can't remember my clue. My crew compliment.
Now that the Zelda has its power again,
my character's a trill.
some of the ship's systems from here.
I'll
take care not to give away our position.
I think I have.
The Trekkin might not even know we're still on board this ship. Miranda only saw us transport.
I think my first officer's a Klingon.
Back on the Resolute.
Miranda.
It's been a while.
Give up on her yet, Carter. She had you in her sights.
I played it a bit because it was new. The new story thing came out kind of recently. But I've
not completely, at least. She must still feel something.
It's yeah, I can't remember exactly.
And a reason to remember that Trekkin haven't just hijacked this ship. They've hijacked every body they're in. I know she played us, used her sympathies, your relationship to break out of sickbay. But maybe there's a way to turn her back and Miranda could help us stop the Trekkin. Here, on the ship. Just because the Trill joining is permanent doesn't mean the Trekkin bioforming has to be.
Oh, I've played Star Trek Online for 494 hours.
You have to think like a soldier.
So that's a bit more than 100 hours. That's 400s of hours. Almost 500s of hours.
Miranda is not responsible for what she's doing. The Trekkin have taken control of her mind. We certainly can't kill her for it.
Speak for yourself. If anyone threatens the Empire, they are the enemy. It's just one life, and it's already been lost.
You don't get to talk about Miranda.
You don't get to ignore the truth.
We don't like this any more than you do. The Trekkin are a threat to all of us. They turned our crewmates too. Do you really think they're gonna stop there?
All I know is that more of my people have been lost to the transformation than yours. Not to mention my admiral and the others who didn't survive your rescue attempt. Our losses are mounting. Yours are just beginning.
We're stuck on this ship, same as you.
I'm blocked out of helm control. Propulsion? And they're closing down systems faster than I can check them. They're always changing these interfaces. I can hardly keep up.
Let us help.
Fine. They're using a senior officer's access code to lock down our systems from the bridge. The Trekkin must have turned someone in command.
Doing it. I'm doing it. I got it. I got it. I got it. Ooh. There we go.
Here's something. I can see the course they have plotted in. Long way from Hotari space.
I hope the Resolute is all right back there.
The Zeldi. That's where we are.
That's not exactly news.
The Lydian fleet has explored a lot of systems, but it's all in the opposite direction of where we're going. We're headed to the edge of the galaxy.
Nothing but uninhabited systems along the way. And if we keep going, we'll leave charted space. A lot sooner than I like to think about, too.
That can't happen. We need to take control and turn this ship around. Get back to the front lines of the battle for Elydia.
We are on the front lines. They're going to do this all over the quadrant. The whole Federation is at risk.
That is a possibility, but it's already a reality for my people.
I'm sure it's pretty damn real for the people who are trapped in their own bodies controlled by the Trekkin. You can't just turn your back on them.
I'll take this ship without you if I have to. And I'll bring it back to Elydia, or I'll destroy it.
I won't let it stay in the hands of the enemy.
Think strategically. We stand a better chance by working together. You're right to be angry, but it doesn't do any good to turn it on us.
Fair enough.
The most important thing is that we get control of this ship, so that we don't end up so far away that the Resolute can't ever catch up to us.
And if we control the Zeldi, that also means they can't use that Cartabula thing.
I'm not sure we can do much more from here.
What's this? It's a data stream.
A data stream? Data streams? I thought that dude was dead at this point.
Put it through a demultiplexing processor.
Can you get that clearer?
I'm trying. Okay. That should do it.
Hello? Can you read me?
Hello.
Tasker, is that you?
Major!
It's my lieutenant. Where are you?
I'm here with some of the others. We're trapped in the ATP.
Our artillery targeting platform.
The bulkheads are sealed, and ruptured power conduits on the other side are discharging at high voltage. Major, we've seen Sidron and the other Hatari, and if we can get free, I think we'll be able to overpower them and take back the ship.
Tasker, are you still there? Tasker, are you still there?
You shouldn't trust anyone else you meet. The Hatari have been transforming people on this ship. We've seen it happen.
Bioforming.
It's only a matter of time before any remaining crew are turned against us. You have to come and help us.
I gotta ask, are you sure that's really your comrade?
It's Tasker. You're going to have to trust me. I know Lieutenant Tasker well. That's her. Clear and not under duress beyond our current circumstances. I'm sure of it.
Trust goes both ways. We trust you. You trust us.
I'll go with that. Until you give me reason not to.
Back at you, Stretch.
Love an uneasy alliance.
And we'll free you from the ATP.
We'll be ready and waiting.
I may not know the computers very well, but I know every inch of this ship. I can get us there, safely, through the back routes.
Through the back rooms? Whoa. It's the Queen again.
You may approach.
Your Majesty, an apology is in order. The Federation...
Spare us your apologies, your excuses, your pathetic explanations. You said you were here under the pretense of peace, yet you trespassed into our minds. I should have known you couldn't be trusted when you sided with the Illidians. Your intentions have been clear from the start.
A warp-disrupting beam originating from Tau was holding our ship hostage. This is a farce. You never had any intention of negotiating a peaceful resolution to this conflict.
Your Majesty, if I may.
Her actions nearly caused a war.
I was addressing the Queen.
Galvin speaks for the Voltari now.
Aww.
Fortunately, we were able to resolve this ourselves despite your interference. The Illidians have agreed the mines will remain under Hotari control.
We now recognize the Hotari as the sole authority in this region. Your presence here is no longer necessary.
So you can consider the matter resolved.
They never wanted the Federation involved. This was all just a ploy from the start.
We never needed the Federation involved. But we're so thankful that you've come.
That being said, the sooner you leave, the better.
The hell we will. What about my crew trapped aboard that ship? Or what you did to my security team? The data you stole? I want to make one thing clear.
No one is to leave Hotari space without Federation approval. No one.
You think you have that power, when in fact you have none. You came here under the presumption you would be the ultimate authority. That you would show up and render judgment in this petty dispute over precious resources between lesser people. But instead, your arrogance and self-interest was your undoing. Blinding you to the real power at work here.
Enough of this nonsense. You're not fooling anyone. We know you're Trekkin.
Trekkin. A word I haven't heard in a very long time. At the height of our power, the Trekkin Empire spanned hundreds of thousands of light years, and trillions of Trekonians.
An empire that encompassed what is now considered Federation territory.
What's yours was once ours. So it feels only right that we reclaim what was lost.
Uh-oh.
Everything you hold dear will be gone. The first of many painful losses to come.
You do realize this will never work. The Federation will stop you no matter what it takes.
Will they? From what I can tell, the Federation is little more than a loose assemblage of the weak and the misguided. But I certainly invite them to try. You might be surprised how many want to be part of the most advanced civilization the galaxy has ever seen. We will not stop until we've reclaimed what is rightfully ours. Imagine what a queen, a starship captain, or even a Federation ambassador could accomplish if their power was wielded by a truly superior entity. In the face of such impossible odds against an adversary so clearly more advanced in every way, the only logical choice is to submit.
Never.
Spock, watch out!
Seize them.
Get us out of here, now!
Ride it to Resolute. Beam us out.
You ever done
Comrades
something
in
like this before?
arms.
Close quarters combat? Infiltrating an enemy stronghold?
Something like that.
I once spent 6 days crawling through sewers during the siege of Tofar Ket to retake the citadel there. That's just one of many campaigns I've served in. My dress uniform is well decorated.
I'm glad we're here with you. We need your kind of experience.
I should say you do. And I'll be glad to have Lieutenant Itasca with us. She fought shoulder to shoulder with me in that siege.
So you're pretty close, huh?
She's like a daughter to me. She's saved my life more than once. She's more than just a comrade in arms.
Don't worry. We'll get her and the others free.
I'll worry less when that's been done. But once we have my comrades, proper soldiers, we'll be able to retake the bridge. Then, our fleets will catch up to us. The ATP is just down that corridor.
Is this the artillery platform?
This is the power distribution for the forward armament cluster.
Doesn't look like it's doing too well.
There was combat here. Disruptor burns on the walls. Signs of a grenade detonation.
I can see why they're trapped in there. But that's gonna be just as hard for us to cross.
We'll need to find a way to get in there and shut down the power. The distribution conduits have been knocked loose. The currents in those lines would be lethal. Is there any way to power those down?
Each circuit has a control panel that regulates power to the magnetobanks.
Track connections
Magneto.
between the power lines and the control panels.
From Marvel vs.
I should be able to clear a
Capcom.
safe path to your crew.
We'll get the door open here.
It's heavy.
Alrighty, over here. The music is so quiet in this game. I don't know if you guys can even hear it.
You! Federation, you made it.
Barely. There's a lot of collateral damage out here.
They'd backed us into a corner.
We did that to drive them out. Put some space between us and the enemy.
Uh-oh.
They're here. Get down!
I think they've given up on capture.
We'll never make it if we go back that way. You, give me a hand with this! Go! Go! Behind us!
Ow.
Go, Federation! You take the lead. We'll keep them busy.
Fall back! Hold them back! We can't let them reach the stairs!
Ow. Oh, I think that's a dead guy. He's just stuck there.
Come on, hurry!
No! No! You can't just just run in there.
We must live to fight.
Oh, he didn't take much convincing.
We let the enemy take them. Hadri and Private Turo.
They weren't the only ones. But if we hadn't, it would have been all of us. I'll have to live with that, and I'll answer for it when I die. It's not the Illidian way to leave one of our own behind. It's a sin to do so.
We've lost people too. I know it's not easy.
What makes it worse is that when we were in there, trapped, Hadri is the one who said that we had to live to fight. And we all agreed. We said if one of us was taken, the others wouldn't stop. We'd keep going, make our way to the bridge. They died so we could fight on.
The Trekkin don't want them dead.
They want to steal their bodies. And steal their minds.
The Trekkin knows everything the host knows.
That means they know our plan. They know we're heading to the bridge.
Uh-oh. General quarters.
Tylus, you should be in sickbay.
Oh, my girlfriend's back.
I'll finish this.
I couldn't just lie there knowing the entire fate of Hotari hangs in the balance.
And her clothes got repaired.
You look exhausted.
I'll be honest. It was a total disaster.
That can't be true. I heard a rumor that they'd made a deal, that the Illidians agreed to peace. After what we saw Sidron do to the diplomat in the mines, I could hardly believe there was hope, but then... Is that true?
I'm afraid the truth is far worse than that.
There's no deal.
No. They're all Trekkin now. The Hotari, the Illidians, everyone.
No. That can't be true.
I'm sorry.
Where will I go? I can't go back. I don't have a home anymore. Everything I've ever known is gone.
You're always safe aboard this ship. And you're welcome to stay as long as you need.
Thank you.
The Federation stands with the Hotari. You don't have to doubt it for a second.
Yellow alert.
Uh-oh.
Commander Rydick, we need you on the bridge immediately. We've got an Illidian ship, the Veskar, rapidly bearing down on our position.
Or what was the Veskar. Now I'm not so sure.
Bring it up on the view screen.
600 kilometers in closing. Still coming straight for us.
Oh my god, it's covered in fucking crystals.
Commander?
Have you tried hailing them?
Try it.
Hailing the Illidian ship now. No response.
400 kilometers in closing.
Shields up. Ready phasers.
Shields up. Phasers ready. Incoming.
Lock phasers and open fire.
Heavy damage. But deflectors still at full power?
That bypassed our shields entirely.
That's impossible. God damn it, return fire. Everything we've got. Rydick, modulate the shield frequencies. See if you can get us any cover.
Commander,
I've got this. Just keep firing.
Shields still have no effect.
That doesn't make sense.
I'll try another. There!
We've got incoming! How do they keep matching our shield frequency?
They couldn't. Unless... They've compromised our shield algorithms. They can bypass our shields at will.
What?
Lol.
Captain!
Old man fall over.
He's out cold.
And it knocked him out. Ha!
Why'd they stop?
Damage report.
Running on emergency power. Major hull damage on decks 4 through 7. Warp core is stable and intact.
We're completely vulnerable.
Commander, we're being held by the Veskar. It's Galvin.
On screen.
Commander Rydak, where's your captain? Not dead, I hope. At least, not yet.
Sorry to disappoint you, but he's alive and well.
Good. I wouldn't want him to miss out on any of this. I have to give you credit, Commander. You survived longer than I thought you would. But make no mistake, your shields are useless, your weapons ineffective, and there's nothing you can do. I could destroy you at any moment, but I'd rather hear your pleas for mercy first. Your existence is entirely in my hands, and I'm not in a forgiving mood.
If you want to destroy us, then I invite you to do your worst. We'd rather die with honor than beg for your mercy.
You may just get your wish. I've been thinking about what you said, Commander. That the Federation would stop me no matter what. Your performance in this encounter has not supported that claim.
The Veskar's weapons are powering up.
But the Trekkin are not mere savages. So I've decided to let you live.
Wow, that's nice.
Your insolence. Tell your Federation the Trekkin are as merciful as they are powerful. That you were fortunate to escape with your lives. But next time, you may not be so lucky.
This isn't over.
I assure you, we've only just begun.
I've lost their signal.
Why do I have a relationship with this guy? Galvin was irritated by Jorah's continued defiance when the Veskar had the Resolute at mercy. Yeah, you know what? Fucking good then.
Nothing.
Bitch.
It's untraceable, just like before.
Notify Ambassador Spock. I want everyone in the briefing room to discuss our options.
What's the status of the repairs?
Hull breach should be patched up in a matter of hours. Impulse power is at 67%. Should be fully restored soon.
Still no luck tracking Galvin's warp signature. They've all but disappeared.
Keep trying. Finding that son of a bitch is the best shot we got.
Commander Rydak, you had the Khan after the ship was attacked. What is your assessment? Given our current situation and the losses we have suffered.
It would appear we are severely outmatched.
In that case, we might have an option. Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Trekkin Empire. If anyone could find Galvin, it would be him.
That's assuming he's willing to help us.
True, but there's only one way to find out.
Wouldn't we need to secure authorization from the Federation Council to contact him?
The nearest Federation outpost is Andoria. I can travel there by shuttle and inform them personally of the threat from the Trekkin. Meanwhile, the Resolute can travel to the Delphi Ardu system in search of Portal 6-3.
I still have my doubts.
I do not. Captain William T. Riker has first-hand experience with the area, and with Portal 6-3. His guidance will prove invaluable, and should alleviate your concerns.
Delphi Ardu-4 is a restricted zone for good reason. For all we know, we could be walking into a trap. Not to mention the high likelihood Portal 6-3's allegiance will be with the Trekkin. It's just too much of a risk. A waste of time. Time we can't afford to lose.
Right now, we have no way of knowing where those two Elydian ships are, or where they're going. Another Taconian might be able to at least point us in the right direction.
Or we're the ones pointing him right toward his fellow Trekkin, making the problem worse.
I am inclined to agree with Commander Rydek. Her logic is sound. This portal may have knowledge that proves to be invaluable.
Your head turned so
including
quickly at mention of
information on the
Riker.
nature of the Cartabula. We must act on the facts at hand.
Then we'll give it our best.
I'll arrange a meeting with Captain Riker.
And I will speak with the Council. They need to understand the magnitude of the situation. I can leave for Andoria immediately. I wish you luck finding Portal 6-3. The very future of the Federation may rest in your hands.
It takes a minimum
The
of 8
breach.
crew on the bridge to run the ship. So we can expect at least that many hostiles.
If they bioformed Hadri, they know we're coming.
Which means everyone needs to be ready for...
Whoop.
Now what? We need that door sealed.
We can handle that. Where do you need us?
There's an access panel there. You should be able to patch into the local systems.
Why are you British?
I'll cover you. On my signal. Now!
Stupid little waddle over to the panel. Okay, alright.
Looking for the bridge doors. Wait, what's this?
Got something?
Gravity. If I invert the artificial gravity inside the bridge, that'll throw anyone on the bridge right up into the seal.
He'll never see it coming.
Itasca, get ready to charge.
Charge?
Reversing gravity polarity. Now!
Got their asses.
Amazing.
Close in!
How do we get them down? What are we gonna do with them?
We don't have time to take prisoners.
So you're just gonna shoot him?
I haven't decided yet.
That's not just up to you.
I'm the ranking officer.
And we're not in your army.
These prisoners could be useful to us. But if you kill them, we'll never know.
I can live with that.
Well, I can't.
You're an engineer, not a soldier. This is clearly my territory.
You think you have enemy combatants here? This is a hostage situation. Each one of them has an innocent life inside. I'll keep watch on them.
As will I. We can't let our guard down around the enemy.
Petty Officer Diaz and I will figure out how to stop the ship.
Let's hurry. The rest of the Trekkin could show up any minute. Crystals. They're all over this place. Where's the captain?
Captain Ostego did not survive the atmosphere poisoning.
I'm sorry to hear that.
He died defending the Empire. That's how he'd want it.
Look here. It's navigational data.
We saw that already. Headed to the edge of the galaxy.
It's only a display. We couldn't use it to change course or alter speed.
Why not? What's the point? I wonder if me being hit by the plasma thing's gonna come up
Two
again.
interfaces on top of each other.
This is not Illyrian programming.
Gotta figure this out before we get wherever we're going. If the Resolute can't catch up to us, we're in a whole different kind of trouble. Any trouble?
Don't worry about me. Worry about Stretch over there.
Why?
He's looking for any excuse to vaporize the prisoners. But I'll make sure he doesn't. Even if they're the enemy, it's not right.
I'm here if you need a hand.
Just hurry up and figure out this bridge. That's the best way to help.
Hey, Stretch.
Everything under control?
Yes, these Trekkin haven't made a move. Yet.
And what you're doing is working.
There's plenty more I can do. But it doesn't have to be that way. As long as they behave.
Hey, whoa, I can't move. There we go.
Careful where you point that thing.
It's not active. I can't see any way this would work as a weapon. It's dead.
Out of ammo?
I'm not sure.
Maybe the prisoners can tell us. Console.
This console looks unaffected. Engines are redlined, running at full power. But this main drive manifold is spiking way over nominal levels.
Very dangerous.
Even at 100% output, the warp cores wouldn't push this much plasma to the drive section.
That much reactor output would drive us past the theoretical top speed of this ship. So how fast are we actually going?
Then the engines are running at 127% of maximum output. This should be impossible, but Draconian modifications to the vessel may have increased output limits beyond.
These crystals are Trekkin technology. They seem to be active, just like the rest of their tech. Tetrametric pulses.
Tetrametric?
It's the energy signature of Trekkin technology. Everything they make gives off this type of radiation.
They're blocking the inputs. It's not responding at all. Everything I try, it just ignores me.
Well, if we're careful, maybe we can blast the crystals off with our phasers.
All right. Just use caution.
Not a scratch.
There are other consoles to try.
This one?
It's the Trekkin language.
From what I can tell, the ship's systems are actively responding to input.
Which is the opposite of how most bridges work. They usually send commands, not receive them.
It's from an intrusive program. This control station won't do us any good either. What have they done to this bridge?
Consoles running themselves, some clogged up with crystals that are sending off tetrametric pulses.
But none of this is sending signals outward. It's receiving.
They're flying the ship from somewhere else.
Uh-oh.
That should be impossible. But it explains why there's less than a full bridge crew. If they aren't flying the ship from the bridge, where are they controlling it from?
Time to interrogate the hostages. Yippee! Maybe. Oh, woman stuck. Scan these at all? No. Did I scan this thing? Oh no, I didn't.
We're gonna be there in less than an hour.
You can't let that happen.
Hold on, it would take days to go this distance with our fastest ship. We're traveling at a warp factor many times greater than this ship should even be capable of. Even with the engines pushed as hard as they are, they wouldn't produce this speed.
Whether it's these crystals, or the power from the Cartabula, the Trekkin have found a way to increase the engine output and top speed. We have to find a way to hit the brakes before we outrun anyone who could help us.
We stop it, so they can't get this ship where they're going, and enact the next phase of their plan. That is, if they don't destroy us all first. I would have thought this ship would disintegrate going this speed. But somehow, that hasn't happened yet.
That's just two sides of the same coin.
It's what?
Either way, we both want to stop the Zeldi.
Ah, yes. And we will find a way to do it.
I hate to think what the Cartabula could do if it was plugged into something it was meant to power. That's everything. We got some answers.
I don't like what they tell us, though.
If we can learn nothing else, then what's left is to make these Trekkin talk. And if they don't, we'll dispose of them.
Hey, that's not how we do this.
That is enough from you.
Uh-oh.
I thought that thing was useless.
It was. No power. Until he touched it. Weapons must be biocoded.
Our technology will only work for one of our kind.
I can assure you, this weapon works just fine for me.
Slow down, Arminta.
You can't control this ship with a disruptor.
But I can use it to control you.
Ah!
Let's talk.
Number 1. Oh shit, Riker.
The Titan's communications officer says Captain Riker will be ready in just a moment. You need to see this. The report on the data breach.
Damn. It's worse than I'd hoped. They didn't just compromise our shields. They stole the shield algorithms for all of Starfleet as well. Meaning every ship is potentially vulnerable to attack, making this so much worse than it already was.
At the risk of stating the obvious, wouldn't changing the algorithms solve the problem?
Yeah, I wish it was that simple. Unfortunately, it's an encrypted code that would take weeks to change, if not longer.
I have Captain Riker for you.
Riker!
Let's not mention any of this shield business to Riker just yet. Put him through. Captain Riker, this is my first officer, Commander
Yeah, Riker!
My pleasure.
Sir.
I wish we were all meeting under better circumstances.
So do I, although you and I have actually met before.
We have?
I was a young lieutenant on the Potemkin. You were first officer on the Tuckerman. I piloted you and our science officer in a shuttle to survey quantum resonance in the planetary rings of Residius 6.
Ah, yes. Now I remember.
You know, he gave me some good advice that day about a very difficult job. Yours.
Well, I'm not one to turn down some words of wisdom, sir.
And let me ask, as first officer on a starship, where does your responsibility lie, first and foremost? To the captain, the crew, or the ship itself?
Oh, this old chestnut. I am curious to hear what she says, though.
Ultimately, my responsibility is to the crew at large.
The needs of the many. You have been hanging around Ambassador Spock. But the truth is, it's a trick question. Every situation is different, and there are no easy answers. And in some cases, it might not be any of those three. It could be the prime directive, or the mission.
Yes, so Perhaps we should get to the matter at hand. When you were with the Enterprise, you encountered a Trekkin entity known as Portal 6-3. The Enterprise was held captive in orbit until you were able to convince him to let the ship go.
All of which is detailed in the mission report.
What we want from you is what we can't get from the report. What can we use to get Portal 6-3 to help us?
I've often thought about that over the years. How a small difference in the encounter could have led to disaster. The most important thing is, don't let him push you around. He can appear as a man or as a godlike projection. He'll test you, but don't be overwhelmed by the pageantry and theatrics.
I'll stand up to him. You can trust in that.
Good, but that's just the first step. Portal is full of bluster.
Captain Riker was struck by Jara's confidence when discussing seeking help from Portal 6-3.
And bravado, but he can be reasoned with. And that's my other piece of advice. You want to appeal to him rationally. You don't want him thinking you're acting out of fear.
But we are afraid of the Trekkin, and with good reason.
He's not the sort to suffer fools. And he'll lose interest if he feels his time is being wasted.
I suppose that's one thing we have in common.
Do you think he will go against his own people?
He was proud of his empire. He called us barbarians. Maybe you can find a way to make him see these people claiming to be Trekkin aren't real Trekkin. They're corrupting his legacy.
What if he won't cooperate and we have to face these Trekkin ourselves?
Then we have a much bigger problem on our hands.
What I mean is, in the 16 years since you discovered this outpost, there has to have been research. Battle plans for what to do about the Trekkin if we encountered more of them. I need to know what they are.
If I had that answer, it would have been the first thing I told you.
We both know Command has had their share of hidden plans in the past. Like Admiral Hansen and Captain Shelby's Special Projects Division at Starfleet Tactical, devising new ways to take on the board.
Trust me, this isn't some Starfleet conspiracy to keep you in the dark. But if you two don't think you're equipped to make contact, you need to tell me now. Because there is no silver bullet here. Now's not the time to hesitate.
Risk is our business. Yeah.
There are some things you can't be prepared for. And if there are no specific tactical solutions, we'll just have to take our chances. After all, risk is our business.
We try to mitigate that risk as best we can. But the Starfleet we know today was built on that attitude.
Well said.
There was a special task force that considered the Trekkin, and I was part of it. But because there were no other signs of the Empire, we determined the best course of action was to create a restricted zone around the Delphi-Ardu system. I have my concerns, but I'll clear the way with the brass for your travel into the restricted space. Just remember what I've told you. And it wouldn't hurt to read some Sun Tzu en route. Or Marcus Aurelius.
Anything else?
Machiavelli?
Thank you for your support, Captain Riker.
I wish I could be there myself. But my first officer would probably see to it that I stay on the bridge while they get all the excitement on the away mission. The burdens of command. Rest assured, the Federation is taking this threat
Is
very
Riker's
seriously.
first officer?
You won't be alone out there for too long.
Thank you, Captain Riker.
One more thing. Ambassador Spock said that Trekkin stole some data from your central computer. What's that all about?
We're still assessing the extent of the breach. Nothing to report as of right now.
That's it? Ambassador Spock suggested it was something more serious.
One thing we know is that they stole Starfleet shield algorithms.
The shield algorithms? That could jeopardize every ship in the fleet.
We're still making sure our assessment is accurate. We don't want to raise alarms unnecessarily.
This is as real as it gets, Solano. I have to talk to Starfleet Command now, so I think this conversation has come to an end. I really do hope you get Portal 6-3 and find those Trekkin before this gets out of control. Riker out.
I specifically said I wanted to keep this under wraps. I thought we had an understanding. Now all of Starfleet will hear about this.
Considering this is new information Ambassador Spock doesn't have yet, I figured Captain Riker would be the closest to communicate directly with Starfleet Command.
Now the cat's out of the bag. I have to think about the damage control of it all.
Dude, come on. This isn't about you.
It's the automated Federation warning buoy. Transmitting the disable code Captain Riker provided.
That was unpleasant. Commander Ermont, what are
That
the
was a
conditions for
fucking,
our
that was a
system?
Halo sound effect.
All internal systems operational.
Commander Westbrook, what are your scans of the planet?
The active camo sound effect.
No sign of this
September started to like the
powerful
capturing events from what I
Trekkin
don't.
being.
Yeah.
I'm running a magneton scan now, but so far...
He'd be fine if he just wasn't so, like, concerned with his reputation.
Prep your way, team.
The man's got an ego.
3 will cooperate. If he's not an asset, he's an enemy. So be ready for anything.
Not for the timid. I wonder what chapter I'm on.
Keeping alive for a little while longer.
I cannot stop this ship any more than you could stop the tides.
Not good enough.
The impotent threats of a lower life form do not sway me. I will not bend to you. I was born 600,000 years ago. But a new age dawns today.
Are you the scion of the flame?
My name is Zan Uglosa. I was born in the final days of the Age of Makto. We are all scions of the flame. Every one of us who have traveled across the bridge of time to be here for the Great Awakening. We have all sworn ourselves to the cause.
Eventually, one of you will break.
You don't understand how overmatched you truly are. This craft was nothing before we imbued it with the speed required by our mission. And the Cartapia produces enough energy to drive an entire fleet of ships like this one. But when we wake the Aphelion, we won't need a fleet.
The Aphelion?
Only then will you understand the might of the Trekkin Empire.
And when you wake the Aphelion, what are you going to do with it?
Anything we want.
Come on! This goes from bad to worse unless you do what they say.
It's coming alive.
You can't stop the ship.
Then he will. Or we cut off his hands and use them ourselves.
The moment I reduce speed or change our heading, the others will know. First, they'll just resume course from elsewhere. Trivial matter. And then, they will come here. For you, this is a dead end.
That's a risk I'm willing to take.
Not if they're just going to start it again.
So you believe him?
I'm not sure.
Why would you tell us all this?
I tell you because I value my own life. When my fellow scions come, and they will come, I expect you'll all act like the savages you are, and a battle wants you. You've all died once. I don't intend to do so again. I won't touch those controls. If you want to get us killed, do it yourselves.
You fear death. There's a way to stop this ship for good, and he knows how. He just needs more pressure.
What kind of pressure?
We heard him. He'll talk. Trust me.
That's against Starfleet protocol.
You're not on a Starfleet ship. Your protocol does not apply. We take the action that will lead to our victory. Don't assume your moral code.
Let's find another way. Break his arm.
I get the impression you know how to make people talk. Think you can break his arm?
No, don't.
What the hell, Carter? We don't torture people. Did you forget what uniform you're wearing? What it stands for? This isn't like you.
I just hope Kapoor didn't feel that.
That doesn't make it better.
I have only just begun.
Stop, please! Wait! The warp cores. Our technology is amplifying the ship's output, and it still relies on the warp cores to provide plasma to the engines. Disable those, and the ship grinds to a halt.
Sabotage.
This display is for all life forms on the ship. This is where the infiltrators are, the central artery of ship systems. Sensors, propulsion, weapons. And this is engineering.
It's deserted.
If I can get us there, can you cripple my ship? Not something I'd normally ask, but I'm coming around to it.
You just worry about getting us there. I'll handle the rest.
This plan of yours has one problem. It strands us. Left out of the fight when there is a war going on.
Our fight is here, now. This is how we do the most good. For the Empire.
For the Empire.
So, Carter, you didn't beam out after all.
Miranda!
I thought you'd escaped when we boarded. I'd almost hoped you'd made it off. And Millie's there with you too, right? It's good you two are together. I know you're here, Carter. Your technology is so simple to us. You're not a fighter. I know it. You know it. That's why you're hiding. Somewhere on this ship. But the Trekkin Empire has so much to offer you. Think of all the knowledge lost for 500,000 years that you'd have access to. I know you want more from life, and I want to show you what you could be a part of. Not just the wonders you've already seen from us. In our time, we had the power to move stars. Carter, you have a thirst for discovery.
In case you forgot, we were a part of something. I still am. The Federation may not be perfect, but it stands for ideals that your people clearly do not believe in.
We have our own ideals. And we have our own strength. Every one of us on this crusade has fought wars more brutal and consuming than you could fathom. But I want to reach a peaceful resolution to this. Carter, we have a plan for you. And for the others, too. We don't want to have to destroy you.
What's this plan you have? Is it the one where you steal our bodies and erase our minds?
That's a simplistic view of it. Your memories will live on within us. We can continue this conversation in person. I'll see you on the bridge very soon.
Our comm badges. She's tracking our location with them.
If we have to use force to free our fellow Scions, there will be casualties.
We can't stay here. And we need to disable the transmitters.
Where'd you go? You don't want to talk to me?
She's trying to keep you talking.
I mean, I get it. But I'm trying to help you.
Got it.
Mine's done too.
Time to hit the road.
You've forgotten something. They know where we're going.
Set to stun. You're not going to shoot a guy who's unconscious, are you?
You keep getting in my way.
You already broke his arm. What more do you want to do?
I want to eliminate loose ends.
And I did that for you.
You know what? You can argue on the way. Now let's move it.
Come on, guys. Stop fucking bickering. Can't we just all get along? The Last Guardian.
Our coordinates match the exact location where Riker met Portal 6-3.
Unlike Riker's team, we beamed down without a problem.
It's quiet.
Portal has to know we're here.
If he won't come to us, we'll go to him. Spread out.
Already gave it a scan. Dead. Whole planet feels like it's been turned to stone.
Doctor?
Commander, keeping an eye on those duridium levels? Good. Last thing we need are your cells destabilizing on a hostile alien planet.
This is where Portal 6-3 projected his image.
He was guarding this bridge. That has to mean something.
We'll move forward when you're ready, Commander.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Follow me. Ends here.
Oh, there goes the bridge.
Is it me, or did that path just disappear?
There was a path there a moment ago.
There must be an explanation.
Tetrametric pulses.
Same energy as the other Trekkin technology.
Most of the crystals appear dormant. What's different about this one?
Readings indicate there's a cavity in the rock right behind it.
We could try melting a hole through the wall with our phasers.
Worth a try. Nothing.
There's gotta be a weakness. Somewhere it isn't totally solid. Whoa!
An illusion.
I'm sure that wall was as real as the rest of them.
An illusionary
I
wall.
felt it.
Just like
It's
Dark
almost
Soul.
like our holodeck technology, but far more advanced.
The crystals must be absorbing the energy from our phasers.
I'm picking up something. A biosignature. It's faint, but it's there.
With me.
Another dead end.
Or another illusion.
Crewman LaRue, if you would.
Deval to Resolute. Beam Crewman LaRue directly to medical.
Great job.
Is he okay?
He'll live.
Not all crystals work the same, it seems.
Don't fire your phasers at any crystals unless we're sure they're putting out the same pulses as before.
We don't have any data about what's below the surface on Delphi Ardu 4. And I don't feel a particularly strong urge to find out.
Then that makes two of us. Looks like there used to be a bridge here.
Scan. Do not discharge phaser at this crystal. Do not discharge phaser at this crystal.
Tetrametric. Good sign.
Nope. Bam.
Commander!
Look at that.
Trust, but verify.
Indeed.
There are people over here I can talk here. Oh my god. Big yawn. Did the rest of the crew make it over? Or are we separated now?
I assume you've noticed the bridge we crossed to get here is no longer tangible.
Ah, bit of a problem.
If logic prevails, there's a way to get it back by finding the right crystal to phaser. I'm getting some faint tetrametric readings from inside that mountain.
Then I'll head over there.
And I'll stay here, in case the bridge decides to come back.
Over this way we go. Burp, 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 burp. Owie. Oh.
Good.
Not that one. Okay, I'm sorry. It was like it had stink coming off of it, so I thought maybe it meant something.
Tetrametric. Better go see what's different.
The last crystal.
The way's clear. Good work, Commander.
We'll make sure it's safe.
It's a bit of an abrupt cut. Big crystal. I think those plants had a texture issue going on.
The plants here are actually alive. Is this the biosignature you detected, Doctor?
The plants here, have a black border around them for some reason.
Tetrametric.
Then it's creating an illusion as well.
Based on the data we have so far.
Only one thing left to do.
Doctor, be ready to beam us out if it turns out we're wrong.
Duval to Resolute. Lock transporter on away, team.
Amazing.
There's nothing like this in any Federation record.
The plants.
They're gone.
Barbarians.
It's him.
How dare you disturb me? I'd hoped you had enough sense to leave of your own accord, but here you stand. Fools. In another time, I would have destroyed you and your ship simply for setting foot in this place. Fortunately for you, that time has passed.
Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Trekkin Empire. We've come a long way to meet you.
Guardian. I am Guardian of nothing. The Trekkin no longer exist. Don't care to be reminded. If this is why you've come, then you should leave. Now.
I'll cut right to it. The Trekkin have returned.
Returned? My people have come back? How can that be? I've been alone for so long. If it is true, how did they return?
Draconian technology made it possible. To enable the transfer of consciousness from one being to another after physical death. We call it bioforming. A group of Draconians calling themselves Scions of the Flame used it to reawaken after hundreds of millennia.
Scions of the Flame?
Is something wrong?
I'd hardly call them Trekkin. They were a radical faction with beliefs outside the mainstream. Beliefs that lesser life forms should serve as vessels to ensure Trekkin immortality. You want me to help you destroy them. That's why you've come. You want to destroy these Scions.
You don't have to do anything except help us find them. If that's all you want to do.
I don't believe that.
They have an incredibly powerful energy source they call the Cartabula.
These Scions have the Cartabula.
And they've used it as a weapon against us.
I will speak with you alone.
Whoa.
What are you doing?
Scary.
Where are we? Where's my team?
They're safe where we left them. That the Scions have stolen the Cartabula is deeply concerning. And to be honest, I'd rather speak with you alone, John Rydick. Your colleagues don't know what it means to be the last of one's kind. You and I are remnants of fallen civilizations. The Kobliad, the Trekkin. One dying, one dead. Our species could not be more different, but we both know the meaning of loss. The others wouldn't understand. It's beyond their ability to comprehend.
We're more alike than you might realize, in that we accept the inevitability of loss.
If only you understood the glory of the Trekkin Empire's past.
Get sprinting. Can you just teleport me with you? Why do I gotta run? Huh?
Tell me, why spend your days away from your own people when so few of them are left? Why live your life working for this federation to which the Kobliad do not even belong? And submit yourself to their authority? It makes no sense. Not by my logic.
It's true, the Kobliad chose not to join the Federation when the offer was made. And I could have chosen to stay on my home planet, waiting for the next shipment of Diridium to arrive, biding my time and fearing for the worst. Instead, I chose to embrace the future, not fear it. Joining Starfleet gave me the opportunity not just to help my own people, but countless more. You told Riker you'd wait until you were needed. You're needed now. We need you.
As much as it pains me to learn the Cartabula has fallen into the hands of the Scions, my services are not up for offer.
Come on, dude.
To be chosen as a portal was to give one's entire self to the cause of protecting the Trekkin Empire. I left behind everything I know, and now you want me to turn against my own people. The betrayal of my oath.
Are imposters.
Everything I vowed to protect.
Every Trekkin that comes back does so by stealing someone's body. They are killing to come back.
What you call bioforming, we thought of as a marginal science. But if these reborn Trekkin plan to restore the Empire, is that a disaster to be avoided? Trekkian technology is so advanced, it could save millions of species currently on the brink of extinction, including your own. And at the price of a small few, think of how the many could benefit. Instead, it sounds as if you are reacting out of fear before you have a full understanding of what's at stake. I don't think you've given this full consideration. You may have more to gain than to lose.
The Trekkin Empire is gone. It had its opportunity and proved unable to survive. There must have been a reason the Trekkin have faded to a distant memory. It ran its course. And those of us who are here now deserve to choose our own fate.
You said the Trekkin vanished for a reason. I cannot claim our empire was without sin. I'm curious to see these Scions masquerading as true Trekkin. So I will go with you, and we shall find them. But when we do, I will judge them myself as a guardian of the Trekkin. To understand their true intentions.
It's certainly your right to make your own decisions. I won't tell you otherwise.
Very well. I'll return now.
Hi, Caden. Welcome back.
Commander!
Hold your fire. I'm all right. He's coming with us.
We assumed the worst.
She's perfectly fine. Now then, shall we?
Yeah, I don't know when you went away,
right.
but
We can
a lot's going on.
Do you have any equipment or tools?
Game's pretty fun. Well, I mean, once again, the actual game part of the game isn't too great, but the story part of the game is pretty good.
Away team +1, ready to beam up.
The Overload incident.
4 warp cores. That's interesting.
Redundancy. If one goes down in battle, we can still operate.
Makes this more difficult, though.
This ship can maintain warp with half the cores offline. We'll need to disable 3 of them.
Where are the engine schematics? Power flow routing charts.
We're soldiers, not engineers.
I thought you would know what to do.
We understand how to operate it under normal conditions.
You're in good hands. We can do this.
I trust that you can.
You at least know where we should start?
This way.
What are we dealing with?
One of the 4 warp cores powering the Zeldi, Thermal output indicates each core alone could not sustain minimum warp, but harmonic infusion of at least 2 cores would produce an exponential increase in power. Thermostatic sensor relays temperature signals to automated coolant value controls.
Cores are running really hot. Makes sense, since they've been producing at max output since we left Otari space.
No ship can run for very long like that. Not before a catastrophic failure hits.
It's right on the edge. We just need to figure out a way to give it a push.
I bet that console down there could tell us a few things.
Oh, there are no stairs here.
Whatever we do, we need to make sure that Trekkin can't undo it.
The audio is being weird.
Permanently disable the reactors that won't destroy the ship and kill us all in the process.
You thinking what I'm thinking?
Warp core ejection. So the question is, how do we make it happen? The safety protocols don't look much different from the Resolute. Breach protection, reduce output, command override, cease matter antimatter flow, command override, emergency warp core ejection, computer control.
Even command functions can't override one of the most crucial safety measures.
So the protocol's still active. That's good. The reactor coolant system is operating at emergency containment levels.
It's just barely keeping the temperature in check.
Maybe we can use that. If it gets this high, their system considers
Oh, this
a reactor
like
breach.
weird audio clipping thing
Looks like if sensors show a core is about to
was
rupture,
away after this
the computer will
chapter.
eject it automatically rather than risk a breach.
So we need to increase the warp core's temperatures.
If we destroy the coolant regulators, there won't be anything to keep these reactors from going over.
And it will trigger the ejection. Let's peel these suckers open. I'll take that one.
I'll take the one next to it.
The second you two start dumping cores, the Trekkin will know we're here.
We'll be vulnerable. Stuck in one place while you work.
Start thinking about an escape plan. I have a feeling we're gonna need one.
We'll barricade the door. Work quickly.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We might not have our tools, but our phasers can do this in a pinch. We better get this right. If we foul it up and this whole thing goes boom... We don't know how much damage that cartabula will do if we accidentally crack it open.
There goes the galaxy.
Could be that bad.
We'll get it right.
It's not a Starfleet warp core, but the coolant regulator has to be in here somewhere.
Dude, you're aiming that so perfectly. How is your hand so steady?
There you are. Time to heat things up.
Warning.
Warning. Warp core output at critical level. Ejecting core.
Okay, now they're definitely gonna know we're down here.
Warp core output at critical level. Ejecting core.
Just one more to go.
They're here.
They're cutting through the door. We don't have much time.
Thought you guys were barricading it. Where the fuck's the barricades?
Okay, same as before. We just gotta...
Go! Finish!
Goofy little crouch walk.
Hey! Would you mind not shooting at the matter-antimatter reactor?
I'll cover you.
What? No!
Get the warp core done, or we're all dead.
Yeah, you got it, Grimace. That's it. That's Star Trek. That's what it's all about. Howie. I'm trying.
You did it.
Oh, thank God. That was odd. I was over it and I pressed the button, but it like didn't trigger.
You got another way out of here?
I think so.
I'm glad it counted though.
Itasca, can you climb?
I'll see you on the parade grounds of Sorella, my friend.
Damn. Cool woman down.
You want me? I'm right here. Not you too.
Calm yourself, child.
Guys, look, it's Miranda.
It will all be better soon. Wake up, Manko Umet. Join the flame.
To reclaim what was lost.
You don't need to watch this.
I do. I want to remember every moment when I make them pay. But this isn't the end. I will avenge Itasca. Swear to me, you will join me in this.
How about we try to save her?
That's a dream.
As long as she's alive and her memories are still in there, there's still hope.
Hope is what you turn to when you have nothing left you can do. And there's still something I can do for Itasca. And I shall.
Squidward might be a problem, guys. Among Us!
There's so much I want to ask you.
There's so little I can tell you. I'm a portal, not a scientist, but I'll certainly do my best. I can only assume this is one of your older starships. One would think, given the importance of your mission, they might send a ship of a more recent vintage.
The Resolute is primarily a research vessel, if that's what you mean. Not a warship.
Although she has been known to hold her own in a fight.
Against what?
Something wrong?
Not at all. The galaxy has grown more diverse since the days of the Trekkin Empire.
Because you conquered everyone who didn't look like you.
To the contrary. Most lesser civilizations willingly join the Empire to enjoy the benefits of an advanced way of life. But that expansion came with its own set of problems, so I admire your ability to diversify without creating conflict. That was always our challenge. And perhaps, ultimately, our downfall.
The Federation prides itself on its inclusiveness. I'd say it's one of our greatest strengths.
As the Vulcans say, infinite diversity in infinite combinations.
Interesting. I'd be curious to meet one of these Vulcans.
Oh, you might be able to.
If this is the best you have, then so be it. To locate this scion, Galvan, I'll need full access to your ship's systems.
Full access?
Huh. You must be out of your mind.
No, I'm right here, completely in my mind. Given this is merely a research ship, I won't be able to find him without it. Perhaps I should have made that clear up front. I'll need to make certain modifications.
That shouldn't be a problem.
Excellent.
Solano's gonna flip when he hears this.
I'll see you on the bridge. Captain Solano, I'd like to introduce you to Portal 6-3, Guardian of the Trekkin Empire.
Pleasure to meet you, Captain.
Likewise. I can't say I've ever met a portal before. There is no modern equivalent. Not within the Federation, at least.
I've learned it's a very prestigious position in Trekkin society. Or was, I suppose. Not just anyone is selected for the role.
And fewer still are suited for it.
How impressive. You spent 600,000 years at your post. That certainly takes an uncommon level of dedication.
We all have our duty.
Of course. But I'm curious. You were stationed there in preparation for what, exactly?
Any and all threats to the Empire.
An empire that no longer exists. Which suggests you weren't very successful.
You said you needed my help. I didn't come here to be insulted. Perhaps that was a mistake. I'd be happy to return to Delphi Ardu at any time.
Of course, the fall of the Empire had nothing to do with you. We know that.
Yeah.
Do you?
Riker was here.
Because it seems you're kept.
I imagine he'll show up again in a minute. Well,
I'm merely curious.
not in a minute, but
might lie.
I'm sure he'll show up again.
Clearly, it's with the Trekkin.
Yes, Captain. You have found me out and exposed my true loyalties to the Trekkin, not to the Scions of the Flame, who do nothing more than tarnish us in name and reputation and don't deserve to be called Trekkin. That's why I'm here. And if you'd be so kind as to give me access to your ship's systems, we can get on with it. And you can stop wasting my time.
Access to our systems? That's completely out of the question. Tell me that's not what you promised. We're vulnerable enough as it is. And now we're supposed to give him access to everything?
Captain, I know it's a risk. But right now it's our best shot at finding Galvin and that ship.
Here she was, naive enough to believe it wouldn't be a problem. Little did she realize the levels of ignorance and incompetence she was up against.
If you're not enjoying your visit to our ship, we'd be more than happy to let you wither away back on your pathetic little
Oh my god, Captain!
You clearly do not appreciate
For
the
fuck's
magnitude
sake.
of the threat the Scions pose. So myopic is your focus on your own ego. I will not be leaving until they have been found.
Commander Rydick, a word.
Captain, you suck.
And to think, I waited 600,000 years for this.
You realize that's supposed to be in an incredibly difficult position. I was against seeking him out from the start, but now, to give him access to our systems? It's insane. And you somehow expect me to believe his allegiance is with us? You heard what he said in there. There's no way we can trust him.
I might otherwise agree, but you're missing the most important point. He's a Trekkin, and he may be loyal to the Trekkin, but not to the Scions of the Flame. He's against everything they believe in. You heard what he said.
There's too much at stake to be wrong on this.
We sought him out for a reason. To help him find our missing crew, Galvin, and those Elydian ships. This is the plan we agreed to with Ambassador Spock.
Which I never liked. But here we are. You know what this mission means to us. Not just for the Federation, but for me personally.
I don't care
I can't afford
about you personally, dude.
Losing the shield algorithms was bad enough. This...
Get over yourself. Oh my god, dude.
I'm sorry, Captain. You know I support you, but millions of lives and the future of the Federation are at stake here. Both of which are more important right now than your career.
It's not just mine. It's both of ours.
Then so be it.
I'm going to trust your instincts on this one. I just hope you're right. For both of our sakes. Let me know if you find anything.
We're good. You may begin.
I will, of course, have to make a few modifications.
What kind of modifications?
To find Tekkonian technology requires Tekkonian technology. If this Scion Galvan modified his ships, then I must do likewise to yours.
Oh my god, he's crystallizing our ship.
The galaxy is nearly infinite in size and complexity. This may take a moment.
How long
I
will it
found
take?
something. There you are.
What is it? Galvin?
Someone is using Tekkonian technology. I can't get the precise bearings, but it's located in the Palisades cluster.
I'll let the captain know. Rydick to Solano. I think Portal may have located Galvin.
I'll be right there.
I'm getting all kinds of interference. Almost impossible to lock on the energy signature.
Where's he hiding?
In the Palisades cluster.
Interesting. Can you lock in on the location?
Not until you get me closer.
Lieutenant Handar, set a course for the Palisades cluster.
Aye, Captain.
Well, I suppose I owe you an apology. You were right after all. That's what I get for questioning the advice of my first officer.
They say the true measure of a leader is being able to admit your mistakes. So thank you.
Next time I'll do a better job of listening.
Yeah, dude, you
Nice
should listen to me
Let me know
more.
if you find anything more.
Will do. What's wrong?
I didn't want to say anything until I was certain. But the reason for the interference is simple. There's a Trekkin device on this ship being used to block the signal. Whoever planted it was exceptionally clever. They knew how.
Oh yeah, this chapter's called A Stranger Among Us.
They have underestimated my abilities.
Engineering.
Take care of the Trekkin device, and I can find Galvan for you. It's designed to interfere with all transmissions, or at least delay and confuse the effort to find Galvan's ship.
You're sure it's Trekkin? It couldn't be something else causing the interference?
Nothing else operates on that frequency. I'm positive.
Don't worry, I'll get this fixed. We're going to find that ship. Engineers would have found this device already if it wasn't well hidden. Better to rely on my tricorder.
Better to rely on my tricorder, except it's time for my 2-hourly break. I'm gonna have a little stretch, give myself a drink. So here you go, Samosa. You can stare at Captain Riker while I'm away. Ow. I've returned, and just before I unmuted my mic, I'd, like, hit my hand off my desk. But hi, I've returned.
There's There's a lot of noise in here. I should scan the device putting out the most radiation to filter it out. That's better. Most other radiation sources in here are well contained. There's definitely tetrametric radiation nearby. But even with the gain boosted, it's getting drowned out by other sources of radiation in here. A little bit of harmless radiation leakage here, but enough to mask the tetrametric pulses. Easy enough to cancel out. There's still something drowning out the tetrametric radiation. I need to find it so I could filter it out as well.
How was your visit to the store? Did you get anything nice? I currently also have a cookie from Lidl, which is very nice. Lidl Bakery is incredible. I love it so much. Cookie is tasty. You don't know if ostrich femur is nice?
Jeffrey's tubes thump harmonics from all over the ship. I'll filter that out. There we go. I'm getting a clear tetrametric signal now.
Aha. What do we got here?
Found it.
Excuse me, do you belong here? Commander Rydek. I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Good to see you again.
Likewise. You've been working hard?
Yes, sir. Always room for improvement, just like you said. What, are you doing back here? I don't mean to pry, but first officers don't usually go digging around engineering compartments.
I was looking for you.
Under the console?
Dropped my tricorder. But I do need your help. Have you seen anyone else in here recently that might seem out of the ordinary? Maybe someone who doesn't work in engineering.
Not that I can think of, but I can ask around. I'm here almost all the time, but maybe someone else noticed something?
That's okay. Don't bother. I'll figure it out.
Okay, but I'm happy to help if you need me. Well, I'll leave you alone already.
It was the pet store? Oh, okay.
Oh, come to think of it, that Hotari woman was down here earlier with Dr. Duvall finishing the last of the bioscans.
Tylus?
That would be out of the ordinary, right?
Thank you.
No! My girlfriend! No! Oh, please tell me she's not evil.
Maybe Tylus saw something.
Hello.
Tylus, can I speak to you for a moment?
Of course. Is something wrong?
There's something happening. I may need your help. This is important.
How can I help?
When you were in engineering with Dr. Duvall, did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Or anyone?
Not particularly. Why?
I found this, hidden in a compartment down there.
That's Trekkin technology. Does that mean there's a scion on board? But Dr. Duvall bioscanned everyone. Every deck, every crew member, I've seen the logs. She couldn't have been more thorough.
Someone evaded detection and planted that device.
Which would mean they've been with us this whole time. Watching, listening.
All the more reason why we have to find them.
It could be anyone.
That includes both of us.
You want me to get scanned? Better to know for sure, right? I'll admit,
Yeah.
I was around the Scions as much as anybody.
You might be an
I would
imposter.
feel more
Go to
comfortable if you
medbay scanner.
I understand.
Clear.
Oh, thank God.
Now it's your turn.
She's normal.
Sure.
Clear.
Don't sound so surprised.
You spend plenty of time with the Scions as well. You never know.
Let's get to it. The search starts in engineering. Whoever planted the device most likely did it within the last few hours. So I'll start by running a scan, tracking everyone who came through engineering over the last day, in reverse order.
This could take forever to sort through the number of people that were in engineering.
I'll filter out the duplicates.
That helps.
Cross-referencing this list with everyone who's traveled to Hotari.
Now this is manageable.
Filtering for outliers. People who don't work in engineering. Let's see who's left.
The captain. Bum bum bum.
No. This can't be right.
What?
Of the people that went to Hotari and visited engineering, it could only have been Captain Solano.
According to this, he was here while you went down to Delphi Ardu 4. Which would have been the perfect opportunity. And no one would question him. He's the captain.
That would explain why he keeps making stupid
Assuming it's
choices.
true. It does explain why he was so opposed to getting help from Portal.
And he made several trips to Hotari. So they had plenty of opportunity to target him.
What happened when Dr. Duval bioscanned Captain Solano?
That's just it. She never did.
How is that possible?
Something more urgent would always come up. There was nothing she could do. But performing a bioscan is the only way to be absolutely sure.
That's not going to be easy. First thing I need to do is get this device to Portal.
Be careful. And good luck.
I'll need it.
Thank you. I'm so glad my
I
girlfriend's
found the
safe.
device.
Interference is gone. I have located Galvin's ship more precisely. He's in the Usonia system.
So then it worked.
This whole region was one of the
Yeah.
most sacred for the ancient Trekkin.
They certainly do move a lot.
Of our civilization. See these comets and planetoids in the outer orbits? Based on
Hi,
their
Grief.
current trajectory,
How you doing?
that's Galvin's destination. And legend tells us it's the location of what was once our largest arsenal. Not that we needed it in the late stages of the Empire, but it was there as a precaution nonetheless.
We have to somehow intercept him. How long till he arrives?
Oh, he's much too far ahead of us. We'll never arrive before he does. If Galvin and the other Scions secure the arsenal, they will become extremely dangerous. My people had such power at the height of the Empire. The Trekkin were as gods, keeping absolute control over countless worlds. I must speak with them directly. However, the presence of this device is worrying. It's highly likely it was placed here by a Scion, hidden among your crew. And it is unlikely this interference device was the Scion saboteur's only trap. If we reach Galvin and the saboteur cripples your ship, we will be at their mercy. Even my powers will not be able to protect us. Do you know who it is? They may well do more damage if left alone. Time is not on your side.
I'm fairly convinced they bioformed Captain Solano.
I knew there was a reason I didn't like him. That explains it. Bioforming was so rare in the time of the Empire that I am not able to detect if it has taken place. this. Proof of your claim is something you will have to produce yourself.
Then we have to bioscan him. I'll talk to Dr. Duvall.
That's quite the claim. Told me you were worried about him. But I never imagined this was what was wrong.
I wouldn't be asking you if there was any other possibility.
That would explain why Solano has been too busy for a bioscan lately.
As the ship's doctor, you have the authority to declare him unfit to serve.
If you're right, this is the worst case scenario. Challenging your own captain is a tall order. Are you sure you're prepared for this?
Yeah.
If you fail, that's it. The end of your career.
I don't know if I would be on my own. But with your support, I'm sure we can do it.
That smooth talking may come in handy. I'm in. But we can't pull this off with just the two of us. I technically have the authority to make Solano undergo a scan, but in reality, he can and will refuse to do it. We need at least another member of the senior staff to support your claim, or this could all blow up in our faces.
Well, Grief, maybe your eyebrows are alive, and you just don't know because you can't see your own eyebrows. The blood of battle.
Down to one reactor. Thought we'd be stopped dead. At least stuck at impulse power.
The Trekkin enhancements must be able to brute force limited bursts of warp output.
Yeah, but they won't get to wherever they were headed at this rate. They're just limping along now.
So where does that put us?
Maybe I can answer that.
Nope, never mind. I can't answer that. Why did it point me that way if I had to go all the way over here? Wow.
I got the ship's heading.
They've changed course. Drastically.
Looks like they're headed here. Usonia system. They might stop there.
Can we use the Zeldi's comms to signal your fleet?
Comm systems are locked.
Grab hold! The inertial dampeners can barely keep up. If they keep forcing this ship to make these short warp jumps, they're going to tear it apart.
Zeldi is still made by a Lydian hand, despite all this Trekkin corruption. We'll hold.
And we just gotta stay safe until Starfleet can find us.
Oh, that sucks, Grief. And Caden.
Your people. Is there somewhere you go when you die?
Life after death? No. On my homeworld, some people think they can cheat death in a way by joining with the Trill symbiont.
Damn.
That's not a life to me.
She really hates the Trill symbionts.
What about you? Is there another plane of existence for you?
Dude, you're asking a really philosophical question here.
I think there's just no way for us to know what happens after we die.
Really?
Maybe there's something more, maybe not. But I can't discount the possibility. You can't prove a negative.
Then maybe you can understand this. My people have a special journey. When Illydians die, we rejoin our comrades, family, and ancestors.
On the parade grounds of Cirella?
That is just one part of it, but yes. Death is not the end for us. So, even if some part of Itasca remains, by letting the Trekkin use her body, at best we are delaying the inevitable next step for her. At worst, we are leaving her as a prisoner in her own mind. You want to save the transformed. So do I.
Now that I've seen it happen, Does it make me a hypocrite to say he has a point? What if we can't get them back? We can't leave them like that, right?
I think Itasca would want to be released.
I know it's awful to think about, but if they're still alive, we can still try to help them. We lose that option once they're dead.
I had a sister, a twin. It's very rare among
You never told me that.
She was one of the youngest hosts to ever join with a symbiont. A sentient creature that lives in...
Oh, this is why she doesn't like the symbionts.
A symbiont can bring centuries of knowledge and wisdom to the host. But sometimes, the symbiont personality suppresses the host entirely. My sister was the closest person in the world to me. I knew she would be different after joining. But she drew more and more distant. The room we shared growing up was foreign to the both of us. And eventually she, or whoever she'd become, cut me out entirely. So I left for Starfleet and swore I'd never go back. I couldn't stand the thought of seeing her. Someone who looked like my sister.
You should try to see her again. When all this is over. Maybe things have changed for her after you've been away for years.
I couldn't go back. Not now.
You remind me of Itasca.
I do?
Bonds are not made by what runs through your veins, but the blood you spilled together. Itasca was my family in that way. I want you to know there is nothing I won't sacrifice to win this fight. But if we're lucky enough to survive, I'd be honored if you'd count me as one of your tribe. As Itasca was.
Even a couple of engineers like us?
You are many things.
I don't need to wait that long. We've bled together. No one else will know what we've been through. That makes us a tribe. Right here.
I'll take that.
Yeah, Squidward joined the gang.
What is this place?
Is that the Veskar?
Another one of yours?
Not anymore. They've corrupted it, just like the Zeldi.
Now there are two ships. Did this just get better or worse?
It certainly doesn't bode well for the crew of the Veskar. So many lives stolen.
It's worse. This is definitely worse.
Thanks. That really helps.
What do you want me to say?
This doesn't look like the Aphelion. What are they doing here?
You don't think they're just meeting their buddies?
Maybe, but then why are their buddies here?
Prepare for transfer.
The storm. It's back. What happened?
Hold on. Scanning. Astrometric radiation is dropping. The Zeldi's dropped to minimal power levels.
It's running off just the one warp core now.
That means...
They've sent the Cartabula to that other ship.
Uh-oh. Mutiny on the Resolute. Hey, Captain.
Something wrong, Captain?
No, nothing's wrong. In fact, I was just going to call for you. I'm needed down in engineering. The bridge is yours.
Lieutenant Bedrosian, a word, please.
Yes, Commander. What can I do for you?
Listen, the captain may have been compromised.
What?
I have every reason to believe he has been bioformed and is now actively working against us.
Hold on. This makes no sense. Did Portal do something to you?
I'm dead serious. Someone is sabotaging the mission. They planted a Trekkin device in engineering. Captain Solano was in engineering while we were on Delphi Ardu 4, and he purposely evaded Dr. Duval's bioscan. He's not Captain Solano anymore. He's a Scion.
Which would make you Captain. So you're saying you're taking command of the ship? Because if you are, that's one hell of a bold move. And you better be absolutely sure you have your facts straight.
With your help and your backing, yes, I have to.
I'm not signing myself up for mutiny.
I have Duval's support. We're going to ask the captain to undergo a bioscan.
Why did she like that? That sounded like she didn't like that, but see, she did. Oh my god, I cannot pronounce her last name. Lieutenant Bed was humbled when Jara confided her suspicions about Captain Solano. Despite her reservations, some might view their actions as mutinous. Okay.
When he refuses, I need you to back me up.
Back when we were on the shuttle, you chose my safety over the lives of a dozen Illydians. I've wondered again and again if I deserved that. If you made the right call. But if it's why I'm here now, able to help you save the Resolute, maybe the whole Federation, then I'm glad you did. So, my answer is yes. I'm with you no matter what. When do we act?
Yeah.
Dr. Duval is already on the bridge.
All right. I'm ready.
It's mutiny time.
It's now or never.
Captain Solano.
Commander Rydek, we need to talk about... Doctor? What brings you to the bridge?
Just a bit of housekeeping. You owe me a bioscan, Captain.
I don't have time for that right now.
It will only take a moment. I can't put this off any longer.
You can, and you will. All you'll find is that I'm quite reasonably under stress given the circumstances, and you aren't making it better. I'll find you in sickbay when I'm good and ready. Or, if you're gonna stand in the way of the mission, I can find you in the brig instead.
I hope you're not hiding something, Captain. If you aren't, there's no reason to refuse.
I don't like your implication.
Commander Rydek is right, Captain. We all have to follow the rules.
What is this?
We need you to comply with the scan, Captain.
That's enough. Drop this. All of you. I'm giving you a direct order, Commander Rydek. Stand down and go back.
When have I ever listened to your orders, dude?
Do not make me tell you again. I've been a starship captain since before you were in the academy.
I refuse. So do the others.
Well then, you've left me no choice. Security to the bridge. Arrest Commander Rydek. Take her to the brig.
On what charge?
Conspiring with the enemy and mutiny.
Get back. Give her a chance to speak. Let's hear what she has to say.
That's enough, Lieutenant Bedrosian.
Bedrosian, okay.
The brig.
No.
This is not Captain Solano. He's been bioformed. He's a Scion.
You're out of your mind.
She can prove it.
He sabotaged our efforts to track Galvin with this. He planted it in engineering while we were down on Delphi Ardu 4.
Lies! Perpetrated by the only Trekkin in our midst, Portal 6-3. He's actively trying to divide us from within.
Captain Solano has refused to be bioscanned because he knows it will reveal he's a Scion.
Take her to the brig, or I'll do it myself. Oh!
So now can we scan him?
Wait! Stand down! That's an order!
What is the meaning of this? Everyone hold until we get answers. This cannot happen on the bridge of a Federation starship.
I can prove I'm right if you just give me a chance. If I'm wrong, then I will face the consequences.
If you're wrong, there's no coming back from this.
I'm going to settle this once and for all.
He's gotta be, right? What does that mean? That he is?
Commander Rydick was right. Captain Solano has been compromised. He's been bioformed into a Trekkin.
As the Chief Medical Officer of the USS Resolute, I am relieving Captain Zachary Solano of command.
Take him to the brig.
I don't know what I expected, but not this. I can't believe I shot the captain.
It's a good shot.
I don't think Starfleet likes it when you do that. Even when you're right.
I might not be alive if you hadn't.
Yeah. I suppose you're right.
Oh, nobody else liked that though. I'm glad you shot the captain. Good job. Hey, wait a minute. I need to readjust my chair. Okay. I'm the captain now. I basically was already. Everything I said went. Now I get to sit on the cool chair.
Set course for the Usonia system. Maximum warp. It's time to face Galvin.
Yes, Commander. Sorry. Captain. On your command.
Engage.
Collision course.
We're taking fire!
Red alert! All hands to battle stations. Shield status.
Set to maximum, but with the algorithms compromised, they may not do much.
Captain, that other Illidian ship is here.
The Zeldi?
We're outnumbered.
Captain, your orders.
Evasive maneuvers.
Aye, Captain.
Veskar's warp engines are powering up.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Our warp engines are offline.
That must have been their goal. They didn't want us to chase the Veskar.
According to my readings, they also took the Cartabula with them.
They're not breaking off. We have to destroy the Zeldi before it destroys us.
With Diaz and Edsalar still over there?
They'll need to evacuate.
Come on.
I almost have it.
They gotta know we're here. Hurry.
Oh.
You got it?
Yep.
Got it. Diaz to Resolute.
We read you, Diaz.
This is Ermot. It's good to hear your voice. Is Edsalar? Is she with you? Everyone wants to know.
Yeah, we're both here. We're both okay.
Very good, Petty Officer.
Can you get us out of here?
I can't transport you out while the Zeldi's shields are up. Our phaser fire won't even get through. Is there another way off that ship?
We'll find a way.
Whatever you do, you'll have to be quick about it, because we can't give you much more time. We can't evade the Zeldi forever.
Understood. Diaz out. We're gonna have to get out of here the old-fashioned way.
Lydian ships have no escape pods.
We can leave out that cargo bay we transported to before. But then there's the vacuum of space to contend with.
Those freight containers. Maybe we could use those to make an escape pod?
We're gonna get in a box.
Possible?
And we're gonna push the box into space.
I have a better idea.
Let's go.
I've polarized the hull plating. That should allow us to take a few more hits. Enemy phaser impact dissipated.
Heading, Captain?
Attack pattern Beta 3. Circle around that asteroid and come back firing.
Aye, Captain.
Zeldi, in range.
Fire!
Zeldi's shields down to 82%.
We're doing damage, but they're hitting us right back. We'll run out of hull before we penetrate their shields.
Perhaps I can be of assistance.
Oh yeah, hi there.
I can modify your impulse engines to amplify their meager output and avoid more of their attacks. But I will need full access to your propulsion systems.
That goes against dozens of Starfleet regulations.
It's not a security risk if the alternative is destruction.
To me, it's simple. You can take this beating and hope you can weather it. Or will you put your trust in me? I've left everything behind for you. The least you can do is put your faith in me.
Commander Ermot, give Bortle access to the propulsion systems.
I trust this guy.
You're going to have the ship in your hands. Don't let me down.
This will take a moment.
We got that crystal impulse. Whoa. Yeah, we can sidestep now.
Your ship has let up its fire.
That gives us some time.
All right. One of these freight containers should do the trick.
Be quick.
We need one big enough for all of us to fit inside. Something we can make airtight.
No way this will hold up in a
Damn
vacuum.
it. Not this one.
Here we go. This'll work.
That's great, but it's not airtight yet.
No problem. We'll just seal it up.
This container is extremely heavy. Even with the containment field open, it won't leave the bay quickly. I'll find something to accelerate our exit.
Glancing blow. Very little damage.
I cannot keep this up for long.
Their phaser banks are recharging. Now's our window. We have to strike back.
I agree.
Their next barrage could be our last. Better make this count.
Target their weapon systems. Take the teeth out of their bite.
That could make them run. Just like the Veskar, we'd lose Diaz and Etzelar again. Hit their engines. We've already lost the Veskar.
We need to protect ourselves first.
Target their propulsion systems. I don't want them going anywhere.
Targeting their engines.
Whoa. We gotta move it now.
These will give us the push we need.
Those are explosives.
We'll ride the blast right out of here. All set.
I'll set the containment field to deactivate, and then run back. We can detonate by remote.
This guy's gonna die.
Seal the doors from inside the container once we do.
I can feel it.
Before all the air sucks out of the car.
He's gonna get shot. Oh no, he made it. Okay. That's good.
Just a few more moments.
Hurry! What are they doing in there? Please, help me.
No. Let the Khan get what they deserve.
Don't leave me to die.
I don't know. Can we really leave her?
Look at her. She's not a threat. It's now or never.
This ship can't fly. Sidron set it to self-destruct. Please, Amenta.
Oh,
It's not her.
no. I know it's not.
Carter, we have to seal the doors.
Don't leave me.
Get this light off the ship before Citron blows it all to hell.
No.
Come on. Hurry.
Etzelar to Resolute.
Well, they both wanted me to not do it, but they're both happy that I did it.
Cargo bay containment field is deactivated.
Get that tractor beam ready. And you should know, the Zeldy is set to self-destruct.
If we do enough damage to the Zeldy first, it'll prevent the self-destruct sequence from completing.
We can't wait any longer. We have to fire.
Captain, they're almost out of there.
We need to act fast.
Hold all fire! Get out of there, Petty Officer. Do it now!
You heard her.
Done.
Ready?
Detonate.
Oh!
We're out.
I have them on sensors. Tractor beam activating.
Locked on and ready to fire.
Fire!
Thanks for the dramatic, like, borders. Wait, why did we blow it up? It was gonna blow itself up.
Tractor beams locked on. We have them. They'll be pulled into the docking bay shortly.
Wanting to do it first? Fair enough.
Something else. I tracked a transporter signal to the planetoid moments before the Zeldi detonated.
Sidron.
There's a Trekkin structure there. It's the reason they were here. It's the reason we are here. Now.
I have to see it for myself. We'll go there together.
I had assumed as much.
Is this the Trekkin arsenal Galvin was after?
Legend says this region once held the sacred mysteries of the Trekkin Empire. Our greatest treasure. Our most fearsome technology.
I want a full security detail. Westbrook, Brodrosian, you're with me. Mr. Ermont, you have the con.
Wait. You're not the first officer anymore. The captain is supposed to stay with the ship. I'm surprised Lieutenant Brodrosian didn't raise that first.
I thought Captain Rydek knew what she was doing.
That's the protocol. But it's also a captain's prerogative to break that protocol.
I suppose it is.
We'll deal with the first officer vacancy when we return. Until then, Mr. Ermont?
Yes, Captain.
Do I get to choose my first officer? The Arsenal of Eternity.
Any sign of Sidron?
Not that I can see.
Data's dead, meat man.
High alert, everyone. The enemy could be anywhere. Follow my lead.
Let's make this a short mission, all right?
That's the plan.
Well, it's your call to come down here. Still not sure I agree. But I respect the chain of command.
Yeah, I mean, he's not really dead, but then he dies again, but then actually he didn't die for real that time. Listen, Data died twice, but also Data's back. But at this point in time, where the game takes place, Data's dead. Yeah. No, yeah, that's my mindset too. Season 1 and 2 of that. Not only, the thing I find really funny about Season 3 of Picard is not only did Season 3 of Picard, like, do its best to, like, deal with, the fallout of Nemesis, the movie, like, what happened in that movie, it also had to deal with Season 1 and 2 of Picard, and I think it did a pretty good job of, doing its best to make things, pretty good.
I don't see a way in.
The vault in the mines was already open.
There must be some way to activate it.
portal. Can you open it? It is a Taconian vault.
I thought you'd never ask.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Better to keep it simple. Sometimes the answer is staring you right in the face.
Thank you. Definitely easier this way.
I've not gotten my medication in a while. I imagine that'll be a problem in a minute or two.
Spread out. Let's see what we can find. It's high alert. We don't know
Uh-oh, the audio's being weird again.
where the Takan that beamed down here could be.
Okay, Meat Man. Thanks for showing up.
How so?
Traversal here is trivial for a Takan, but only a Takan. When you come across a device I cannot use, merely call my name.
Will do. Thank you. Portal? What is that void down there?
Space, folding upon itself. A fairly simple concept.
For a Takan, perhaps?
I advise against falling in.
Okay, what does this do?
This pattern resembles the transporter device Petty Officer Maris used to...
Hey, Kabal Audio. Be nice.
escape the Resolute. Portal 6-3?
You wish to make use of this device?
It's a transporter of some kind?
It allows Takan to move through space. I will activate the system for you.
It's definitely something going on in game.
Where does it go?
Because the Xbox audio sounded fine. Even the start menu sounds fine, which is something weird with the dialogue. Oh my god, it's a portal puzzle. Never mind, I nailed it. Oh, that's a gate. Am I missing something? Hey. What the heck's going on? Why won't I stop walking? Stop it! Stop it! It's just dirt.
Soil. Just soil. It's not from this planet, nor any planet in the Federation database.
Why am I so slidey? Compatible with current Starfleet technology. Extremely high particle density, impassable with current Starfleet technology. Oh, okay. I wanted me to investigate it.
Here?
This is soil from the homeworld. Our capital system. This isn't an arsenal. It's a temple of ancients. Sacred ground to the Trekkin. I took my oath as a guardian of the Empire in a place just like this.
Feeling nostalgic, are we?
You cannot imagine the look of pride in my parents' eyes as they said goodbye. Forever. Sorry. This is the first I've seen of anything new from the Trekkin Empire in a very long time.
Why is the audio doing this?
I'm familiar with the feeling, that sense of loss. I thought I was ready for it.
I totally understand that feeling. It's unavoidable and inescapable no matter what you do.
Yes, it's that distant but familiar feeling that's just out of reach.
Okay.
Can you use this to find out more
Next
about
time I get the
Gavin?
chance, I'm gonna go back to the menu and see if that fixes the audio issues.
The information's encrypted.
I don't want to do it now.
I can only discern that it's a warship. No. It's the Aphelion. Perhaps the most powerful ship ever built.
Ooh, I'm sorry, everyone.
I can't access the full file, but looking through the ship's schematics, it appears to be equipped with some sort of experimental, highly advanced transporter technology.
Transporter technology? For what?
Captain, you better come see this.
Okay. Can I exit the menu now? Okay. Main menu. Choices. Oh, okay. Oh my god, it put me all the way back here?
Any sign of Sidron?
Not that I can see.
High alert, everyone. The enemy could be anywhere. Follow my lead.
Okay, so far the audio sounds fine. But I think it was fine until we got inside.
That's the plan.
It was your call to come down here. I'm still not sure I agree. I respect the change.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. There isn't a skip scene button or anything, obviously, because there's choices to make and the story's important.
I don't see a way in.
Vault in the mines was already open.
There must be some way to activate it.
Portal, can you open it? It is a Trekkin vault.
I thought you'd never ask. You're welcome. Better to keep it simple. Sometimes the answer is staring you right in the face.
Thank you. Definitely easier this way.
You guys wanna see something cool?
Spread out. Let's see what we can find. And stay on high alert. We don't know where the Trekkin that beamed down here could be.
Well, the audio issues are happening again, so I did it for nothing. Yeah.
You will need my help, Commander.
How so?
Traversal here is trivial for a Trekkin, but only a Trekkin. When you come across a device you cannot use, merely call my name.
Will do. Thank you.
Wow. Alrighty. Alright. Tempted to speedrun everything I did.
This pattern resembles the
Winston.
Officer Maris used to escape the Resolute. Portal 6-3?
You wish to make use of this device?
It's a transporter of some kind?
It allows Trekkin to move through space instantly a short distance. Very convenient. I will activate the system to you.
Where does it go?
I'm not sure. The markings here must be from out of my time.
Well, only one way to find out.
It's an ancient Trekkin technology to make speech so crunchy. The Trekkin love this. It's one of their favorite things. I can respect that. Look at this soil.
Soil. It's not from this planet, nor any planet in the Federation database. Was this here?
This is soil from the homeworld. Our capital system. This isn't an arsenal. It's a temple of the ancients. Sacred ground to the Trekkin. I took my oath as a guardian of the Empire in a place just like this. You cannot imagine the look of pride in my parents' eyes as they said goodbye. Forever. Sorry. This is the first I've seen of anything new from the Trekkin Empire in a very long time. I'm sure you're familiar with the feeling. That's at loss. I thought I was ready for it.
I totally understand that feeling.
Winston.
Yes, it's that distant but familiar feeling that's forever just out of reach.
Can you use this to find out what Galvin is after?
The information's encrypted. I can only discern that it's a warship. No. It's the Aphelion. Perhaps the most powerful Trekkinian ship ever built. I can't access the full file, but looking through the ship's schematics, it appears to be equipped with some sort of experimental, highly advanced transporter technology.
Transporter technology? For what?
Captain, you better come see this.
I think I'm gonna have to reboot the entire game next chapter. Well, I mean, there was audio issues before, but then it went away, and now it's back again. Like, not when I did the restart, but before.
There are more up ahead.
See, look, the audio's fine now, so far.
From the looks of it, I'd say someone left in a hurry.
Probably right around the time we showed up.
No, it's better, though. I'll try restarting the game next chapter, like you said. The game did just come out, and it apparently does have problems. Worse on PC, which is why I'm on Xbox.
I've seen these before. In the other vault. And if all of those are the same as this, then there must be
Hundreds of millions, if not billions. All that remains of the Trekkin civilization. Distinct person, encapsulated in crystalline form. Preserved for all eternity.
You thought this was an arsenal. And in a way, you're right. This is how they rebuild the Trekkin Empire and bioform billions of innocent people.
That seems to be the case. What you have to understand is, these life forms were preserved for the benefit of the Trekkin civilization, as a means of safeguarding the health and well-being of any Trekkin, should they fall prey to illness or injury. They were never intended to be used for this purpose.
There you are wrong. This was always their purpose, to restore the glory that was lost.
Hello, bad guy. Man, I could have just started blasting straight away.
Congratulations on your first victory in battle, Captain Rydek. You killed a great many of my compatriots, some that I've known for millennia. Are you proud of how much death you've caused? Each Trekkin life is precious, irreplaceable. Centuries of knowledge and culture, lost with each one you murder.
Your friends died because of you. If you hadn't attacked us, there could have been a peaceful solution.
I've seen the kind of results diplomacy gets in this era. You can hardly blame me for wanting a quicker result. Thankfully, I don't have to convince you of anything. We'll all be on the same side soon enough.
You can't just bioform whoever you want. Not without a fight.
Ah, but that's just it. There won't be a fight. In fact, most won't even know what's happened. One minute you're standing there as you. The next, you're standing here as one of us.
He's talking about mass transformation. That's what the Aphelion was built for.
The transporter. It'll reconstitute your DNA and bioform you into a Trekkin in the blink of an eye. This is what they'll use as ammunition.
In a manner of speaking. Yes.
Uh-oh.
Of course, that's the simple version. But the end result will be the same.
Your time has passed. The Trekkin Empire is gone.
Only to be reborn, better and stronger than it ever was. The Aphelion is on its way here as we speak. Now it's only a matter of time. You can't delay that which is inevitable. Which makes your next decision fairly simple, brother. You are, after all, a portal.
I am.
Your sole purpose is to serve as a guardian of the Trekkin Empire. But you stand here surrounded not by your fellow Trekkin, but by members of the Federation. By people who deny our fundamental right to exist. You swore an oath to protect the Empire. And I can only assume that's why you're here.
You know that's a lie. We deny your right to steal the lives of innocent people against their will.
We're offering them a chance to be part of something greater than you can even imagine. Which side are you on?
Captain Rydak, long-range sensors suggest a massive spacecraft approaching in the distance.
Come on, Porter. Portal.
I hope we speak again, brother.
Game really wants me to shoot him.
6 minutes and counting.
We can't stay here. We have to get back to the ship.
And we have to preserve these souls. We must take them back to your ship.
Those crystals are ammunition to be used against us. We have to destroy them. Bombard the site from orbit.
I'll decide, once we're safely aboard the Resolute.
Well, I'm bringing them with me. If we put them on our ship, then they won't kill us. Because if they shoot us, then they'll kill the things. Smart.
You have to hear me out, Captain. I've always stood by you. I committed mutiny for you.
Yeah?
But if you bring those things on board, I'll have no choice but to resign.
What the fuck?
They will be forced into new bodies, brought back to life in a way they never asked for.
They're not living beings, but they're still dangerous. And if you don't make decisions to protect us, we're gonna end up like Solano. You, me, the entire crew. We're all next.
My god, she feels really strongly about this all of a sudden.
2 minutes and counting. It's headed straight toward the vault. The Aphelion is coming into view now, Captain.
On screen.
Hi there. Thanks for following. I appreciate it. We're
Second vault in less than a minute.
almost 8 hours into this game. It's pretty cool.
I would remind you, those life forms are Trekkin. Not science, Trekkin. They're not your enemy.
Right or wrong, history will judge you for this moment.
Transport the storage crystals aboard the Resolute.
Did I hear that right?
That's an order.
Oh my god, we took all of them in like one go.
The storage crystals are on board in our cargo bay.
Thank you. I won't forget this.
I hope you realize what you've done. We don't need another captain who's gonna risk our lives just to feed their ego. This ship and this crew come first.
Lieutenant.
She has to hear it.
This isn't about me. It's our duty as Starfleet officers to protect life, wherever and however we find it. And I couldn't let them fall into Galvin and Sidron's hands. I had to do it this way.
And to think, I used to look up to
What the fuck, women? Where does this come from? Why do you want to commit genocide all of a sudden? So badly. Oh my god, look, she's grumpy at me. They fucking changed the picture. Oh my god, I didn't realize the pictures change depending on their standing with you. Oh my god. Look at the... This guy's pretty disappointed with me. Look at how sad he looks. Oh my god.
They hit us with that bioforming ray and it's over. Maximum warp. Get us out of here.
Where, Captain?
Anywhere but here. Now!
Homecoming. Oh my god, these guys have been in here the whole time?
There they are!
Thank you. I'm not sure one of my kind would have done for you what you did for me. I did not expect a show of mercy. I hoped, but you could have just as easily left me to my fate.
I didn't do it for you. I did it because it was the right thing to do.
I don't understand it, but I'm glad you did.